Hey friends, hope you're all doing well. We're doing okay too, just really tired since we've been working non-stop. We wanted to answer a question many of you ask: how does our publishing process work? Most of our audiobooks are first posted on Patreon as paid content. They stay behind a paywall for a few months. After that, they become free to access on Patreon forever. Then, a few weeks later, we upload them to other platforms like YouTube, Facebook, and Twitter, X. Lately, our community hasn't been growing much, and we could really use your help. Please share our site in your Facebook groups, Discord servers, Reddit threads, Twitter, X, or with any friends who might be interested. Every little bit helps and we really appreciate it. Thanks a lot for being with us and supporting what we do. Not bad, Encyclopedia. Haru praised. Without another word, Yukino gathered her long hair and tied it into twin tails. Haru's eyes lit up. The legendary slender and delicate twin-tail beauty had appeared. Of course, only in front of his steel body could Yukino, who was well-versed in Aikido, be considered delicate. I see something improper in your gaze. Yukino warned, sharp as ever. I'm merely admiring how well twin tails suit you. Haru replied, dead serious. Yukino paused, then gave him an amused look. Oh? So you like this hairstyle? Such a question was no challenge for Haru. I like it when you wear this hairstyle. Even though I can tell you're not being completely honest, I'll accept the compliment for now. With that, Yukino went to change into workout clothes. She was going to train too. A while later, Yutaha called, letting them know it was time to head over. Only then did the two take quick showers and change into more comfortable outfits. Yukino wore a blue striped dress with 4 white buttons running down from her collarbone to her waist. A black belt cinched her slender waist, as if emphasizing just how enviable her figure was. As Haru admired the sight, he felt a tinge of regret she had switched back to her usual long, straight hair. Had enough? Yukino shot him a knowing, amused look. Not even close. Absolutely not. Haru shook his head firmly. Not bothering to continue the topic, Yukino stepped forward and naturally wrapped her arm around his. Her delicate fragrance filled the air, making him feel at ease. On the way, Yukino never once asked why the Kazekage family had invited Haru over, as if she wasn't even curious. But the more nonchalant she acted, the more uneasy Haru felt. Because that meant she was thinking and she might have already figured something out. Yukino, aren't you going to ask me why? Finally, Haru had to bring it up himself. Yukino's lips curled into the same cryptic smile she had in the photography club. Tell me when we get home tonight. For now, let's just enjoy dinner. That smile. Haru suddenly felt like he was in the middle of a boss fight cutscene. The pressure was real. When they arrived at the Kazekage residence, the family of 3 came out to greet them. Good evening, Uncle, Auntie. I'm Yukinoshita Yukino, Haru's girlfriend and also the vice president of the photography club. Yukino introduced herself with flawless etiquette. Kazekage's mother looked pleasantly surprised, her eyes filled with admiration. She sincerely complimented, I told Yutaha last time that you're the most beautiful girl I've met besides her. But today, you look even more stunning than before. Thank you. Yukino replied with a polite smile. She had heard such compliments countless times and had long since gotten used to them. After the initial greetings, the couple chatted with Haru and Yukino for a bit before Kazekage's mother headed to the kitchen to prepare dinner. Kazekage's father, on the other hand, turned to Haru with a sheepish smile. About that night. I have to apologize. I'm in my 50s, and yet I somehow managed to embarrass myself like that. Feeling the dangerous aura radiating from Yukino's smile, Haru quickly waved it off. It's all in the past, uncle. No need to dwell on it. True, true. But it's a shame you're not of drinking age yet. Otherwise, I'd insist on having a drink with you. Guess you'll just have to wait a few more years, uncle. Haha, I'll be waiting. While the two men continued their conversation, Yutaha sat nearby for a while before turning to Yukino with an invitation. Want to come to my room? Yukino instinctively refused. I'm fine here. Yutaha chuckled. I've polished the opening of my new novel. Since we're here today, why don't you take a look? Alright. After a brief moment of thought, Yukino changed her mind. The two strikingly beautiful girls left the living room together. Yutaha's bedroom was tidy and well lit. Whether it was always this neat or had been cleaned up specifically for the occasion remained a mystery. They sat in front of the computer. Yukino, unreserved, opened the document and began reading seriously. Yutaha pulled up a chair and sat beside her. After about 10 minutes, Yukino suddenly turned her head, her tone cool. The male lead's character design? Yutaha nodded slightly. I modeled him after Amamiya-kun. You specifically invited me to read this just to provoke me? Yukino's expression grew colder. Utaha, however, replied softly, I won't deny that I might have thought that way before but not anymore. Yukino stared at her for a couple of seconds before turning back to the screen. Then what's your reasoning now? Using my boyfriend as your protagonist's template, don't you think that's a little strange? Utaha didn't seem flustered. Instead, she responded earnestly, because he's the most unforgettable man I've ever met. No one else even comes close. Yukino let out a cold chuckle. And you think I wouldn't be mad hearing you praise my boyfriend like that? Believe me or not, since I decided to move on, I haven't thought that way anymore. Utaha took a deep breath. She was feeling the pressure. Despite being a year older than Yukino, in this moment, she felt as though their roles had reversed. Yukino now seemed more like the senior. I don't like this story. Yukino suddenly changed the topic, but I think it might have commercial potential. Utaha blinked in surprise. You're not bothered by it? You mean the previous conversation? Yukino turned to her, crossing her long, slender legs and resting her delicate hands atop them. It was her signature posture when discussing something seriously. I can tell you're not lying, she said coolly. But don't you think your efforts are misplaced, senpai? Utaha's expression grew complicated. She replied softly, if someone at the foot of the mountain keeps climbing, maybe they can reach the top someday. And if you fall along the way? Yukino finally drew her blade, her sharp gaze radiating a dangerous intensity. Then that's my own mistake to bear. Utaha gave her answer. Yukino let out a quiet laugh. Utaha couldn't decipher the meaning behind that laughter. But one thing was clear, Yukino's overwhelming presence had softened, even if only slightly. My stance remains unchanged. Your perseverance is admirable, senpai, but admiration is all you'll get from me. Yukino's voice was calm yet firm. Hearing this, Utaha finally exhaled in relief. She had been worried that Yukino would make a scene today or worse, completely destroy her in front of Haru. After all, she was the guilty party here. No matter how composed she had seemed when suggesting to Haru that he invite Yukino, deep down, she couldn't shake her anxiety. What truly surprised her, though, was Yukino's kindness. It far exceeded her expectations. She thinks I'm pitiful. Utaha bit her lip. She could see right through Yukino's thoughts. She hated being pitied, rejected it outright. Yet, at this moment, she lacked the strength to protest. A knock at the door broke the silence. Haru stepped in, carrying a plate of snacks. What are you two talking about? Utaha pressed her lips together, saying nothing. Yukino casually closed the document. Just reading senpai's novel. Haru set the snacks down beside them. Let me take a look too. You don't need to. Yukino shut him down immediately. Haru blinked. So, you don't need my feedback? If you really want to read it, you can buy a copy when it's published. Yukino stated bluntly. Haru glanced at Utaha, whose eyes were now darting away uncomfortably. After a moment's recollection, it clicked, wasn't the male lead based on him? Sensing the awkwardness, he wisely dropped the subject. Well, try the cookies. I had one just now, and they're pretty good. Yukino didn't refuse, reaching for a cookie and taking a bite. Utaha suddenly spoke. Before, Amamiya-kun helped clear up the misunderstanding with my parents. Out of guilt and embarrassment, they insisted I invite him for dinner. Yukino gave her a faint smile. Thanks for explaining, senpai, but if I ever want to know something, I'll just ask Haru myself. That undisputed air of a rightful girlfriend suddenly spread throughout the room. Utaha was caught completely off guard. Meanwhile, Haru focused on eating, minding his own business. Chapter 71, Yukino's thoughts are hard to guess. After dinner, Haru and Yukino took the initiative to leave. Coincidentally, Kazekage father also stepped out at the same time. As they parted ways, the man let out a helpless chuckle. My boss just called me out for drinks. What a hassle. Haru and Yukino naturally expressed their understanding. Where to next? Once inside the car, Haru glanced at Yukino, who had been exuding an undeniable aura of a rightful girlfriend since earlier. The baseball stadium, she said, motioning toward his pocket, where the voucher her sister had given him was tucked away. A baseball stadium? On Tanabata? Haru was a little puzzled. Yukino, however, remained calm. I've never been to one before. He understood instantly she wanted to spend their rare date trying something new with him. Then let's go. Seeing how decisively he gave the driver their destination, Yukino's eyes softened with a smile. Just like when they were kids, he was always the one who understood her best. But the thought of Utaha suddenly crossed her mind, dulling her mood slightly. A pitiful yet admirable girl. That was Yukino's evaluation of her. After today, and after Utaha had opened up to her back in her room, Yukino found herself uncertain. Before today, her stance had been clear, Senpai is making an effort to change for the better, but since she's blinded by love, it's ultimately pointless. But now, she wasn't so sure. She stole a glance at Haru, who was looking up details about the batting center on his phone. Maybe Senpai's efforts aren't as futile as I thought? The realization left her slightly irritated. Meanwhile, on the other side of town, Utaha was in the kitchen, helping her mother wash the dishes. Her mind was a tangled mess, frustration simmering beneath the surface. After all, today was Tanabata, and she couldn't stop wondering what Haru and Yukino were doing together. Would they go home together in the end? Or, given their relationship, were they already living together? She had prepared herself for this. She had vowed to move forward, to become a better version of herself. But no matter how much she braced for it, the thought still stung. Utaha. Her mother's voice pulled her from her thoughts. She turned to see her mother's usual gentle yet knowing expression. An inexplicable sense of unease crept into her chest. Since your father is out drinking with his boss, this is your only chance to convince me before he gets back. With just one sentence, her mother shattered any last hope she had of avoiding this conversation. Mom, I'm not sure I understand what you mean. She forced a casual smile, feigning ignorance. Amamiya Haru. Her mother said plainly. Utaha's body tensed immediately. But to her surprise, her mother didn't press the issue. Instead, she changed the subject. That boy got along well with your father earlier. When I stepped out, he even helped me carry the dishes and made conversation about cooking. There was a hint of admiration in her tone. He is polite, well-mannered, and clearly understands social dynamics. The gifts he and Yukinoshita brought today weren't cheap either. And from what you've told me, he's already writing scripts at his age and holds a solid reputation in the photography club. Her mother gave her a knowing look. He's an impressive young man. Utaha couldn't help but smile. Hearing her mother praise the boy she liked so highly that filled her with a quiet sense of pride. It validated her feelings. But then, her mother sighed. Fix your expression first. She said dryly. I don't even need to ask, you've already answered me. Utaha's face flushed. But in the next moment, she chose to be honest. I like him. Her mother let out a much heavier sigh this time. He has a girlfriend. And not just anyone, your classmate. Your clubmate, even. I know. Utaha lowered her gaze. This was exactly why she had wanted to avoid this talk. I haven't spent much time with Yukinoshita, but from my first impression today, she seems like a charming and remarkable girl. Almost as outstanding as my own daughter. Utaha felt a mixture of warmth and exasperation at that. Of course, to her parents, no one would ever surpass her. Do you understand your position here? Her mother asked. I do. Utaha took a deep breath, her voice steadier this time. Her mother rubbed her temples. Do you really? Utaha, you need to realize you're the third party in this. Utaha bit her lip. Seeing her daughter's distress, her mother softened her tone. I'm saying this because you don't have to do this to yourself. You're exceptional, Utaha, whether it's your academics or your looks, you're leagues ahead of most her age. So why put yourself in this position? Utaha lowered her head, her hands stirring the soapy water in the sink in silence. Seeing her like this, the woman beside her let out a sigh. It seems you're not willing to listen to me. Utaha bit her lip tightly. I will become better. So, you're not going to convince me, nor do you have a way to do so, is that right? Yes. Her gaze was apologetic, but deep inside, her resolve only grew stronger. Bowing deeply, she apologized to her mother. Please don't tell father for now. I really am trying my best to improve. Looking at her normally proud and confident daughter in such a state, her mother felt both heartache and frustration. Do you think that by doing this, Amamiya will like you? Do you think this is some kind of game you young people are playing? Yukinoshita is just as outstanding as you. How do you plan to win? As a mother, how could she not see that her daughter was feeling inferior? Her daughter was an exceptional girl. For her to feel insecure yet still be determined to catch up to that boy. She must really like him. I'm not trying to win. Her mother was caught off guard. Utaha shook her head calmly. Under her mother's stunned gaze, she spoke softly, I just want to become better so that I can stand beside him. You really are. Her mother was too exasperated to continue. Utaha bowed again before silently resuming her dishwashing. The kitchen fell into a brief silence. Eventually, her mother's love for her daughter won over her reasoning, and she let out a resigned sigh. I won't tell your father for now. Thank you. A genuine smile appeared on Utaha's face. But her eyes were red. Back in her bedroom, the weight in her heart only grew heavier. She walked to the window, eyes still red, and pushed it open. Outside, the familiar street lamp flickered in the night, bringing back memories of that evening when she had felt so helpless until he had stood there, waiting, ready to lend her a hand. He had handled everything beautifully. Not only had she avoided her parents' interrogation, but they had also taken a liking to him. She turned back suddenly, only to find that the same light was there, glowing as always, but this time, the figure she longed for was nowhere to be seen. If she didn't like him, then why did it hurt so much? She gripped her phone, scrolling unconsciously until she stopped on a contact labeled "that guy." Her rational mind warned her he was probably with Yukinoshita right now. If she called, he might not even pick up. She wanted to be reckless just this once. She pressed the call button. Meanwhile, Haru and Yukino had just arrived at the batting cages when his phone suddenly rang. He glanced at the caller ID and hesitated for a moment. Yukino looked over and said in a calm voice, "Go ahead and answer it." Haru turned to her in surprise. Yukino's expression remained as composed as ever. She is very pitiful now. But pitiful? That was the last thing Haru had expected to hear. Yukino gave a small nod and said nothing more. Sharp and perceptive as always, she had already noticed something was off with Utaha's mother during that dinner. And after what Utaha had confided in her in the bedroom, it wasn't hard to guess she must have talked things through with her parents. And from the looks of it, the conversation hadn't gone well. Before Haru could pick up, Yukino rubbed her temple with a slight sigh, her voice carrying a rare hint of exasperation. "I'm starting to regret transferring to Sobya High School with you. If we had just gone to Toyosaki High School instead, maybe we wouldn't be caught up in all this drama." Despite her words, she knew deep down she was frustrated with herself for being too soft-hearted. Utaha was incredibly capable in the photography club. Apart from Haru, the president, she was the second most skilled, only just behind Yukino herself. And the most impressive part? Utaha had started from far behind, yet she had adjusted her mindset, set aside her pride, and worked hard to catch up. Even Yukino had to admit, begrudgingly, that they had quite a bit in common. In fact, Utaha was probably the first girl in school she had ever truly acknowledged. Haru gave her an awkward smile, knowing he had no argument. To be fair, Toyosaki High School had a much stricter academic environment. Not that it would have mattered much to him, his grades had always been solid from elementary school through high school. The call connected. "Senpai? What's wrong?" Haru spoke first. On the other end of the line, Utaha seemed surprised that he had actually picked up. Then, as if pleased, she stammered slightly, "And nothing, really. I just wanted to check if you guys left anything at my place." A terrible lie. Not only did Haru and Yukino think so, but even Utaha herself knew it. Haru had no intention of calling her out on it. "I don't think we left anything, but I'll double-check later. If we did, I'll trouble you to hold on to it, and we'll pick it up another day." Perhaps out of guilt, her response was unusually brief. Then came silence. Standing beside him, Yukino frowned and shot him a look, a silent reminder, her tone isn't right. Haru fell into thought. Yeah. He could tell, too. She sounded like she had just cried. Or maybe she was holding back her tears. Haru was relieved that his mind worked quickly. Almost as soon as he sensed something was off, he found something to say. "Earlier, when we were in your room, I noticed a folder on your desktop with some game shortcuts." "Yes, I play sometimes." Utaha finally spoke again. She didn't mention that she had only started researching games because she had heard in the club that Haru liked them. Haru glanced at Yukino and continued, "If you don't mind, maybe next time, you can tell me what games you like. We could even play together." "Okay. I'll send you a list later." "Sounds like a plan." Another topic wrapped up. Yukino gave him a look. "My patience is running out. If this goes on, I might stop feeling sympathetic and start getting jealous." Haru chuckled awkwardly and said, "Senpai, do you have anything else? If not, I'll hang up now." "Have fun." "Thanks." As the call ended, Haru let out a breath and turned to Yukino, feigning unease. "Did I do terribly?" It was acceptable. Of course, Yukino could see right through his act. Haru nodded, pretending to be relieved. "Phew, I thought you were going to kill me." "That was close." Yukino rolled her eyes but still linked arms with him as they headed inside. Seeing that she seemed to be in a good mood, Haru hesitated before voicing his biggest question. "You seem to have a pretty good impression of Senpai? If I say yes, how would you respond?" Let's go. Time to show you my unbeatable baseball skills." Dodging the topic with an awkward smile, he led the way. Yukino withdrew her gaze, speaking casually, "If she could keep her former pride and confidence, I'd feel a real sense of accomplishment right now." Haru nodded like an obedient follower. "That's right. Yukino is undefeated." Whatever emotions Yukino had just felt were instantly ruined. She shot him an exasperated glare. "You should shut up now." "Understood." He responded loudly, playing the perfect lackey. Yukino couldn't stand him anymore and turned her head away, her gaze flickering. Whatever she was truly thinking only she knew. The vouchers Haruno had given them were great, more than enough to enjoy themselves here. Haru gripped the bat, taking his stance. The pitching machine fired, and the baseball hurtled toward him at high speed, spinning in midair. He had chosen the fastest setting, but thanks to his auto-aim instincts, he could still track the ball's trajectory perfectly. Bang! The bat struck the ball dead center. Yukino, sitting behind him, followed the ball's path and nodded in approval. Not bad. Your strength is impressive as always. Haru set the bat down and turned back. I was only using 20% of my power. You get one compliment, and you start acting like a monkey climbing a pole. Clearly, she didn't believe him. That swing had been powerful, far beyond what she could manage. Not to mention, it wasn't just about strength, precision was just as important. With that kind of speed, if the ball had hit a person, they'd be looking at a fracture at the very least. Now, it was Yukino's turn. Haru didn't sit back down. Instead, he stepped behind her, wrapping his hands around hers on the bat. Yukino turned her fair face to him, eyes meeting his. What do you think you're doing? Haru answered seriously, I just remembered couples in dramas love doing this. You're right, but that only works when the girl doesn't know how to play baseball. So, you don't need this genius to guide you? No, thank you. Haru sighed in disappointment and stepped back. The moment Yukino swung, her long hair swayed with emotion. When the bat connected, her face lit up with a beautiful smile. Under the bright lights of the batting cage, she looked breathtaking. Several onlookers had already taken notice of the elegant girl. But because she was with Haru, no one dared to approach. All they could do was envy him from afar. Not bad. You're about half as good as me. Haru, seated behind her, nodded sagely. Yukino ignored him and continued practicing. After a while, she paused to catch her breath and pointed at her water bottle. Haru nodded, unscrewed the cap and took a sip himself. Yukino shot him a glare. I meant give it to me. Haru played dumb. You should really go pro with your batting skills. She snatched the bottle from him, took several gulps, and finally felt refreshed. Then, she heard him sigh. I was going to suggest a fun little game. A not-so-decent game, right? She saw right through him. Haru refused to admit it. Of course not. Oh? Aren't you curious what game it is? Not interested. Just play along. After a brief silence, Yukino sat down beside him, eyes filled with disapproval. Fine. What game? When you're thirsty, I'll do this. Haru took a sip of water but didn't swallow. Then, he pointed at himself. Yukino gave him a look that screamed, I knew it. Haru swallowed and sighed. Too bad you won't play along. Such a fun game. Wasted. MPH. Before he could finish, a pair of soft, warm lips pressed against his. Satisfied now? Yukino's cheeks were pink, and her eyes sparkled with amusement. Haru held up a finger. Too fast. I request a redo. No chance. This was a public place. Doing it once was already pushing her limits. There was no way she'd indulge him again. She grabbed her bag and stood up. I'm going to the restroom. The batting cages were fairly crowded. As she stepped out, she noticed a group of people coming in, boys and girls in pairs, chatting and laughing. She moved aside to let them pass but soon felt a lingering gaze on her. Following the stare, she saw a stylishly dressed young man smiling at her. It was an arrogant, self-satisfied smirk. And behind it a barely concealed excitement. Yukino's expression turned icy. She had seen plenty of looks like that over the years. She wasn't some fragile, helpless bird in a gilded cage. She had a strong heart. And the ability to protect herself. Take your disgusting gaze elsewhere. She said coldly. Chapter 72, Bro, you smell amazing. Yukino's words were sharp and merciless, leaving the young man with dyed blonde hair and an earring momentarily stunned. His two friends immediately burst into laughter. Told you, Ishiyama. You were dreaming if you thought you had a chance. She's got a boyfriend, man. Now look at you completely humiliated. Ishiyama's pride took a hit. Seeing Yukino's cold expression as she moved to leave, he quickly stepped in front of her, blocking her path. Her voice dropped even further into an icy chill. If you don't move, you're going to have a problem. Ishiyama forced a casual laugh, trying to ignore the jeers of his friends. What kind of problem? You gonna hit me? Just so you know, I don't go easy on girls. If you throw a punch, I'll hit back. Yukino's patience had worn thin. She lifted a hand but just as quickly, she lowered it again. Because she saw something. A figure was approaching rapidly from behind the young man. People who think they're clever usually don't realize how foolish they actually are. Yukino murmured, shaking her head. What the hell are you talking about? Ishiyama frowned. He didn't quite understand her words, but one thing was clear: this unbelievably beautiful girl was insulting him. Just as he reached out to grab her wrist, he felt a sudden weight on his shoulder. Someone had just placed a hand on him. Instinctively, the young man turned his head only to come face to face with Haru. "What do you want?" "I want to fuck you up." Haru said it in Chinese. Before the words even settled in the air, Haru gripped the fabric of the guy's shirt and yanked him backward. A massive force spread instantly. His supposedly high-quality designer t-shirt tore apart, and in the next second, his entire body was lifted off the ground. With a loud thud, he crashed onto the pavement, rolling twice before coming to a stop. The whole scene had that exaggerated, poetic feel, like an old man getting bullied by village kids and casually yeeting one 2 miles away. Haru glanced at Yukino, silently checking if she was alright. She shook her head, signaling she was fine. From the ground, the blonde youth groaned. Maybe it was because his friends were around, or maybe it was just sheer wounded pride, but he turned his anger into determination, spitting out, "I'll fucking kill you both. You should probably try standing up first." Haru took a step forward and drove a kick straight into the guy's stomach. He immediately crumpled, clutching his abdomen in pain, unable to get up again. Then, Haru turned his gaze toward the 2 guys standing dumbstruck in the background. "If either of you wants to fight, now's your chance." The 2 men in button-ups frantically shook their heads. They weren't idiots. Haru's display of strength just now was downright terrifying, way beyond anything an untrained guy like them could handle. Seeing that they had some common sense, Haru reached out and took Yukino's hand. As they walked past the groaning blonde, Haru chuckled. "Wanna give him a kick too?" Yukino blinked, surprisingly tempted. Haru coughed. Never mind. Big boss Yukino, kicking him would just dirty your shoes. If my mom found out, she'd totally blame me for corrupting you." Yukino's lips curled up slightly. She looked like she wanted to laugh but let him pull her along. Truthfully, she wasn't the type to hold back if needed. Haru grabbed her half-finished bottle of water, and together, they left the baseball center. "Leaving already?" There was amusement in Yukino's eyes. Not curiosity, more like approval. Haru grinned. "If we don't make a run for it now, what if he calls for backup?" "You're lying, Haru." Her smile deepened. It reminded her of when they were kids, filling her with a familiar sense of security. Alright, fine. I'll tell the truth." Haru raised his hands in surrender. "Your mood's already ruined, so I figured you wouldn't be interested in playing anymore. Since we still have time, how about I take you shopping? This time, you're being honest." The streets were bustling with life that night, but since Yukino wasn't fond of crowds, Haru led her toward quieter shops. She actually seemed to be in the mood for browsing while checking out shoes. She even picked out a couple of outfits for him. Yukino had always had great taste. Plus, Haru's tall, well-built frame maintained through years of training made sure that every outfit looked good on him. Even the store clerk's compliments sounded genuine. Holding several shopping bags, Haru peeked inside one of them, looking thoughtful. Yukino, who had just finished trying on shoes, noticed and walked over in mild confusion. "What are you looking at? Seems like you forgot to buy something." "What?" "Stockings." Lowering his voice, Haru smirked. "Didn't I, rip the last 2 pairs you bought?" Before he could finish, Yukino's face turned bright red. She covered his mouth with her hand, glaring at him fiercely. "No more ripping them next time." Blushing furiously, she shot him one last warning glare before heading off to pick out new stockings. That night, after an evening filled with food and shopping, Yukino took a quick shower as expected from someone who couldn't stand feeling unclean. When she walked into the living room, Haru was drying her hair. But then, she saw him sneaking into their room, clutching a notebook with a suspiciously secretive expression. Her curiosity was immediately piqued. She had a feeling he was putting on an act. But she still wanted to find out what he was up to. So, when Haru came back out, Yukino was already waiting by the door. "What were you up to just now?" "Oh, that? Just my diary." "You write a diary? Wanna see?" "It's in the left drawer of the desk. You can read it if you want, we're that close, after all." With that, Haru wandered off to play with their cat. Yukino hesitated. That he's totally acting feeling was getting stronger. But he did say diary. And if her boyfriend had a diary and even invited her to read it, there was no way she could resist. Following her instincts, she stepped into the bedroom, pulled open the drawer, and sure enough, there it was, a black notebook. She flipped it open. The first line made her face heat up instantly. June 25th, Yukino's legs are amazing. June 27th, Yukino's legs are amazing. June 30th, no, I must stay strong. From today onward, I'll resist temptation. July 1st, Yukino's legs are the best in the world. Wearing her nightgown, Yukino's chest rose and fell steadily. Even without makeup, her beauty was undeniable, but now, a delicate blush covered her cheeks. Still, more than embarrassment, she felt irritation. She suddenly recalled Haru's past words, normal people don't write diaries. Looking at this, he was definitely not normal. She had a gut feeling. Turning around, she looked toward the door and sure enough, there he was. Haru leaned against the doorframe, an orange cat in his arms, grinning like a man whose plan had worked perfectly. Finished reading? Expressionless, Yukino closed the notebook and slid it back into the drawer. Yes. And? It matches your perverted nature perfectly. I prefer to think of it as an appreciation for beauty. She raised an eyebrow, half smiling. Are you complimenting me? What else? You, my dear Yukino, are the definition of beauty. Is there a single girl in the world whose legs are better than yours? Haru declared righteously. Yukino sighed, pressing a hand to her forehead. So you're trying to joke your way out of my questioning, huh? Questioning? Am I on trial? Haru set the cat down and walked toward her. The cat meowed softly before scampering off into the living room. Haru wrapped an arm around her waist, pulling her close. The scent of her freshly washed hair filled his senses. Yukino didn't resist, resting her head against his chest. Then, she asked, what exactly happened with Kazekage? Haru didn't hide anything. Even Utaha's confession, he told her everything. Yukino, who had been with him for over 10 years, was the last person he'd ever want to deceive. She actually confessed. Yukino wasn't angry. She wasn't jealous, either. She was surprised. After a few seconds, she murmured, I see. She's more perceptive than I thought. She must have realized she couldn't win against me and decided to at least tell you how she felt. Haru breathed in her gentle fragrance, remaining silent. She's no longer insecure. Yukino's voice was soft. Haru smiled. You've been analyzing this all along? Observing. She corrected. And drawing conclusions. Yukino corrected him. Then, as if talking to herself, she slowly continued, she used to be insecure, but now she has come to terms with herself and has conveyed her feelings to you. There's no reason for her to be insecure anymore. Haru recalled a line from the long season, look ahead, don't look back. Yukino was taken aback, a thoughtful expression crossing her face. That's true. She must have already made up her mind. Almost instinctively, she thought of what Utaha had said earlier, if I really fall, then that's my own doing. Determination, courage, and stubbornness. Yukino closed her eyes, her emotions growing complicated. Such an honest upperclassman, ironically, it made it difficult for her to strike with the blade she had long been sharpening. Once again, she found herself troubled by her own kindness. Haru was right. I always hide my gentle side, but sometimes, I just can't help letting it show. She opened her eyes, her cheeks flushed, and lifted her chin slightly. What are you waiting for? Haru responded with a straight face. I'm waiting for you to put on stockings and charge up my combo meter. Yukino. Overcome with embarrassment and frustration, she turned around, wrapped her arms around Haru's neck, and fiercely kissed him. Another forceful ambush kiss. Battle mode Yukino. Then, she retreated at lightning speed. While the two of them were enjoying a sweet Tanabata together, Utaha lay in bed, staring into space. One moment, she was wondering what Haru was doing right now. The next, she was thinking about how to promote her new book if the marketing wasn't strong enough, wouldn't all her hard work go to waste? After a while, her gaze dropped to her own long, pale, and slender legs. She had observed Haru carefully in the photography club. Others might not have noticed, but she had seen it countless times. He had a particular fondness for girls with beautiful legs. Like Yukino's. My legs aren't bad either. She picked up her phone and snapped a picture of her snow-white legs under her nightgown. Just one photo, nothing more. Then, she sat there, holding her phone, lost in thought. Meanwhile, Kato Megumi held her phone, searching for videos and news related to Hooded Hero. The more she read, the more convinced she became that Haru wanted to be a hero of justice. Otherwise, why would he go out of his way to help others without expecting anything in return? With the current online buzz and even the police speaking highly of him, she was certain that if Haru chose to reveal his identity, he could easily become famous. The school would benefit too, attracting attention and opportunities. Funding for the photography club? That wouldn't even be a concern anymore. In fact, as long as Haru asked, the school would likely grant any reasonable request. What's he doing on Tanabata, I wonder? Kato Megumi glanced at the video playing on her screen, then turned her head. Beside her sat a swirling patterned mask, one she had bought on her way home today. Thanks to Haru, these masks, along with hooded sweatshirts, were selling like hotcakes. After Tanabata, Haru's life returned to its usual rhythm. Club activities, sparring with the karate club, grinding for experience at home, teaming up with Yukino for online games, and occasionally participating in photography shoots. Everything was back to normal. One notable change, however, was that Kazekage Yutaha seemed to be working even harder than before. Almost like one of those obsessive characters from TV dramas. And yet, no matter how relentless she was, she excelled in every aspect, so much so that even Yukino couldn't find any faults. Time passed, and soon, summer break began. Yukino had decided that for the first 3 days of vacation, she wouldn't contact anyone from the photography club. After all, it was a rare break, and everyone deserved to relax. She herself had no problem diving straight into work, but under Haru's insistence, she ended up spending the first 3 days having fun with him instead. They visited the zoo, amusement park, and even a haunted house, hitting up every fun spot they could think of. That afternoon, Yukino lounged on the sofa, lazily stroking a cat while scrolling through research materials on her phone. Haru emerged from the kitchen, carrying a plate of freshly sliced apples. Back to work already? I took 3 days off. It's time to get serious again. She sounded calm and composed. Want me to feed you? Haru picked up a piece of apple with a toothpick. Yukino shot him a knowing look and smiled. I can eat by Ms. MMPH. Before she could finish, Haru stuffed the apple into her mouth. Chewing on the crisp, sweet fruit, she glanced at him with rare annoyance in her gaze. Haru, pretending not to notice, casually asked, isn't the next scene supposed to be filmed in a classroom? Yeah, we need extras. I'm trying to figure that out. Yukino nodded. Leave it to me. I'll handle the location too. An idea immediately formed in Haru's mind. Seeing the curiosity and excitement in Yukino's eyes, he pulled out his phone and called for Rukongai and the others. What? You want us to be extras? And you're providing food, snacks, and drinks? No problem, we're in. After hanging up, he contacted a few more classmates. Since he had helped a lot of them with their studies before, and now he was offering free food and drinks, it only took 10 minutes to gather all the extras they needed. Impressed? Haru grinned, expecting praise. Yukino, sincere as ever, nodded. Very impressive. Her eyes sparkled with anticipation. As for the filming location, are you planning to ask the principal? Yep. Hearing this, Yukino relaxed. Given how much the principal admired Haru, borrowing a classroom for a short film shoot wouldn't be an issue at all. And sure enough, when Haru reached out, the principal readily agreed. Before hanging up, though, the old man added, if you're free during the break, come have a go at me on the chessboard. Naturally, Haru agreed. A casual beat down? Once in a while, that could be fun. By the way, do you have someone in mind for the teacher role in the script? Since Yukino seemed so invested, Haru decided to discuss it further. You're thinking of recommending Hiratsuka-sensei, aren't you? Yukino guessed his thoughts instantly, pausing in her petting of the cat. Yeah, she's a good person. If we ask, she'll definitely agree. Let's not. She's too close to my sister. If she gets involved, and my sister catches wind of it, she'll probably show up and interfere with the shoot. Good point. Thinking of Haruno's unpredictable and mischievous nature, Haru felt a headache coming on. After pondering for a moment but failing to think of a better candidate, he asked, then who do you have in mind? I can do it myself. Yukino had clearly already made up her mind. You? Hold on. Haru's imagination kicked into overdrive. Yukino in a professional suit, her waist swaying slightly as she walked. Damn. That was an experience he hadn't unlocked yet. And one he absolutely needed to. Lost in thought, he didn't notice Yukino's curious gaze. Then, shaking off his daydreams, he boldly asked, you'd make a great teacher, no doubt. But do you have the outfit ready? I prepared it already. Oh? Then how about trying it on for me? I'm a professional, you know. I might even have some pointers for you. You want to see? Well, I don't mind. Yukino glanced at him, seemingly a little puzzled, but eventually put the cat down and walked to her room. Under Haru's expectant gaze, she returned 2 minutes later. And he froze. Because Yukino wasn't wearing the sleek, alluring business suit he had imagined. Not even a skirt suit. She had put on a proper, formal, and downright conservative women's business suit. A pantsuit, no less. Seeing his dumbfounded expression, Yukino chuckled. Disappointed because I didn't wear a skirt? She had already guessed what he was thinking when she went to change. And now, seeing his reaction, she couldn't help but laugh. A little bit, yeah. Haru admitted honestly, before suddenly standing up. His gaze trailed down from her tailored suit pants to the way her fitted blazer emphasized her slender waist. Higher up, past her modest chest, to her graceful, swan-like neck. What are you thinking? Yukino's expression turned wary. His gaze was setting off alarm bells. Haru studied her for another moment before sighing dramatically. Damn it. You're even cooler than me. I knew it. Yukino resisted the urge to scold him. But then, Haru stepped closer and wrapped an arm around her waist. Her cheeks warmed slightly, but she didn't pull away. Instead, she asked, somewhat awkwardly, what? Haru smirked. Bro. Yukino gave him a strange look, recalling that he had called her that before. This time, however, he held her close and added, bro, you smell amazing. Chapter 73, Haruno. As expected of me on the 5th day of the summer break, Haru woke up early as usual. Glancing at the bed, he saw that Yukino was still sound asleep. Leaning in, he placed a gentle kiss on her forehead before carefully slipping out of bed. Just as he reached the door, a lazy voice called from behind him. Going for a run? He turned around. Yukino was still curled up in the blankets, only her delicate, drowsy face peeking out as she let out a sleepy yawn. Even with her hair slightly messy, she was irresistibly adorable. You woke up? Sorry, I didn't mean to disturb you. It's still early, go back to sleep. Unexpectedly, Yukino didn't retreat back under the covers. Instead, she murmured, wait for me, I'll come with you. Haru hesitated for a moment before saying, you were exhausted last night. You should rest a little longer, exercise can wait. At his words, Yukino's face turned red. Was he implying her stamina wasn't up to par? Annoyingly enough, he wasn't wrong. Even now, her legs still felt a little weak. Last night, he had seemed particularly fascinated by her in that formal women's suit. While they were playing games together, he insisted she wear it again, claiming it enhanced the atmosphere. But somehow, the night had devolved into him murmuring, damn, bro, you smell so good. After weighing her options, Yukino ultimately chose to stay in bed. Given her current state, running was simply out of the question. That's more like it. Rest is important. Haru said with a chuckle before heading to the bathroom. Yukino turned her gaze toward the small panda-shaped alarm clock on the bedside table, one she had given him a while ago. It read 5:43 a.m. She yawned again, closed her eyes, and let herself drift back to sleep. With summer break in full swing, Haru noticed something different during his morning run. The usually empty streets were now dotted with young people, most likely students, all jogging just like him. They seemed to be around his age, maybe a couple of years older. It was a rare sight on his usual early morning runs. The roads were practically deserted. You are exercising. Steel body, EXP plus 89, adjusting his breathing and pace, Haru ran along the quiet roads, steadily racking up experience points. Ever since acquiring steel body, he had noticed significant changes in his physique. Haru could already feel the effects of his training. Strength and agility were just the obvious ones. But what truly shocked him was his stamina. Even if he only slept 2 or 3 hours a night, he still woke up feeling completely refreshed. Just to be sure, he had even gone to the hospital for a checkup. The doctor's verdict, you're in perfect health. From his own tests, he confirmed that regular blades couldn't even scratch his skin anymore. As for firearms? Well, he was just a law-abiding high school student. Even if he had a way to get his hands on a gun, he had no intention of testing it. Still, even without actual data, he was confident that with his sheer speed and reaction time, he could dodge bullets. A high schooler who could dodge bullets. It reminded him of Detective Conan. There was that one scene where the heroine had humbly said, I can only dodge handgun bullets. Kyougoko-senpai, you on the other hand, can dodge rifle bullets. The difference in levels was clear. Handgun tier. Rifle tier. Gatling gun tier. Rocket launcher tier. Before Haru's mind could go further down that ridiculous train of thought, someone called out to him. Amamiya, out running early again? Good morning, Uncle Inokami. As he adjusted his pace, he greeted the familiar faces he passed along his route. Ah, youth is such a wonderful thing. The middle-aged man sighed, his hands full of grocery bags. I used to be as handsome as you, you know. But since I never took up exercise, well, now I'm stuck with this. He patted his beer belly dramatically. Haru stole a glance at the man's thinning hair and offered a polite nod. Now that was the hairstyle of a seasoned warrior. Not that he ever wanted to achieve that level of power. As he passed by a park, Haru spotted a familiar figure, a young woman with a fit, curvy silhouette, currently bent over with her hands on her knees, catching her breath. Sweat glistened on her ears as her wireless earbuds blinked faintly. She clutched a bottle of mineral water in one hand, and her brown tracksuit, while somewhat old-fashioned, completely hid her otherwise alluring figure. Curious, Haru slowed his pace and approached. Senpai, you're out running too? Yutaha turned at the sound of his voice, her eyes lighting up in surprise. Amamiya-kun? Sweat trailed down her strikingly beautiful face, dampening a few loose strands of hair, but she simply smiled. Ever since I overworked myself last time, I've been making a habit of running. Before this, the most I ever did was yoga at home to maintain my figure. Haru nodded. Exercise is a good habit, but don't overdo it. Your study workload is already intense. I know. Yutaha studied his face for a moment, tilting her head slightly. Did you just start running? I've been at it for about an hour now. Huh? She blinked, her gaze sweeping over him again as if trying to find something off. Is there something on my face? Haru asked, feeling slightly self-conscious. No, it's just. She took another deep breath, wiped the sweat off her forehead, and spoke in disbelief. You've been running for an hour, and you've barely broken a sweat? You're not even tired? Only then did Haru realize he really wasn't tired. Not even a little. This wasn't just an improvement in endurance anymore. Has my steel body level 1 leveled up again? It wasn't the kind of thing he could explain, so he brushed it off with a vague response and changed the subject. We've got an indoor shoot this afternoon. You ready, senpai? Yutaha smirked and lifted her chin proudly. Of course. I've been prepared for ages. I'm looking forward to it, then. See you later. See you in the afternoon. As Haru jogged away, Yutaha watched his tall, broad figure disappear into the distance. If he's this physically strong, she suddenly thought, her cheeks heating up. Can Yukinoshita even handle him if they're really living together? Yukino was delicate and slender, and during their chats in the film club, she had once admitted that physical endurance wasn't exactly her strong suit. Before she could entertain that thought any further, a voice interrupted her. Excuse me, miss, I've been noticing you for a while now. Would you mind if we got to know each other? A young man in sportswear stood before her, eyes filled with hope. Yutaha's expression remained perfectly composed. Sorry, I have a boyfriend. Her tone was polite, but the message was clear. Don't bother. Ah, my bad. The guy awkwardly scratched his head and hurried off. Yutaha took one last glance in the direction Haru had gone before turning for home. She only bloomed for one person. No other man would ever get to see her true smile. 7:30 a.m. Haru returned home, took a quick shower, and started preparing breakfast. By the time he was done, Yukino had finally gotten out of bed. I ran into Yutaha-senpai this morning. As they ate, Haru casually brought up his morning encounter. Yukino remained unfazed. I figured. With her competitive nature, it was only a matter of time before she started pushing herself to improve just like I did. Comprehensive self-improvement? Haru raised a brow, his expression anything but innocent. Yukino narrowed her eyes. What's with that look? Oh, nothing. Just admiring you. Admiring? Yeah. Compared to how weak you were at first, you've made so much progress under my guidance. Shut up. 2:00 p.m. Haru and Yukino arrived at school together, where the rest of the film club was already gathering. Today's an indoor shoot. Yukino announced, standing before the group with an air of quiet authority. We've secured the filming location with the principal's approval. As for the extras. She glanced at Haru. Taking the cue, Haru continued, I reached out to some classmates to help out. If everything goes smoothly, we'll have them join us next time. Try not to get too nervous. The atmosphere in the room shifted. Until now, the only people involved in filming had been the core members. They had grown used to each other's presence, but the idea of performing in front of a larger audience clearly put some on edge. I'm fine with it. Yutaha spoke first. I don't mind either. Added Megumi Kato, ever composed, though she never volunteered to speak first. One by one, the others nodded in agreement. Satisfied, Yukino gave a small nod. Good. Then let's begin. Haru, you're in charge of drinks and snacks. Got it. They had already discussed it beforehand. Given the high summer temperatures and the effort everyone was putting into the project, they needed to ensure good working conditions. Yukino was strict and fair, but she wasn't unreasonable. With so many girls in the club, it wasn't just about keeping them cool, it was about understanding that some days, certain conditions made everything just a little harder to deal with. Wait, the president is providing drinks? Then I want iced strawberry juice. Hashimoto, aren't you on your period? You still want something cold? Don't just say things like that so casually. Amid the lively atmosphere, the group moved to a classroom that had been approved for use by the principal, and the filming proceeded smoothly. Kazekage Yutaha was absolutely terrifying when she went all out. Her performance far surpassed Kato Megumi's. It was clear she had put in a lot of practice at home. Yukino originally thought the day would continue without any disruptions. But then, someone appeared, someone who completely changed the mood. Excuse me for interrupting. A beautiful figure stood at the doorway, smiling warmly. In her hand, she carried a bag, and from the semi-transparent material, It was easy to tell that it contained the ultimate summer favorite ice cream. Who is she? She looks a lot like Yukinoshita. Could they be sisters? Look at her chest. She's definitely the older one. No way the younger sister has a figure like that. Hashimoto, what kind of ridiculous logic is that? The girls whispered among themselves. Although Utaha and Katamegami didn't join the discussion, both of them were visibly impressed as they gazed at the newcomer. On-san, why are you here? Yukino took the initiative to greet her, providing an answer to everyone's curiosity. Haru was slightly surprised. He was certain that Haruno hadn't contacted him in the past few days, and their group wasn't even filming in the photography club today. Yet, she had managed to find them without any trouble. Did Yukino tell her? He glanced at Yukino, who looked resigned. I came to check in on you all. Haruno smiled confidently and gracefully waved at the others, who were still watching her with curiosity. Hello, everyone. I'm Yukino's older sister, Yukinoshita Haruno. Thank you for taking care of my little sister these days. Her warm and open attitude instantly boosted everyone's impression of her. Oh, no. Yukinoshita-san is amazing. She and the president have been taking care of us, if anything. Under the group's attentive gazes, Haruno stepped inside, placed the bag on the table, and grinned. A friend of mine once told me that summer is incomplete without ice-cold soda and ice cream, so I brought some for everyone. There's a variety of flavors, help yourselves. Once again, her popularity soared. Even Katamegami couldn't help but whisper, Yukinoshita's sister is incredible. Seated beside her, Utaha nodded in agreement. Even though this was only their first meeting, Haruno had already demonstrated remarkable social skills. She seems like a kind person. Utaha commented. Kind. Megami hesitated for a moment before replying cautiously, I don't think we should judge so quickly, senpai. Let's observe a bit more before deciding. Since she was Yukino's sister, Kato Megami felt it was best to observe her more before making any judgments. After all, Yukino hadn't revealed her true personality right away either. It had taken time gradually getting to know each other, bit by bit. You're right. I was too quick to judge. Utaha admitted. She then found herself glancing at Kato again. Ever since Megami had given her that little reminder last time, Utaha couldn't shake off a certain feeling like Megami's perceptiveness was on an entirely different level. But the problem was, Kato Megami always seemed so quiet and unassuming. She had this gentle, harmless aura, the kind of demeanor that made it look like anyone could take advantage of her. And yet, Utaha just couldn't bring herself to finalize her opinion. Haruno's arrival brought a wave of energy to the photography club. She was incredibly sharp and socially adept, the complete opposite of Yukino in this regard. In just 10 minutes, she had already earned the trust of everyone present. Of course, she didn't necessarily see it that way herself. Yukino, what's the deal with that girl? Pulling Yukino aside to a corner, Haruno subtly gestured toward Kato Megami with her eyes. Just moments ago, while she had been admiring Utaha's beauty and chatting with her, Megami had somehow appeared right beside her. She had nearly jumped in surprise, wondering, when did this cute little girl sit next to me? So even you feel that way, sister? Seeing the rare look of confusion on Haruno's face, Yukino couldn't help but smile genuinely. What are you laughing at? It's nothing. I just remember feeling the same way when I first met Kato-san, completely caught off guard by her ability to appear out of nowhere. Appear out of nowhere. That's actually quite an accurate way to put it. Haruno mused over the description, then casually shifted her gaze first to Utaha, then to Haru, who was busy picking out an ice cream. As expected of me. I've only been here a few minutes, and I've already found my little sister's love rivals. Chapter 74, Sisterly Conversation. Haruno found herself quite intrigued by Utaha. Just like how both of them had impressive figures. A beautiful girl, curvy and perfectly proportioned, ending up in the same club as her little sister, it was more than enough to catch her interest. But most importantly, it was the way Utaha kept sneaking glances at Haru. That look in her eyes, it was just like how her sister used to gaze at Haru when they were younger. The only difference was that Yukino and Haru had been childhood friends. Even if she got caught peeking, she could maintain a composed front, at least on the surface. But Utaha was different. Is it a crush? Or has she already confessed to Yukino? Otherwise, with Yukino's personality, there's no way she wouldn't have noticed. Haruno's mind raced through the possibilities when Yukino's voice suddenly pulled her back. What do you think of Kato-san? Kato? Haruno instinctively glanced at Kato Megami, who was quietly enjoying her ice cream, before turning back to her sister. She has an unremarkable presence, but if you look closely, she's actually kind of cute. Her figure's not bad either. Is that all? Yukino sounded almost disappointed. Hearing that tone, Haruno's curiosity flared. With a playful glint in her eyes, she leaned in. Wait, Does she have some unusual traits? Yukino figured her sister had been too focused on Utaha, or maybe she just hadn't spent enough time around Megumi yet to realize how ordinary the girl actually wasn't. Quiet, composed, able to get along with anyone. When she wasn't speaking, it was nearly impossible to tell what she was thinking. Adding all of it together, Yukino had long since recognized that Megumi was far from ordinary. She had thought that her sister, who was even more perceptive than herself, might notice Megumi's uniqueness and provide some new insight. But judging by Haruno's current attitude, she was clearly just here to watch the drama unfold. Meanwhile, compared to the cryptic conversation between the Yukinoshita sisters, Haru was having a much more relaxed chat on his end. He and Hashimoto, another club member who also liked Kamen Rider, were getting along well. President, do you have any plans for the summer break? Ah, this matcha ice cream is amazing. Hashimoto mumbled between bites. Haru glanced over at the Yukinoshita sisters, who were whispering in a corner, and shook his head. Nothing concrete yet. We've got plenty of time, so I'm just going with the flow. Then how about we all go swimming? That came out of nowhere. Well, you just said you had no plans. Haru eyed the two girls, who were practically bouncing with excitement, and quickly caught on. If you don't tell me the real reason, I'm rejecting all your suggestions. The two girls exchanged glances. They had planned to act innocent, but there was no fooling Haru. After a brief back and forth, they finally mumbled their confession. Alright, fine. We're just curious about everyone's body proportions. Haru raised an eyebrow. That's it? Now that they had come clean, the girls stopped holding back. Well, yeah. We just want to know what Vice President Yukinoshita and Kazekage-senpai actually look like under their uniforms. Right. They're so beautiful, and their legs are so long and straight. I'm honestly jealous. One of them sighed dreamily while the other nodded in agreement. Then, with bright, hopeful eyes, they turned to Haru. We actually tried inviting the vice president last night in the group chat, but she rejected us immediately. Haru smirked. So now you want me to convince her? Not just her. Kazekage-senpai too. Haru blinked in surprise. Before he could even react, the girls giggled. Senpai talks to you all the time, so you two must be close, right? Besides, as a guy, aren't you even a little curious about Senpai's figure? Curious or not, why would he discuss this with them? Haru found their persistence amusing but didn't bother responding. Not to mention, discussing Utaha's figure in the middle of the photography club was definitely dangerous territory. Even if she did have an amazing body, that didn't mean he should be gossiping about it. After the break, filming resumed. Haruno, having no particular role, became the only bystander. She watched her sister throw herself into the shoot with full concentration, then turned to see Haru handling the camera and coordinating with the others. These kids sure have spirit. Then, she chuckled to herself. Why do I sound like an old lady? She was still a university student, yet she already found herself thinking like this. If anyone deserved the title of old lady, it was her dear friend Shizuka. Senpai, your performance today was excellent. You and Kato did great in your paired shots. Tomorrow, when the other members join, I hope you can maintain this energy. Yukino once again demonstrated her fair and pragmatic approach. She gave criticism when it was needed and praise when it was earned. She hadn't always been like this. But Haru had once told her, there's no harm in giving someone a compliment. As long as it's honest, it won't cost you anything. So she had changed. Haruno, watching from the side, noticed this immediately. She was surprised, but even more so, she felt proud of her sister's growth. By 5:30 p.m., they had finished all the individual shots for the two lead actresses and the supporting male role. The remaining scenes required more background characters, so Yukino called it a day. Thank you all for your hard work, she said sincerely. As Haru packed up the equipment, he glanced at Haruno, who didn't seem in a hurry to leave. You have a lot of free time today? Yukino finally asked. Well, university life is pretty laid back. Haruno answered with a lazy smile. Yukino wasn't buying it. More likely, her sister was just smart enough to finish her coursework ahead of schedule. Something Yukino herself could easily do, too. Kazekage. Haruno suddenly called out. Utaha, who had been preparing to leave, stopped and turned politely. Miss Haruno, is there something you need? Haru and Yukino also looked over. Haruno's smile was warm and inviting. Would you like to join us for dinner? Me? Utaha blinked in surprise, pointing at herself. She had noticed Haruno watching her all afternoon. Given that she was Yukino's sister, Utaha had assumed she wouldn't exactly be welcome. Yep. What do you say? Haruno asked again. Utaha glanced between Haru and Yukino before smiling. Next time, perhaps. You and your sister don't get to eat together often, so I wouldn't want to intrude. How polite. Haruno didn't push any further. Behind her, Haru gave Yukino a look. Did you say something to her? Yukino subtly shook her head. I didn't mention senpai at all. Haru nodded knowingly. So this was all Haruno's own doing. Probably just her natural curiosity at work. Or maybe, like a mischievous little gremlin, she simply enjoyed watching the drama unfold. That night, they had dinner at Yukino's place. Yukino cooked, Haru assisted, and Haruno did absolutely nothing, lazily lounging on a couch. Over dinner, Haruno casually brought up Haru's earlier conversation with the girls. Haru, seeing that Yukino seemed curious, answered honestly. They were planning a swimming trip over the break and wanted me to invite everyone. Yukino gave a small "oh." They actually messaged me about it yesterday. I declined. Why? Summer is practically synonymous with the ocean. Haruno asked. Yukino remained unfazed. I don't like crowded places. Haruno grinned. Then I'll just rent out a private pool for you guys. Haru gave a thumbs up. You're really generous, Haruno-san. Thanks for the compliment. Haruno playfully winked at him. Yukino, however, ignored their light-hearted exchange and narrowed her eyes suspiciously. You really want me to go swimming that badly? To be precise, I want you to get along with the photography club members. If you can become real friends with them, even better. Haruno spoke leisurely as she took another bite of the tamagoyaki, clearly enjoying herself. Her little sister's cooking was always excellent. Yukino neither rejected nor accepted the suggestion, as if she hadn't even given it a second thought. But Haru knew she was curious. It was just that Haruno had a habit of leaving things half-said, and Yukino couldn't be bothered to ask. So what you really want is for Yukino to have more friends? Haru voiced the question on her behalf. For once, Haruno's tone carried a hint of warmth. No, I just think your club has a lot of potential. Such as? You're all dedicated. Shooting in this kind of heat, spending the entire afternoon without a single complaint, and no one even losing focus during the session. As Haruno spoke, her gaze subtly shifted toward her sister. From what I see, they're all reliable people when it comes to serious matters. If you had friends like that, both Mother and I would feel much more at ease. Yukino acted as though she hadn't heard a word and continued eating. Haru decided to change the subject. That does sound reasonable, but I'm the most reliable one in the club, right? You're the least reliable, Haru. That's unfair, Haruno-san. I protest. If you give me a hug like you did when you were little, maybe I'll reconsider. Nonsense. You were the one who forced me into those hugs. If I hadn't been worried about hurting you, I would have taken you down on the spot. The two bickered at the dining table, while Yukino remained as expressionless as ever. After dinner, Haru volunteered to wash the dishes, giving the sisters some private time. As soon as he left, Haruno pulled Yukino onto the couch and asked in a low voice, the reason you didn't respond earlier, was it because of Kazekage? This time, Yukino didn't pretend not to hear. Haruno's eyes gleamed with curiosity. Is she that impressive? She is. Exceptionally capable, though she still has a long way to go compared to you. Yukino made the comparison deliberately. Haruno saw right through her. With a smirk, she said, you mean compared to you, right? But since I'm the one asking, you just used me as a convenient excuse. Yukino stayed silent, putting on an air of indifference. Haruno didn't mind. Her eyes flicked lazily toward the TV. She does have great physical attributes. If she wears heels, she's easily over 170 centimeters tall. That's your takeaway from all this? Yukino looked perplexed. Haruno chuckled. What, would you rather I comment on her chest? With that, she straightened her back, emphasizing her curves. Yukino's expression darkened instantly. Haha. Your face right now is priceless. If this is the topic you insist on discussing, I'd rather go help Haru wash the dishes. Alright, I'll stop. Haruno waved her hand dismissively, still amused. Your club suddenly has a love rival pop up, yet you're completely unbothered. That must mean she never stood a chance against you, right? Yukino's gaze shifted toward the TV. She knew she couldn't win. So she gave up. Haruno's expression shifted in an instant. Wait. You mean? She confessed to Haru? And you knew about it? Just one word, but it was confirmation enough. That's some big news. I need a moment to process this. Haruno was genuinely intrigued. She rubbed her temples, her mental gears spinning at full speed. If there were data on a screen right now, it'd probably be at 99% capacity. A full minute passed before she finally sorted her thoughts. She turned to her sister with a knowing look. You're this composed, so that means she confessed and got rejected. A complete loss. Yukino sighed, clearly unimpressed with the term complete loss. Haruno continued, She didn't quit the club, though. Instead, she stayed. And based on her attitude today, she must be incredibly resilient. Yukino's eyes flickered slightly. Haruno caught the change and smirked. I see. You two must have had a frank conversation. Yukino finally turned to face her, her expression somewhat complicated. Yes. Her sister's perceptiveness was as terrifying as ever. Haruno's lips curled. She muttered to herself, a tenacious, hard-working girl. No wonder she stayed. You must have at least a little respect for her. But really, Yukino, why didn't you tell me about this sooner? Good gossip goes stale if you don't get it fresh. Yukino stared at her for a few seconds before suddenly asking, that's all you noticed? What do you mean? Is there someone even more impressive? Haruno blinked. Yukino shook her head, choosing not to say anything more. What she had actually meant was whether Haruno had noticed Megumi Kato. Judging by her sister's reaction, Kato's almost non-existent presence had completely escaped her attention. She's the one hiding the deepest, Yukino thought. That night, both Haru and Haruno ended up staying over. Yukino had no objections. The only problem was when she went to take a bath, Haruno insisted on joining her towel in hand, stepping right in. Just before the door closed, Haruno turned back and grinned at Haru. No eavesdropping, and definitely no peeking, okay? I'd have to be out of my mind to even try. Haru replied dryly. As their clothes were tossed into the laundry basket, Haruno turned to see Yukino looking visibly exasperated by her intrusion. Completely unbothered, Haruno smirked and puffed out her chest. Jealous? You're my little sister, so I'll allow you to personally experience what you're lacking. Yukino shot her a sharp glare. Fat is simply a biological cushion for the human body. Its purpose is to protect organs and bones, not for childish displays like this. You really don't want to touch them. Kazemajoka's figure is probably similar to mine, you know. Not even a little. Thanks. Yukino coldly stepped into the spacious bathtub. Though, truth be told, she was a little curious. Not for any particular reason, just pure curiosity. Haruno chuckled and slid into the water as well. Since you don't want to talk about this, let's switch to a topic you do like. Chapter 75, Yukino, meow. You mean something I like? Hearing her sister say that, Yukino finally showed some interest. That's right. I promise this will be an episode you'll enjoy. Be serious. Seeing her sister's usual stoic expression return, Haruno dropped the teasing and smiled meaningfully. The reason you're okay with Kazemajoka staying in the club isn't just because you admire her talent. There's something more important, isn't there? Yukino froze. She hadn't expected her sister to start off with such a bombshell. No build-up, no lead-in, just straight to the ultimate move. Haruno, however, seemed completely unsurprised by her reaction. Mind sharing the reason with me? Yukino remained silent. Haruno let out a small sigh, resting her smooth arms along the edges of the bathtub, and murmured, is it that you can't tell me, or that you can't tell anyone? A jolt of unease ran through Yukino. She knew her sister had pieced things together not through any supernatural ability, but simply by understanding both her and her boyfriend well. That, combined with Kazemajoka's obvious slip-ups, had allowed Haruno to land on the truth effortlessly. But hearing it said aloud still caught her off guard. Haruno leaned lazily against the bathtub's edge, her tone relaxed. I have a guess, but if I say it and I'm wrong, you might get mad. Oh? So you actually care if I get mad? Yukino kept her face expressionless, trying to keep her sister from reading her thoughts. Of course I care, you're my little sister, after all. Besides. Haruno's teasing smile returned. You're already living with Haru. The moment those words left her lips, Yukino's cheeks flushed red. It was unclear whether it was from the bathroom steam or something else. Haruno clearly enjoyed seeing her sister flustered. She casually threw out another remark, Haru's been working out for years. His stamina must be something else. You sure you're keeping up? Sister. Yukino's entire face turned crimson as she shot her sister a glare. Even Haru wouldn't joke about such things unless they were in an intimate moment together. Haruno blinked innocently. So, you're struggling, huh? Yukino's gaze grew colder. Alright. I'll stop. Haruno raised her hands in surrender, deciding not to push her luck. Still, as she leaned back against the tub, she couldn't help but wonder, could Yukino's petite frame really keep up? She had known about Haru's physical prowess for years. From elementary to high school, he had always been the strongest competitor in their class sports events. By the time the two sisters stepped out of the bathroom, Haru was sitting on the couch, watching a video on his phone. Hearing the door open, he glanced up. Both of them had changed into sleepwear, their faces still flushed from the bath's heat. One quick look, and Haru could immediately tell that Haruno wasn't wearing a bra. Meanwhile, Yukino's figure remained as modest as ever. Haru quietly scolded himself for noticing such things. Haruno, oblivious to his thoughts, casually dried her hair with a towel before grabbing a blow-dryer and taking a seat. Yukino, on the other hand, wrapped her long hair in a towel and glanced at Haru. He got the message and put down his phone. So, when Haruno finished blow-drying her hair and turned around, she was surprised to see Haru carefully helping Yukino dry hers. She stared for 2 full seconds before sighing in mock regret. If I'd known, I would have asked Haru to help me too. Haru is my boyfriend. Yukino's cool voice cut through the hum of the hairdryer. Relax, it's not like I'm trying to steal him from you. Haruno laughed cheerfully. I do admire Haru, but I watched you two grow up together. We're too close, I'd feel weird making a move on him. Yukino pursed her lips, her expression slightly tense. So, you're basically saying you wouldn't mind making a move? Seeing his girlfriend in trouble, Haru stepped in to help her out. Actually, I was the one who made the move on Yukino. Yukino's lips curled up slightly. Haruno chuckled. Showing off your love life in front of me? I'm not playing along with that. Once her hair was dry, Haruno seized the moment while they were settling back down and quickly said, I want to sleep with Yukino tonight. You don't mind, do you, Haru? Yukino naturally kept quiet. A topic like this was too embarrassing. No matter how she refused, it would inevitably lead back to her boyfriend. Haru, on the other hand, was much more direct. Of course I mind. Haruno smirked and tossed out a trap card. Oh? You're that eager. Could it be you actually want all 3 of us to sleep together? Haru ignored the game and flipped the table instead. Absolutely not. Yukino might be small and adorable, but I'm pretty big. There's only so much space on the bed, and Haruno, you keep growing every day. 3 people simply won't fit. On the surface, Haru's argument sounded perfectly logical. But both sisters turned to glare at him. What do you mean small but adorable? Are you sure you're complimenting me? Yukino thought to herself. Growing every day. Is he calling me fat? Haruno, puzzled, wondered if this was some kind of internet slang she just wasn't familiar with. In the end, the sisters took the master bedroom, and Haru was exiled to the guest room. That night, Haru received an unexpected call. It was Officer Yuki. Amamiya, last time you said if we ever had a tricky suspect, you'd be willing to help, right? If they're particularly tough, even better. Haru replied. The stronger they were, the more experience points he'd gain. I wouldn't dare let you take on a violent criminal head-on. But at the end of the month, there's a luxury cruise party in Hokkaido. The man we're after will be attending. His name is Junjin Hisada, a businessman. His status makes it difficult for you to investigate? Exactly. That guy is tied to multiple armed assault cases and some nasty corporate competition, but he's too cunning. And with his connections, we've never been able to pin him down. So, what do you need me to do, Officer Yuki? The technique you used on Koga the other day. You mean verbal therapy? Oh, right. That. I was wondering, if you could get on that cruise, would you be willing to try it on him? Yuki's tone carried a hint of doubt. He didn't fully believe in this so-called verbal therapy. To him, what Haru had done at the station seemed more like hypnosis. But he quickly dismissed that idea. After all, the police had done their research. Successful hypnosis requires full cooperation from the subject, often with the help of drugs. Even when both conditions were met, success wasn't guaranteed. So, despite his shock at what Haru had done that day, he had simply chalked it up as some kind of special ability unique to him. After a short call, Haru agreed. A luxury cruise party would definitely require an invitation, so he'd have to ask his parents for help. Perfect opportunity to let Yukino relax a bit. She's been pushing herself too hard lately. With that thought in mind, Haru made his decision. The next morning, after breakfast, Haruno left, while Haru called his parents to ask for 2 cruise tickets. But to his surprise, his mother told him their family had already been invited. They just hadn't decided whether to attend since neither of them particularly enjoyed such events. If you and Yukino want to go, I'll have the invitation sent over this afternoon, she said. Thanks, Mom. After hanging up, Haru told Yukino about the event. A ball? Do you really want to go? She didn't seem interested, but she left the decision to him. Well, aside from filming and sparring at the karate club, I don't have much else planned for the break. So I figured, why not experience it together? Alright. Seeing that he was keen, Yukino agreed without hesitation. The days passed quickly, and the filming for the photography club's project went smoothly. At first, everyone was a bit uncomfortable with the extras on set, but after a few shoots, they got used to it. Of course, Yukino didn't make them come to school every day. She knew they all had their own lives. Before long, the end of the month arrived. And in that time, 2 major events happened. First, The World's Mysterious Tales officially aired. Initially slated as a late-night show, Its solid ratings boosted by Haru's ample funding and promotion quickly pushed it into a primetime evening slot by episode 3. The second event was Yutaha's new book release. While arranging publicity for the drama, Haru had also helped promote her novel. Not one to waste her talent, Yutaha's book sales skyrocketed. The name Kasumi Yutako had finally made its way into the public eye. That night, Yutaha sat on her bed, staring blankly at her phone. She had just received a call from her publisher. The editor-in-chief had been thrilled the book was selling incredibly well. Halfway through the call, the editor had even asked, "Did you get a friend to help with promotion? I've seen ads for your book all over social media and video platforms. Whoever they are, they really did you a huge favor." That one remark had left Yutaha stunned. Who would help her? And who had the kind of influence to pull this off? It can only be him. She tapped open her contact list and stared at Amamiya Haru's name. She had already learned from Yukino that he had started a film company with his parents' backing. The drama currently airing, she had heard that he was the one who decided its core story and framework. While she had been worrying about her book sales, he had quietly given her a huge boost without even mentioning it. It was just a small thing. She could already imagine his response. But still, she typed out a message, "Thanks for your help. When do you have time? I'd like to treat you to a meal." No reply. He was probably busy. "Your phone's ringing. Could be something from the company. I'm busy right now. Ignore it." In the bedroom, Haru held a flushed, breathless Yukino in his arms, responding quickly. Tonight, after much persuasion, she had finally agreed to wear a catgirl outfit. Cat ears, a tail, paw gloves paired with her embarrassed, flustered expression. At this moment, nothing in the world could be cuter than her. "Yukino, I have one more request. It's not too much. I refuse. I haven't even said it yet. Because I already know what it is." Rejected at lightning speed, Haru looked disappointed. Seeing his expression, Yukino hesitated for a few seconds. Then, cheeks burning, she raised her paw-gloved hands and softly meowed. Meow, her voice was heavenly. And in Haru's mind, one thought echoed, "Charge forward. No mercy." At that moment, he truly got busy. Chapter 76, Cool, but not critical. On the night of the cruise ship ball, Haru put on a suit for the first time in a while Yukino wore a striking black gown with a cinched waist, perfectly accentuating her slender figure without an ounce of excess. She always had an impeccable sense of fashion. Though she rarely wore black dresses around him, tonight's outfit made her fair skin stand out even more against the dark fabric. She didn't even need to board the ship under the glow of the dock lights, she was already the most beautiful person there. Without a doubt. "What are you looking at?" Yukino glanced at Haru, who was holding their invitation while staring at the ship's bow. Her voice carried a hint of curiosity. Haru grinned and lowered his voice. "I was just wondering. If we recreated that famous scene from Titanic, would people curse us out?" Yukino immediately understood what he meant. "You want to hold me at the bow of the ship and let the cold wind blast us in the face." Correction, it's called recreating an iconic romantic moment. Seeing him chuckle as he explained, Yukino let out a soft sigh. She took his arm and started walking forward, her tone filled with disdain. "I don't know if people would curse us, but they definitely think we're idiots." "Why?" "Because the scene you're talking about is a bad omen." Before stepping onto the ship, Haru activated his auto-aim level 4 skill and scanned the crowd. Within moments, he spotted his target. Officer Yuki was sitting in a car nearby with a few colleagues. Their eyes met briefly, but neither spoke. A simple nod was enough to communicate their understanding. "Senpai, are we really going to get anything out of waiting here?" One of the officers in the car sounded doubtful. Officer Yuki watched Haru and Yukino disappear into the ship and murmured, "I don't know. But I've seen miracles happen once before." His colleagues didn't quite understand what he meant. But Officer Yuki didn't explain. He still remembered it clearly back when Haru had merely talked to Koga once, and the guy had confessed everything. After that conversation, Koga became eerily cooperative. No matter what the police asked, he answered truthfully, revealing every crime he had committed. He even provided evidence to back up his statements. For days, he continued to confess without resistance until his trial date approached. Then, out of nowhere, Koga exploded with rage, shouting that he had been forced into a false confession. That he never committed any crimes. That the police had coerced him. But by then, it was far too late. Officer Yuki thought back to that moment and couldn't help but feel relieved. At least he had chosen the right side back then. Otherwise, if I had a therapy session with the kid, wouldn't all my secrets be exposed? Good thing we're friends. If Amamiya-kun and I were enemies, I'd probably have been kicked out of the police force by now. Once again, Officer Yuki found himself grateful for his luck. Meanwhile, Haru and Yukino stepped into the grand, resplendent hull of the cruise ship. The luxurious decor made the entire vessel feel like a floating palace. Above them, intricate glass skylights offered a clear view of the endless night sky. Countless crystal chandeliers flickered to life, creating a miniature galaxy right inside the ballroom. The two moved through the elegant strains of music and found a relatively quiet corner to sit. Let's eat something first. Both of them had skipped dinner to make it on board in time. Yukino nodded and gracefully picked up a pastry, glancing at him curiously. You were so eager to come here, but do you actually have a plan? Haru gestured toward the lively crowd chatting animatedly. There's going to be a dance later. Yukino's lips curled slightly. She already knew what he was going to say. Sure enough, he put on a solemn expression and asked, May I have the honor of dancing with the beautiful second daughter of the Yukinoshita family? You may. Surprisingly, Yukino played along, smiling brilliantly. Just as they were about to continue their conversation, Yukino's handbag vibrated. She pulled out her phone, and a look of surprise flickered across her flawless face. What's wrong? Haru noticed her reaction. My mother and sister are attending the ball too. Do you want to go say hello? No need. If they haven't come looking for me, it means it's not our business, at least for now. Haru nodded, casually scanning the crowd. His gaze swiftly flitted over various figures. Officer Yuki had sent him some photos earlier. His target, Junjun Hisata, the well-known CEO of a major digital appliance company. Haru had memorized his face and even consulted his lawyer. Allegedly, Hisata had been involved in deadly corporate competition, but had managed to pin the crimes on a scapegoat. The fact that the police had specifically contacted him meant that the Metropolitan Police Department was still watching Hisata just without solid evidence. Thanks to Auto Aim Level 4, Haru quickly spotted Hisata Junjun, who was accompanied by a female companion. He also noticed Yukino's mother and Haruno in the crowd. His emotions remained steady. Making Hisata Junjun confess would be simple. Even if the man had brought bodyguards, they wouldn't pose any threat. After all, now that his skills had leveled up, he had more leverage than ever. Why are you two just sitting here eating? Not long after, Haruno, now dressed in full evening attire, approached them. Her gown was also a cinched waist design, perfectly complementing her fresh, chic short hair. Already a beauty, she now exuded an even more captivating charm. And, of course, the tight waistline only emphasized her ample chest. Because we skipped dinner. Haru provided a reasonable explanation. Haruno let out a knowing "oh," then sat down beside Yukino with a playful smile. Are you two planning to dance later? Does Haru even know how to dance? I taught him before. Yukino responded confidently. Haruno's eyes lit up. Then I can dance with him too. Yukino frowned slightly and turned to her sister. Are you trying to cause trouble? Of course not. Haruno feigned innocence. Think about it, someone as beautiful as me is bound to receive countless invitations later. But I don't want to dance with any of those guys. Haru immediately caught on. I see. You need a shield. Haruno grinned. No, you're more like a tool. Wait, that's even worse than a shield. No way, I'm not doing it. I'll treat you to dinner. Haru still shook his head. Forget the fact that he had no romantic interest in Haruno. Dancing with this cunning and unpredictable woman could easily turn into a trap. Who knew what she might pull during the ball? Just then, Yukino suddenly spoke up. If people really bother my sister, Haru, you can be her temporary dance partner. Both Haru and Haruno froze. What's wrong? Did I say something strange? Yukino remained as composed as ever. Haruno blinked, then eyed her sister from head to toe. I was just joking, you know. I love teasing you two, but I'd never actually interfere in your relationship. Haru said nothing, but he gave Yukino a skeptical look. That feeling of not being able to see through her was back. Just like that time when they returned from the Kazekage house. If you don't want to, then forget it. Yukino said indifferently. Haruno flashed a charming smile. Oh, I don't mind at all. Little Haru may be dumb sometimes, but he definitely fits my taste when it comes to looks. Then, she subtly shot him a glance. What's going on with her? Haru shook his head. He had no idea either. Haruno casually picked up her glass of juice, taking a small sip as if savoring the taste. But in reality, she was deep in thought. After a moment, she suddenly said, By the way, Mother wanted to talk to you earlier, Haru. But since you two had just boarded, I told her to let you enjoy yourselves first. Haru instantly understood her hint and stood up. Then I'll go say hello to Auntie. Haruno smiled and nodded in approval. As soon as he left, she turned to Yukino and, in an almost offhand manner, asked, Did you and Haru have a fight? No. Our relationship is just fine. Yukino replied without hesitation. Haruno narrowed her eyes. Then why did you should know by now, sister? Yukino's tone was calm, almost indifferent. When I don't want to answer, You won't get an answer. Her response was effortless, as if she had anticipated this exchange and was already mentally prepared for it. Haruno sighed, muttering something about how her little sister was getting less and less adorable. Yukino continued eating, her gaze slightly lowered. As his girlfriend, if she couldn't satisfy him properly, wasn't that a failure? That thought surfaced again, just as it had many times before. She had been thinking about this a lot lately. Every time, she had to push herself to exhaustion just to barely meet his expectations. It left her feeling frustrated and dejected. It wasn't like she disliked their intimacy, far from it. She genuinely enjoyed being with him, felt pleasure in it. And yet, she couldn't make him completely satisfied. Is there something wrong with my body? For the first time, Yukino felt that she wasn't as perfect as she had always believed. She would never voice these thoughts to Haru, though. She knew him too well. If she even hinted at this, even in the most roundabout way, he would definitely get upset. Honestly, just having these thoughts made her feel like she was catching his occasional idiocy. They were utterly ridiculous. Yukino took a sip of juice, exhaling quietly. She knew it was silly. She knew he wouldn't care. But she also knew no matter how irrational, it wasn't something she could just ignore. Outside, under the night sky, Haru stood next to Mrs. Yukinoshita. The cool sea breeze rustled his hair as he glanced at the elegant woman beside him, her gown making her look even more striking than usual. "What did you want to talk about?" he asked. Mrs. Yukinoshita gave a gentle smile. "I was just thinking. After all these years, you and Yukino have finally ended up together." Haru smirked. "Good thing you didn't say I stole your daughter, or I might have run for it. In my impression, you're not the type to run away. That's because I pretend to be brave. In reality, I have a coward trait built in." Mrs. Yukinoshita chuckled at his playful remark but soon turned thoughtful. "Your parents don't like places like this, so I assumed you and Yukino wouldn't either. That's why I didn't invite you. But you didn't expect us to come anyway." Haru caught on immediately. She nodded. "So? How do you find it? Glittering jewels on the women, well-dressed dogs among the men." Mrs. Yukinoshita fell silent for a few seconds before laughing. "You really haven't changed." Then, her gaze softened as she looked at him. "But you are very capable when it comes to serious matters. Others might not know, but your family's business only took off because of your efforts behind the scenes." "That's not true. I'm just a second-gen rich kid who freeloads off his parents' hard work," Haru said, feigning humility. Mrs. Yukinoshita reached out and lightly tapped his forehead with a finger. She didn't finish the sentence. Perhaps she found the topic too childish, or perhaps she simply thought it wasn't worth saying. Instead, she suddenly changed the subject. "To be honest, at first, I had hoped you and Haruno would end up together." Haru inhaled sharply, genuinely startled this time. Mrs. Yukinoshita chuckled. "Your reaction is amusing. I can only say thankfully, you didn't make that decision. Haruno and I are completely incompatible. And in a fight, I wouldn't stand a chance against her. If she bullied me, I'd be running to you for help every day. I suddenly don't feel like talking to you anymore." At that moment, Mrs. Yukinoshita bore an uncanny resemblance to Yukino when she looked at him with that concern for the idiot expression. Truly, like mother, like daughter. Just then, a voice interrupted them from behind. "I've been looking for you, Mrs. Yukinoshita. Didn't expect to find you getting some fresh air. Are you feeling tired?" Both Haru and Mrs. Yukinoshita turned around. A young man with a neatly tied ponytail approached them, smiling in a friendly manner. Beside him stood a tall, well-built man in a sharp suit, clearly a bodyguard. At a glance, he was at least 190 centimeters tall. Mrs. Yukinoshita maintained a polite, distant smile. "What can I do for you, young Master Si?" Haru immediately recognized this particular expression of hers. He had seen it plenty of times before whenever his parents dragged him to social gatherings. This was how Mrs. Yukinoshita dealt with acquaintances. Polite, professional, but never truly warm. Asai chuckled, his gaze briefly lingering on Haru before shifting away. "Have you been rejecting my pursuit of your daughter because of this man?" Mrs. Yukinoshita's smile didn't falter. "No. I simply think your personality doesn't suit my daughter, which is why I declined." "A suitor?" Haru studied the young man. "Does he mean he wants to steal my girl? How interesting. That whole incompatible personalities excuse sounds like something straight out of a TV drama." The young man murmured to himself, but he didn't seem particularly upset. Just then, Haru stepped forward. The young man blinked in surprise, and the bodyguard beside him instinctively took a step forward as well. Mrs. Yukinoshita frowned and was about to speak, but Haru beat her to it. "Andy, let me handle this. After all, I'm the one who's dating your daughter." "Huh?" For a moment, Mrs. Yukinoshita looked genuinely taken aback. Wasn't this boy always calm and composed? Then, as she processed his words, she understood. He was her daughter's boyfriend. Now that a suitor had shown up right in front of him, it was only natural that he'd step in. Ah, this is just the kind of sharpness you'd expect from a young man. Mrs. Yukinoshita mused to herself. So, you two are already together? The young man finally looked Haru in the eye, then chuckled. I can tell you've got some fight in you, but I wouldn't recommend getting reckless. As he spoke, he subtly signaled to his bodyguard with a glance. If you get too carried away, you might end up embarrassing yourself in front of Mrs. Yukinoshita. Haru took a look at the towering, stone-faced man standing beside him. Cool guy, but no crits. The young man hesitated. What? I mean, you might make for a decent experience drop. Haru's sharp remark made the young man's expression darken. Even though he didn't fully understand the meaning, he could sense the hostility. He turned to Mrs. Yukinoshita and asked directly, so, if he makes a fool of himself here, you won't hold it against me? Blind confidence is never a good thing. Mrs. Yukinoshita replied with a polite smile. It was an elegant yet unmistakable way of saying, you're no match for him. Mrs. Yukinoshita had always paid attention to Haru. She was well aware of the rumors how he once took on 10 opponents at once in the karate club. So, she wasn't the least bit worried. Of course, the young man had no idea. Seeing the composed look on Mrs. Yukinoshita's face, he realized he was being underestimated. He took a step back, his smile turning sharper. Well, since you were the one who provoked me first, I suppose I don't need to hold back. Haru tilted his head in confusion. You're not fighting me yourself? The young man scoffed. You look younger than me. I don't like picking on kids. Haru's eyes flicked toward his pants. You're lying. You're obviously pretty small yourself. The young man's expression instantly turned pitch black. He had caught the glance Haru just threw at him. There was no mistaking the implication. This wasn't just an insult, it was a direct hit to his pride as a man. At that exact moment, his bodyguard stepped forward. And at that exact moment, Haru moved as well. A real fight was never like those Hollywood movies, where opponents circled each other, trading punches in turn. The bodyguard wasted no time, closing the distance with a series of short, powerful strides. His fist shot out in a brutal straight punch aimed directly at Haru's chest. It was fast, sharp, lethal. But just before the blow connected, Haru suddenly dropped his stance, smoothly dodging the attack. In the same motion, his right fist lashed out in a textbook perfect strike faster than lightning, landing squarely in the bodyguard's gut. The man's face twisted in pain. His stomach churned, threatening to empty whatever little was inside, but he gritted his teeth and forced himself to endure it. He powered through the agony, raising his arm for another punch, but Haru had already read his movements. He adjusted his footing, meeting the attack head-on. Fist collided with fist. A sharp crack rang out through the air. The bodyguard staggered backward, his right arm hanging limply at his side. His expression shifted from icy indifference to sheer horror. His right hand was broken. Behind him, the young man stood frozen, mouth slightly open in shock. Mrs. Yukinoshita, too, was visibly surprised. The exchange had been so fast, so precise that from the moment Haru made his move to the bodyguard's arm snapping, only a few seconds had passed. Have I not been paying enough attention to him? This is far beyond what I'd heard. The elegant woman's thoughts spun as she gazed at the boy. Meanwhile, Haru simply dusted himself off and flashed a polite smile at the now pale bodyguard. First-year student, Amamiya Haru, Karate Club, Sobu High School. A pleasure to spar with you. You are currently in combat. Steel Body, EXP plus 478. You are currently in combat. Martial Arts, EXP plus 463. This guy is a first year? The bodyguard could hardly stand, let alone respond. His stomach ached, his arm throbbed, and his mind was clouded with disbelief. Haru looked him over and chuckled. Cool guy. Still no crits, though. And with that, he made his move again. Chapter 77, Mrs. Yukinoshita. My daughter's boyfriend might be Superman. Haru had spent enough time sparring in the karate club to master his inhuman strength and speed. During that brief exchange, he hadn't intended to use too much force. But after realizing just how sturdy the bodyguard was, he decided to hold back a little less. With a single heavy punch, he had disabled the man's arm. Now, utilizing a swift step from karate, Haru surged forward again. The sheer explosive power he displayed in that moment was terrifying. Before anyone could blink, he had already closed the gap. The bodyguard's remaining left hand barely had time to rise in defense before Haru seized his wrist, locking it in place. At the same time, his other arm bent sharply and shot upward, a textbook perfect elbow strike, reminiscent of those viral fight clips on the internet. A dull, sickening thud echoed through the air. Though the bodyguard was impressively built, He was no king of elbow resistance. Against inhuman strength, he simply couldn't hold out. A wave of searing pain overtook him, his vision darkening as his breath hitched. His body staggered backward, crashing into the cabin door with a loud bang before he slid to the floor, coughing violently. The young man with the ponytail stood frozen, utterly dumbfounded. Meanwhile, Mrs. Yukinoshita observed Haru with keen interest, her eyes never leaving him for a second. "That just leaves you." Haru turned to the young man. His opponent flinched, instinctively stepping back, his voice laced with anger. You're planning to hit me too? We're just sparring." Ever heard the phrase, "anyone who watches gets a turn"? What kind of idiot came up with before he could finish his sentence? Haru's fist drove straight into his face. The poor guy didn't even have time to scream. His lean frame flew backward, crashing hard onto the floor with a resounding thud. Haru didn't bother sparing him another glance. Instead, he turned to Mrs. Yukinoshita. "That was a bit loud. Could I trouble you to stop any staff members from checking in?" Mrs. Yukinoshita chuckled. "Only the staff?" "Yes. Other guests won't come rushing out just because they heard a noise. By the time they do, everything here will already be handled." "All right." She didn't ask Haru how he intended to handle things. Mrs. Yukinoshita was a woman of swift action. Since she had agreed, she immediately left and intercepted a crew member just as they were about to step outside. Meanwhile, Haru approached the bloodied young man sprawled on the floor, grabbed his hair, and forced him to meet his gaze. Their eyes locked. Haru focused his full attention, speaking with deliberate seriousness. "You and your bodyguard got into an argument. In the heat of the moment, things got physical. Fortunately, you both had enough restraint to keep it from getting out of hand." The young man's furious eyes instantly dulled. A second later, he clutched his wounded brow and muttered through gritted teeth, "Damn bastard. Couldn't you have hit a little lighter? That freaking hurts." Haru noticed the system prompt confirming that hypnosis had taken effect. Satisfied, he helped the young man up. "Thanks." The guy actually thanked him. Haru responded casually, "You're surprisingly easygoing." As he turned away, he met the wide, terrified eyes of the bodyguard still slumped against the door. "I need you to cooperate as well," Haru said, striding toward him. 1 minute later, a group of curious guests and crew members stepped out to investigate the commotion. Mrs. Yukinoshita was among them, her gaze both intrigued and slightly concerned about Haru. But when they arrived, they were greeted by the sight of a bloodied young man and his own bodyguard screaming insults at each other. The sheer absurdity of the scene left many onlookers stunned. The argument escalated. Just as the two seemed ready to go at it again, the staff hurried to intervene, pulling them apart. Mrs. Yukinoshita scanned the area, but Haru was nowhere in sight. Knowing he had already slipped away, she turned back inside as well. However, she didn't go looking for Haru or her daughter. Instead, she sought out her husband. "Do you remember what I told you last time about Haru's achievements in the karate club?" she asked casually. "Of course. Even before that, I'd heard from Yukino that he was serious about training and had stuck with it for years." Her husband replied with an easy smile. Mrs. Yukinoshita's gaze sharpened. "Considering his age and physique, do you think he'd stand a chance against a professionally trained bodyguard 1 over 190 centimeters tall?" Her husband hesitated. "That's hard to say. A teenager's body hasn't fully developed yet. Unless the bodyguard underestimates him or turns out to be unskilled, there's no way he could lose." He paused, suddenly curious. "Why are you asking?" Mrs. Yukinoshita smiled. "I was just wondering how skilled Haru really is." "Haha, I'm sure he's good. He's in the karate club, right? There's a tournament later this year. If he participates, you can see for yourself." "That's a good point." She didn't press the topic further. But as she scanned the crowd, she spotted Haru, now reunited with Yukino, and her mind replayed the events she had just witnessed. His speed and power far exceed those of a professional bodyguard. That wasn't something science could explain. And yet, deep down, Mrs. Yukinoshita already had her answer. To put it simply, my daughter's boyfriend might actually be a little Superman. For a brief moment, she and Haruno shared the exact same thought. Is Yukino's body really going to be okay? Then, Mrs. Yukinoshita chuckled to herself. After all, she hadn't told Haru one very important detail: the young man he had just beaten to a pulp had actually been pursuing Haruno, not Yukino. But teenage love rivalries were amusing to watch, so she decided to keep the secret to herself. "Where did you two run off to?" There was quite a commotion outside, but we were too lazy to check. No idea what actually happened. As soon as Haru sat down, Haruno tugged at him, eager for gossip. Yukino didn't say anything, but she, too, looked at him curiously. "I got jealous and got into a fight." Haru picked up his juice and took a sip. The lemon was a bit too sour. The Yukinoshita sisters simultaneously looked away. Haruno smirked at her sister. See? He's making stuff up again. Yukino's cold stare signaled her agreement. Haru sighed. I'm telling the truth, and they still don't believe me. A while later, the guests and staff who had gone to investigate the commotion returned. Haruno, unable to resist her curiosity, got up to ask around. When she came back, she rolled her eyes at Haru. I knew you were exaggerating. I asked around. It was the heir of the Asai family and his bodyguard who got into a fight on the deck. Haru shrugged with both hands, mimicking a certain famous basketball player, as if to say, what can you do? Yukino calmly picked up a piece of watermelon, showing zero interest in the topic. A few moments later, soft, elegant music filled the hall. The first dance of the evening had begun. Haru stood up, completely ignoring Haruno's teasing grin. Bowing slightly, he extended a hand toward Yukino. Allow Tokyo's greatest dance master to teach you how to waltz. Can you stop being ridiculous for once? Despite her words, she placed her delicate hand in his. The two stepped onto the dance floor. Haru had previously learned to dance from Yukino, so there was no risk of any clumsy mistakes like stepping on her feet. Yukino caught the faint scent of his shampoo, her eyes lingering on his face, which was just inches away. It reminded her of the interrogation she had endured from her sister earlier. Just then, Haru spoke. When Senpai's new book was released, I helped promote it a bit while I was busy with the drama's publicity. I know. Yukino snapped out of her thoughts, responding calmly. You know? I've been following her book release too. The moment I saw all those promotional channels, I figured you had something to do with it. Sigh. You're too smart. Takes all the fun out of it. I'm your girlfriend. Isn't that enough for you? You're really full of yourself. They exchanged light-hearted banter, smiling at each other. Then, Haru suddenly asked, you seemed preoccupied just now. What's on your mind? Yukino's steps faltered slightly. Sensing her hesitation, Haru softened his voice. You don't have to answer if you don't want to. I was just curious. She nodded lightly. I knew he'd say that. Always considerate. Always attuned to her emotions. After a few seconds, she changed the subject with an unexpected suggestion. Let's go swimming next month. Huh? Haru was caught off guard by the sudden shift in topic. Yukino raised an eyebrow, smiling faintly. Haruno said she's willing to rent out an entire pool for us. We could invite everyone. Haru put on a serious face. Be honest, were you replaced with a clone? The Yukino I know would never suggest something like this. You and my sister both want me to improve my relationships at school, don't you? Haru chuckled awkwardly. She wasn't wrong. Yukino had never been popular, and finding classmates to casually chat with had always been difficult for her. I never really cared about these things, she admitted. But if it's something you want, I'm willing to change. At that moment, her eyes were incredibly soft. Haru's voice also lowered. Should I let everyone know in the group chat tonight? As for swimsuits, I think the standard school ones will be fine. That's unacceptable. Since Haruno is covering the cost, you should let me pick out a swimsuit for you. Don't even think about it. The first dance ended. Haru led Yukino back to their seats. Haruno was still there, enjoying her fruit, showing no intention of dancing with anyone. You two chat. I'm going to the restroom. Haru waved and left. In the restroom, he turned on the faucet and splashed cold water on his face, lost in thought. Something's bothering Yukino. He could tell. But he hadn't figured out the reason yet. Knowing her, it definitely wasn't because of some potential rival in love. It has to be something else. Not being able to help my girlfriend with her worries. That's a failure on my part. Ironically, his thoughts mirrored what Yukino had been thinking earlier. Just then, a voice came from beside him. Excuse me. Haru looked up. What a coincidence. The man standing next to him was none other than Hisada Junjin, the businessman currently under police surveillance. Haru stepped aside, watching as the man turned on the faucet and began washing his hands. Smiling, Yu spoke casually. Mr. Hisada? The man glanced at him, puzzled. That's me. And you are? I heard you were involved in a few deaths recently. But in the end, you found a scapegoat to take the fall, didn't you? Hisada's face instantly darkened. He abruptly straightened, leaving the faucet running, his gaze turning sharp and dangerous. I'd advise you to be careful with your words. Haru wiped the water off his hands leisurely. I'm not in a great mood today. How about this? Get on your knees and apologize. If you do, I'll hand you over to the police without laying a finger on you. Chapter 78, Because he is kind. Amidst the cheerful and relaxed atmosphere of the luxurious cruise, a sudden boom echoed throughout the ship. The guests were startled. Some, out of instinct, ducked down and covered their heads. Near the restroom, Shattered wooden panels and debris scattered in all directions as if an immense force had struck. The restroom door showed significant damage, and the walls on both sides had chunks of stone and wood peeling off. The flickering lights illuminated the airborne fragments, while large sections of the wall continued to crumble. The scene looked as if a heavy-duty truck had rammed through the space. Guests and staff standing nearby froze in shock. Because just moments ago they had seen a silhouette flying out along with the debris. Now, that figure lay amidst the dust and rubble. What happened? After a brief silence, panicked voices rang out as people rushed toward the scene. When they saw the bloodied face of the man sprawled on the ground, they were stunned. Wait. Isn't that Mr. Hisada? Some of the guests who were familiar with Hisada Junjun recognized him, though they weren't entirely sure. Because his face was swollen beyond recognition. His brow and nose were completely split open, and dark red blood seeped through the floorboards, filling the gaps between them. Among the crowd, Mr. and Mrs. Yukinoshita had also arrived at the scene. After recognizing the man, they exchanged glances, the same thought flashing in their minds: someone was out for revenge. In their social circles, Hisada Junjun's dirty dealings weren't exactly a secret. It was just a matter of how much one knew. Mrs. Yukinoshita, being a sharp and ambitious businesswoman, was well aware of his criminal record. This is excessive. She heard her husband mutter in shock. Her gaze followed his and landed on the wrecked restroom, her own expression shifting into one of deep surprise. It looks like he was hit by a truck. She gave her assessment. Her husband nodded, still in disbelief. I doubt this party will continue after this. The host is going to be investigated for sure. He insisted on protecting privacy and didn't install security cameras now. That decision is coming back to haunt him. Mrs. Yukinoshita remained silent. Her sharp eyes scanned the ruined restroom, a strange thought flashing through her mind. It reminded her of something. Specifically, earlier that evening when Haru had fought the bodyguard. His strength and speed had left her equally stunned back then. But she quickly dismissed the thought. A superhuman? That's just my imagination running wild. At the end of the day, Haru is just a kid. Maybe he's just a little stronger than most people, that's all. As she wrestled with her thoughts, Hisada Junjun slowly regained consciousness. Supported by a few people, he struggled to his feet. It took him a moment to regain focus. The staff and guests surrounded him, asking if he was okay. But suddenly he shoved them aside. Limping forward, he muttered under his breath, "Don't stop me. I have to turn myself in." Gasps of shock rippled through the crowd. I've committed too many crimes. If I don't confess today, I'll never sleep peacefully again. Everyone looked at each other in confusion. The staff hesitated, unsure if they should stop him. But when he suddenly snapped at them, they backed away, afraid to interfere. Under countless baffled gazes, Hisada Junjun limped off the ship. Meanwhile, at the dock, Officer Yuki and his team had been waiting for an update. When they saw a battered, limping man stepping off the cruise, shouting about turning himself in, they were utterly stunned. You've got to be kidding me. Officer Yuki took a long drag of his cigarette before tossing it aside and stepping forward, his face filled with admiration. Amamiya did it again. The boy never failed to surprise him. And his efficiency? Absolutely terrifying. Back on the ship. As the guests were still reeling from Hisada Junjun's bizarre behavior, Haru had already returned to his seat, sitting beside the Yukinoshita sisters as if nothing had happened. They all watched the crime scene unfold from a safe distance. The reason Haru had acted so rashly was simple: he had noticed Yukino's unease earlier. And because he couldn't figure out the cause, his frustration had been building up. Hisada Junjun's refusal to cooperate had simply given him a good excuse to vent. Now that he had calmed down, he realized he had probably caused a bit too much of a scene. But at least the problem was solved. Of course, from the police's perspective, this would probably be classified as yet another hardcore solution. Looks like the ball is ending early, Haruno said, watching the wreckage near the restroom with an air of disinterest. Yukino withdrew her gaze, her tone serious. Don't you think that was way too loud? It sounded like something crashed into the cruise ship. Haru glanced at her serious expression and teased, but we didn't even go to the boat to embrace the wind. Why do bad omens still happen? His sudden remark distracted Yukino, lessening her unease. Who asked you? Haruno, always eager for gossip, chimed in. Wait, were you guys actually planning to go to the boat? Isn't that a famous scene from Titanic? Haru sighed dramatically. Yeah, but unfortunately, Yukino refused. Haruno played along. What a shame. Yukino ignored them both. With an incident like this on board, the ball was inevitably cancelled. The three of them disembarked and shared a ride back to the hotel. Haruno, still curious about what had happened, tried calling her mother for details, but even she wasn't sure. Feeling unfulfilled, Haruno grumbled in the hotel elevator, I won't be able to sleep tonight. Yukino, Let's sleep together. Yukino shot her a deadpan look. I failed to see any logical connection between those two statements. Haruno chuckled. Of course, there's a connection. Hugging my little sister is the only way I'll sleep soundly. Haru cut in. Nonsense. Only I have the right to hug Yukino to sleep. Yukino's expression darkened. Am I a body pillow? Why do these two always trigger my idiot intolerance? In the end, Haruno failed to obtain the Yukino pillow for the night. Later that evening, as they were winding down, Yukino received a message from her sister. It was Hisada Junjin who got beaten up. Apparently, he was in a really bad shape. She shared the news with Haru before bed. Oh? Who's that? Haru asked, playing along. Yukino shook her head. I don't know him personally. I only heard our mother mention him before. Apparently, he's a big-time businessman. She pondered for a moment. If Haruno said he was beaten badly, then it must have been really bad. But why? Haru replied nonchalantly, probably because he was kind. Yukino gave him a puzzled look. Haru smirked. You know the saying, a kind man is easily bullied, just like a gentle horse is always saddled. So he got bullied. Yukino narrowed her eyes. I'm pretty sure that's not how the proverb goes. Close enough. The next day, Haru and Yukino departed from Hokkaido. The incident from the night before attracted media attention, but the police stated that an investigation was ongoing and that further updates would be provided later. Officer Yuki also sent Haru a message, short and simple, filled with gratitude. Everything seemed to return to normal. But a day later, an online theory began to spread, that luxury cruise was full of rich people. And where there are rich people, there are bound to be criminals. So the one who did it must have been Hooded Man. At first, only a small group of netizens paid attention. But once journalists released photos of the cruise's wrecked restroom, the internet exploded. The level of destruction, shattered walls, cracked floors was clearly beyond human capability. At the very least, it looked like a heavy-duty truck had slammed into the spot at full speed. And so, Hooded Man went viral once again. To the internet, Hooded Man was already superhuman. The idea that only he could pull off such a feat became the accepted truth. Some even went as far as to claim that Hooded Man might be a real-life Superman just without the red underwear and cape. What is all this nonsense? Haru, the very person in question, chuckled helplessly and set his phone aside. Yukino, calmly pouring tea beside him, glanced over. You're reading the news comments too? You saw them. I read them this morning. If they hadn't used the word Superman, I could have almost accepted their theory. Blowing on her tea, she added in a matter-of-fact tone, but their claims are way too exaggerated. I saw the damage photos too. There's no way you could have caused that level of destruction. Wow. Haru smiled, not bothering to argue. At that moment, Yukino suddenly asked, Did Senpai message you? Yeah. Since I helped promote her new book, she wants to treat me to a meal as thanks. And you refused? Yukino's gaze sharpened slightly. Of course. I told her not to overthink it, we're friends, there's no need to be so formal. Oh. Yukino's reaction was indifferent. Haru frowned. That's it? Just ho? What kind of reaction were you expecting? I figured you'd at least get a little jealous. That way, as your boyfriend, I could take the opportunity to do what? Her beautiful eyes locked onto him, sharp and unwavering. Haru remained unfazed. To comfort you, of course. Yeah, more like you want to comfort me in bed. Yukino felt both embarrassed and annoyed. Since she hadn't gone out today, and there were no guests at the Amamiya house, she had only put on a slightly shorter dress. The hem barely reached her knees. And just now, as she sat down to pour tea, the fabric shifted, revealing the smooth, graceful curves of her legs. Haru kept sneaking glances. Not even trying to hide it. Yukino took a sip of tea, then lazily picked up the orange tabby cat lounging nearby. She sighed. I'm seriously starting to suspect you have a major leg fetish. Haru denied it without hesitation. Impossible. I'm not into legs. Oh? Then why do you keep staring? Yukino's gaze was full of doubt. Haru remained composed. If I were obsessed with legs, wouldn't I have died at yours long ago? Idiot. That sounded absurd, yet it oddly made sense. So Yukino couldn't refute him. Not that she wanted to. She knew full well that her legs were beautiful. She had taken great care of them over the years, smooth, flawless, practically perfect. Otherwise, there's no way Haru would become noticeably bolder every time she put on stockings. Currently, Yukino's filming schedule was set at twice a week, a balance between maintaining progress and not taking up too much of her classmates' summer vacation. Thanks to Haru's connections, all the extras were perfectly arranged. On top of that, his ability to lighten the mood during shoots had gradually dissolved the classmates' previous biases against Yukino. At the very least, They now understood that while she was strict, she was also fair. And fairness was something everyone appreciated. By mid-August, there were only 10 days left of summer break. After another day of filming, Yukino and Haru were packing up the equipment when Yutaha stayed behind. Yukino paused. "Senpai, you need something?" Yutaha spoke naturally. "Last time, Haru rejected my offer to treat him. Since you're both here today, how about dinner together? Tonight?" Yukino didn't refuse immediately. She recalled that, after wrapping up filming, Haru had mentioned plans to go swimming with the photography club. Could this sudden invitation be related? As if confirming her suspicions, Yutaha added, "Yes, tonight." Haru said, "You're all going swimming in 2 days, right? I don't swim often, so I was hoping to get some tips from you." Yukino remained expressionless. "What makes you think I'm good at swimming?" Yutaha glanced at Haru, who was still tidying up the table. "He told me you're an all-rounder. A walking encyclopedia." Yukino nodded lightly. "That's not incorrect." Yutaha's eye twitched. She just admitted it so casually. Yukino then said, "But tonight won't work. My sister's picking me up soon. Why don't we all have dinner together after swimming? All of us?" Yutaha hesitated slightly. Yukino tilted her head. "Is that a problem?" Yutaha sighed. "I'd rather not let everyone know I write novels." "Oh, that's easy. We just won't bring it up." "All right." And just like that, the two girls reached an agreement. Haru, despite being the one who helped make Yutaha's book a bestseller, and the person originally invited, remained silent the entire time. After school, Yukino was picked up by Haruno. Haru had initially thought about hitching a ride, but as soon as he approached the car and spotted Mrs. Yukinoshita sitting in the front seat, he immediately understood this was a family gathering. So, after a simple greeting, he wisely stepped back. "Guess I'll just head home and grind some more XP." These days, he had leveled up, auto-aim, to level 6 and, jump, to level 8. Both skills had improved significantly. The former made it ridiculously easy for him to pick people out of a crowd or, more importantly, to target weak spots with pinpoint accuracy. As for jump, he could now double jump in midair with ease. He even had a hunch that triple or quadruple jumps weren't out of the question. "At this rate, will I eventually be able to step on my own foot and launch myself into the sky?" Amamiya-kun. As he walked down the street, lost in thought, a familiar scent drifted past him. He turned around to see Yutaha's beautiful face. Before he could ask anything, she spoke first. "I was going to head home with Megumi, but she got dragged off by someone else last minute." Chapter 79, A Sudden Chase. "You followed me just because of that?" Haru looked at the beautiful senior walking beside him, but his attention caught on something else. Without thinking, he asked, "Megumi? Since when did you two get that close?" "We're friends. And in the photography club, she's the one I get along with the best." Yutaha answered honestly. Haru found it amusing. The world really worked in mysterious ways. Who would have thought these two would end up as close friends? Since they were headed in the same direction, he dropped the topic and started chatting about club activities. But to his surprise, Yutaha suddenly said, "About last time, you have to let me properly thank you." "Didn't you already say thank you?" Haru raised an eyebrow. "A verbal thank you isn't nearly enough." For once, she looked serious. Shaking her head slightly, she spoke with sincerity. "I know that for you, helping out a club member with their debut novel is no big deal. But for me, this was huge." A soft, self-deprecating smile played on her lips. "The 2 days before the book launch, I barely got any sleep. It felt like I was back to those days when I pushed myself to be better, to prove something." Haru sighed. "All right, how do you want to thank me?" "Just a simple meal together." She answered immediately, clearly having thought it through. "Fine." Seeing the mix of anticipation and nervousness in her eyes, he couldn't bring himself to refuse. Yutaha didn't pick anything extravagant, just a small restaurant nearby. She didn't even book a private room, opting instead for a table in the lively main hall. "You order," she said, handing him the menu with a bright smile. It was obvious she was genuinely happy. Taking the menu, Haru smirked. "You're practically a rich author now, so I won't hold back. Go ahead. It's on me." Yutaha rested her chin on her hand, watching him intently. Haru could clearly see the warmth in her gaze. After ordering, he looked at her with a complicated expression. "You really don't have to do all this." "Do what?" she asked, feigning innocence. "Kazekage-senpai is supposed to be proud and independent. Why put yourself in such a humble position?" "You're wrong, Amamiya-kun." Yutaha chuckled softly, shaking her head. "I'm not the same as before. And I can feel it. I'm growing, becoming better." Haru had no words for that. The raw honesty in her words reached him, and he couldn't pretend he wasn't moved. Alright, let's change the topic. She said, sensing his hesitation. After I finish this book, I plan to fully devote myself to writing scripts. Haru was momentarily stunned. Isn't that a huge leap? Not really. I've written scripts before. Sure, I'm not as good as you, but I've been building my experience. And I looked it up. Plenty of novelists have successfully transitioned into screenwriting. That's true. Well, if you've made up your mind, I won't discourage you. Good luck. Thanks. She smiled at his words. They continued chatting, moving from one topic to another. Have you been following the big news about the Hokkaido cruise incident? She asked while their food was being served. Haru thought to himself, of course I have. I was the one who did it. But all he said was, yeah, I've seen some of the news. People are starting to believe that superheroes might actually exist. Utaha gave a helpless chuckle. That's not what I meant. She pulled out her phone and showed him some photos taken by reporters. Look at these marks. She pointed to the damaged walls and doors, ones that Haru himself had effortlessly destroyed. I've already seen these pictures. He admitted. Then don't you think this kind of destruction isn't something a normal person could do? Oh, definitely. I've been thinking. Maybe the cruise ship was touched by Killer Queen, that's why it ended up like this. What? Utaha blinked at him, then let out a quiet laugh. I think I'm starting to understand what Yukinoshita-san feels like having to deal with you every day. You can imagine it? Haru played along. With your expert-level skill in dodging serious conversations? Yukino must be constantly frustrated with you. You've got it all wrong. Most of the time, she's the one frustrating me. Really? I don't believe that. Their conversation flowed naturally, filled with playful teasing. Unlike before, Utaha no longer avoided talking about Yukinoshita. In fact, she even brought her up herself. Midway through the meal, Haru's phone buzzed on the table. He glanced at the screen and saw a message from Hayakawa, accompanied by an image. At first, he thought it was something inappropriate and planned to check it later in private. But when he tapped it open, it was just a silly meme. Another message followed. Isn't this hilarious? I'm thinking of redrawing it myself. If you're interested, I'll make one for you too. Haru smirked and replied, sure. Putting his phone down, he chuckled. Was that from Yukinoshita? Utaha asked, noticing his amused expression. Haru shook his head. No, it was Hayakawa, the guy who's been playing extra in our shoots. He pulled up the chat and tapped on the image. Have you seen Spy X Family? He found a meme from it and wants to redraw it as a gift for a few people. Utaha peered at the screen, but since she hadn't watched the series, she didn't quite get the joke. Meanwhile, Haru took another look and grinned. Now he was really looking forward to Hayakawa's version. The atmosphere at dinner was warm and light-hearted. Utaha acted just like a close friend, carefully avoiding any topics that could be considered ambiguous. Haru felt relieved. He thought the evening would pass without issue until, just as they were finishing their meal, Utaha suddenly suggested, wouldn't a pleasant dinner like this pair well with some beer or sake? Underage drinking is prohibited. Haru responded formally. Utaha pouted. I don't believe for a second that you follow that rule. Haha, you're right, I never really planned to. But I don't like drinking, so I just never touch alcohol. Haru smiled, covering up the deeper truth. The real reason he disliked alcohol was the countless social obligations in his past life that had forced him to drink until he was sick. Ever since reincarnating, he had chosen never to touch the stuff. Alcohol only brought back memories of past struggles he had no interest in reliving. Seeing his clear reluctance, Utaha dropped the idea of asking someone else to buy them drinks. The restaurant was at its liveliest, filled with the sounds of customers drinking, laughing, and playing small games at their tables. Utaha paid them no mind. She rested her chin on her hand, her delicate face lightly enhanced by makeup turned toward the window. The soft, warm lighting above cast a glow over her features, making her appear even more stunning. Her silky hair cascaded down her back, and her well-fitted uniform accentuated her elegant figure. Her lips parted slightly, lost in thought. In her deep, wine-red eyes, flickered emotions far beyond her years. Occasionally, couples passed by outside, holding hands or whispering intimately. A subtle change flickered in Utaha's gaze, an unspoken longing, but it faded just as quickly as it appeared. She retracted her gaze, turning back to Haru, who was still finishing his meal. Then, in an unusually gentle voice, she asked, "Are you heading straight home after this?" Her tone held a rare emotion, one that wasn't usually there. Haru paused, looking up to meet her trembling eyes. The ease he had felt earlier disappeared. She wasn't desperate. She wasn't proud. She was simply sincere. Haru almost sighed. "Why?" Utaha lowered her eyes, murmuring as if speaking to both him and herself. "That night. Do you remember what you told me?" Haru, Always one to avoid heavy atmospheres, took the initiative. Yeah. I told you that with your qualities, you'd definitely meet plenty of amazing suitors in the future. Just as he was about to continue, she lifted her gaze and looked straight into his eyes. But that's the future. Right now, I have no intention of changing my feelings. I have a girlfriend. For the first time, Haru stated it plainly in front of her. I know. She replied with a smile. But I like you. And that's my own business. Haru fell silent. Her feelings were bold and intense, yet she didn't back down just because he made his stance clear. A moth flying toward a flame didn't necessarily mean it had no hope. Why? She repeated. But this time, she already knew the answer. Liking someone didn't need a reason. When she was with him, she was happy. When she didn't see him, she missed him. That was all there was to it. She refused to look away and softly said, before today's shoot, we hadn't seen each other for 5 days. Haru was about to respond, but she continued, this is the first time I've ever liked someone, and I got rejected. I don't want to give up so easily. Her gaze shifted back to the passing pedestrians outside as she murmured, liking you today is one day. Liking you tomorrow is another. Time flies fast. Maybe by the time I graduate and step into the real world, you'll realize that what you said that night doesn't really apply to me. What started as a pleasant dinner ended in silence. The sky had darkened. Under the streetlights, 2 figures walked side by side, speechless. The lively crowds and affectionate couples passing by only made Yutaha feel a quiet sorrow. One more intersection, and they would have to part ways. Amamiya-kun, Yutaha stopped in her tracks. She had been about to ask if he would come to her new book signing when a sharp voice suddenly interrupted. It's him. That bastard from last time. He's the one who beat me up. Yutaha turned around, startled. A group of people at the entrance of a nearby convenience store was now staring in their direction. The one who had shouted the loudest was a blonde-haired young man with earrings. As soon as he spoke, the group immediately started marching toward them in an intimidating wave. A quick glance revealed there were about 10 of them. Haru's voice sounded beside her. Can you run? Yutaha hesitated for only a moment before responding quickly, I can. Without another word, Haru grabbed her hand and took off. Seeing them run, the group behind them picked up their pace as well. The blonde guy yelled, don't run, you bastard. Weren't you so tough back at the batting cages? Haru had already recognized him. It was the same guy who had tried to hit on Yukino at the batting center. The area was bustling with people. Kids were playing on their phones, and plenty of young adults were chatting, taking pictures, and eating. The last thing Haru wanted was more attention. The whole hooded hero thing was already a hot topic online. He didn't need to add more fuel to the fire. Beating up a dozen people once was enough for the internet. No need for an encore. So, instead of fighting here, he pulled Yutaha toward a nearby park. Lots of trees. Fewer security cameras. A great spot to grind some XP. They sprinted across 2 intersections. Yutaha was already struggling for breath, her breathing ragged. The intense running was clearly too much for her. Gasping, she managed to say, you can let go of me. They probably won't bother a girl like me. Besides, I can always call the police. Before she could finish, she suddenly felt her body lift off the ground. Haru had scooped her up effortlessly. Her heart instantly went into disarray. Don't say something stupid. His voice was firm. Yutaha felt reassured yet oddly reluctant to leave the warmth of his arms. What she didn't realize was that, with her in his arms, Haru was actually running even faster. Meanwhile, the group chasing them was panting and struggling to keep up. By the time they finally reached the park, Haru gently set Yutaha down behind a tree. The pursuers, now completely out of breath, bent over, clutching their knees as they gasped for air. Damn it. How the hell is he so fast? Is this guy a marathon runner or something? One of them barely managed to complain before Haru, looking completely unfazed, charged straight toward them. What the hell? One guy? Wait. He ran that fast. While carrying someone? And he's not even tired? Before most of them could process the situation, the blonde-haired guy, the loudest of the bunch, was already on the ground, taken down by a single elbow strike. He didn't even have time to scream. The entire group stood frozen in shock. Haru turned his gaze to the rest of them. So, what's next? They were dumbfounded. Just a moment ago, he was the one running. They had the numbers advantage. How had the situation flipped so fast? The blonde guy lay on the ground, groaning, trying to say something tough, but the pain in his chest was too much. In the end, he couldn't even get a full sentence out. Haru stood in front of them, composed, exuding the aura of a lone warrior blocking an entire army. Behind him, Yutaha watched with bright, shining eyes full of trust and admiration. Chapter 80, Scumbag. Before today, Yutaha never had a clear idea of how strong Haru really was. When he grabbed her hand and ran earlier, she thought they were in trouble otherwise, why would he choose to flee first? But after they reached the park, she saw him set her down under a tree and say, "Stay here. Give me 3 minutes." And then, just like that, the blonde guy who had been shouting the loudest collapsed onto the ground. It happened so fast, too fast. He didn't even have time to raise his arms, let alone fight back. It was like watching a video game character bug out and fall over. Seeing this, Yutaha finally recalled the rumors about Haru taking on 10 people at once in the karate club. If even those athletes who had trained hard for the national tournament weren't his match, then this gang of street punks, who didn't even seem like they knew how to throw a proper punch, didn't stand a chance. That was why, when Haru made his move, Yutaha felt nothing but a deep sense of reassurance. But as the fight unfolded, she realized she had still overestimated these guys. They weren't just bad at fighting, they were completely clueless. They flailed their fists wildly, some even attempting high kicks that ended up hitting their own teammates. One guy actually managed to kick another's shoe off. Haru saw it too. These were the kind of people who were only brave when they had the upper hand. The moment they lost their advantage, they crumbled. He held back his strength, taking them down with well-placed knee strikes, elbows, and hooks. One by one, the thugs cried out and collapsed. When the last of them hit the ground, Yutaha instinctively checked her phone. Not even 3 minutes had passed. She widened her eyes in disbelief. Haru turned to her and gestured. Only then did she snap out of it and rush to his side. "Are you hurt? You saw everything, didn't you?" "I'm fine." He took out his phone. "You're calling the police?" She guessed. "Yeah. Even if we don't, someone else will." These guys were screaming so loudly that anyone passing by would have heard them. Haru nodded toward the groaning bodies scattered across the ground. Yutaha said nothing. Instead, she took out a handkerchief and carefully wiped the blood off his knuckles. The more she wiped, the quieter she became. Haru knew what she was thinking and said gently, "Don't worry. I really didn't get hurt." "Okay." She clutched the handkerchief tightly. Just then, as Haru was dialing the number, her voice suddenly rang out, sharp with urgency, "Watch out behind you." At the same moment, the blonde guy, his face covered in blood, sprang up, a switchblade in his hand. With a twisted expression, he lunged forward, snarling, "You bastard, just die already." Without thinking, Yutaha moved to block him. But Haru yanked her aside, pulling her away just in time. She stumbled backward, her breath hitching, and in her wide, frightened eyes, she saw Haru's foot connect with the blonde guy's chest. A dull thud echoed in the night. The thug tumbled backward, rolling several times before coming to a stop completely unconscious. His knife flew from his grasp, landing who knows where. Haru turned to the girl beside him, exhaling slightly as he saw her release a tense breath. He opened his mouth to say something but then closed it again. Should he scold her? For a moment, he considered it. But then he thought better of it. She didn't know about his steel body ability. She had acted purely on instinct, trying to protect him without a second thought. How could he blame her for that? The only thing that truly frustrated him was the what if. What if he hadn't reacted in time? What if she had gotten stabbed? Yutaha saw the change in his expression. She bit her lip but spoke firmly, "I just wanted to help you." "Forget it. Let me talk to the police first." Haru turned away and made the call. Yutaha stood in silence. Just then, a young couple walked out from deeper inside the park. Their flushed faces suggested they had come here for a date. The moment they saw the scene before them, the bodies strewn across the ground, Haru standing with his back to them, and Yutaha making eye contact with them, the couple flinched in terror. "Sorry. We didn't mean to disturb you," they blurted out before bowing hastily and running off. Yutaha raised a hand to her forehead. They had definitely misunderstood the situation. She wanted to laugh, but she couldn't quite bring herself to. After all, something truly dangerous had just happened. And Haru had been upset with her. When he finished the call, he turned to her and said, "Let's go. I'll walk you home." "Aren't we waiting for the police?" she asked instinctively. "The patrol officers are already on their way. They'll be here in a minute." They left the park together, walking side by side in silence. Yutaha stole a glance at his face, her heart uneasy. After hesitating for a long time, she finally whispered, "I was reckless earlier. I'm sorry." Haru shook his head. "I know you just wanted to help me. But it seems like you forgot about my little achievement in the karate club." His light-hearted remark successfully eased the tension. Yutaha smiled, her eyes soft. "I did forget. Just don't forget next time." "Okay." She agreed with a gentle laugh. After a moment, she asked, "You're so strong. Have you ever lost a fight before?" "I don't think so. I never really kept track." "That impressive, huh?" She gazed into his eyes, her wine-red irises shimmering under the streetlights. Haru chuckled. If I weren't this strong, I'd be the one lying on the ground back there. And you'd just be standing there, crying. Utaha giggled. No way. I'd carry you to the hospital, and we'd get revenge next time. Haru blinked, momentarily taken aback. Then, he nodded. Utaha walked beside him, watching him closely. Suddenly, she understood why, ever since the karate club incident, so many girls had talked about him with admiration. Even the third-year girls had gushed about him. Because this was the kind of security girls liked. The kind of strength that made you feel safe. I like him. I like him so much. She tightened her grip on his sleeve, eyes slightly misty. And then, beneath the dazzling city lights, she finally said it softly but with certainty, I like you, Haru. It was the first time she had called him by his name. She thought he would do what he always did, change the subject, gently rejecting her. But this time, after a moment of silence, he simply replied, I know. She froze. And then, in an instant, the sadness in her heart was replaced by something warm, something bright, a sudden, overwhelming joy. I'll take you home first. Haru repeated his words. Utaha smiled a genuine, radiant smile. It was mesmerizing. Haru noticed it. He also noticed the shift in her emotions. The warmth in her gaze, the sincerity in her confession earlier, and the way she had thrown herself in harm's way for him. Could he really claim that he wasn't moved? Of course not. He could try to convince himself that gratitude and love were different, that just because he was touched didn't mean he shared her feelings. But lying to himself like that would be ridiculous. Haru knew the truth. The moment she risked herself for him, something inside him wavered. And that meant he was already a scumbag. If he had feelings for her, even the slightest, then he had to admit it. What about Yukino? He took a deep breath, for the first time feeling an emotion he despised, self-loathing. It wasn't self-pity. He simply hated the sense of unease. When they arrived at the Kazekage residence, they stopped at the entrance. You should go inside. I need to. Before he could finish, she stepped forward. A familiar fragrance filled the air. On her tiptoes, she cupped his face gently. I like you, Haru. Her cheeks flushed, her smile bold yet brimming with happiness. The moonlight cascaded down, blending with the glow of the street lamps. It was as if an unseen artist had painted the world in soft, dappled light, making everything feel dreamlike. And in that moment, Haru suddenly understood why there were no stars in the night sky tonight. Because every single one of them had fallen into her eyes, glittering like tiny diamonds. You can have all of me, truly. She whispered. Her voice grew softer, her gaze holding a shy, uncertain plea. She leaned in again. Don't turn away from me. Soft words, tinged with hesitation, then she kissed him. A fleeting touch. No overwhelming heat, no deep entanglement. Just the lightest brush of lips before she pulled away. Then, as if she had just realized what she'd done, she glanced nervously toward her house. Haru, who had been drowning in complicated emotions, nearly laughed at her guilty expression. It was the first time he had seen Utaha look so flustered, like a thief afraid of being caught. Tonight was a good night, she murmured, her cheeks still warm, her crimson eyes filled with joy. Yeah, it was. Haru found himself staring at her, at the girl who had just given him her first kiss without hesitation. I should go. If I stay out here too long, my mom might notice. She waved at him and turned to leave, her skirt swaying with the motion of her slender waist. But after a few steps, she stopped again and looked back. I won't tell Yukino. And I won't make things difficult for you. Then, this time, she truly left. Haru watched her disappear inside. He lowered his head and muttered to himself. But I will. As he walked home, memories of his past relationships surfaced. Before his reincarnation, he had only been in one serious relationship, which ended for all sorts of trivial reasons. After coming to this world, his focus had always been on making money to ensure his parents lived comfortably, to build a future where they didn't have to struggle. Love? He figured he'd let it happen naturally. But now, he realized his so-called natural approach was just a way to avoid responsibility. You're such a scumbag. He cursed himself under his breath, rubbing his face as if that could clear his mind. There was no running from this. Flirting with both Yukino and Utaha behind their backs? That wasn't something he could do. And he wouldn't. If he had already acknowledged he was a scumbag, then at the very least he should be one who took responsibility. That was the thought on his mind as he arrived home. The moment he stepped inside, he noticed a pair of familiar shoes near the entrance. Yukino's shoes. Haru changed into his indoor slippers and walked into the living room. Sure enough, Yukino was there, sitting on the couch, absently stroking the orange cat in her lap. At the sound of his footsteps, she looked up. Even without makeup, her face was as breathtaking as ever. She frowned slightly. Why are you home so late? Haru stared at her for a moment before speaking in a low voice. Yukino. There's something I need to tell you. For some reason, seeing the emotions swirling in his eyes made her tense. The usually composed Yukino felt something stir inside her, a string being pulled out of tune. She placed the cat down and sat up straight. Go on. What happened? Chapter 81, How could things ever stay the same? As Yukino's voice echoed through the living room, the atmosphere shifted. The fat cat lounging on the couch seemed to sense the tension. Letting out a soft meow, it quickly leaped off and disappeared into the shadows. Haru met Yukino's gaze calm on the surface, yet concealing a turbulent storm underneath. His voice was heavy, tinged with guilt. I'm sorry. The instant those words left his mouth, her eyes trembled. She had always been sharp. In that single moment, she had already pieced things together. Almost instinctively, she asked, her voice detached, You and Kazekage-senpai? Yeah. When it came to matters of the heart, Haru had never wanted to lie to her. Just as he had once told her, word for word, how he had rejected Utaha's confession in the past, now, he could only give her the truth. The moment he admitted it, the air in the room froze. 3 seconds passed. Yukino averted her gaze, picking up the remote to lower the volume of the television. Her voice was quiet. I know you have a habit of being an idiot, but this isn't something you should joke about. Haru felt his chest grow heavier. She was trying to run away from it. No, she was giving him a chance. If he were to say, I was just joking, she would pretend none of this had happened. But the crack between them would remain. Haru took a deep breath. I'm not joking. Kazekage, I said if you keep this up, I'll get mad. Her voice rose slightly. Her slender fingers fidgeted with the remote, as if attempting to change the channel, yet in the end, she never pressed the button. Finally, she tossed the remote aside. Her sharp eyes locked onto his, piercing straight through him. But Haru's response remained unchanged: guilt, regret. I'm not lying. A second passed. Then 2. Then 5. Yukino closed her eyes for a brief moment before opening them again. Why? Haru had no answer. He couldn't tell her that it was Utaha's unwavering devotion, her reckless love, her willingness to give him everything those feelings had shaken him. He could have shifted all the blame onto Utaha. If he did that, Yukino would probably forgive him. But that would be a coward's way out. He had already accepted it when he was moved by Utaha, he had already become a scumbag. At the very least, he should take responsibility. Yukino waited. When no answer came, her carefully maintained composure finally began to crumble. She stood up, her voice cold. Why aren't you saying anything? You're not usually like this. Haru let out a slow breath. Because if I speak, it'll only sound like an excuse. And I don't want to lie to you. Scumbag. Her voice was emotionless. Haru didn't refute it. The television, now muted, continued playing its program. The ceiling lights illuminated the living room, but the divide between them was stark, the television screen acting as an invisible wall of separation. Yukino opened her mouth as if to say something, but when the words reached the tip of her tongue, she found that, for the first time, she couldn't articulate them. She sat back down, fingers pressing against her temple as if trying to ease an oncoming headache. Her teeth bit down on her lower lip. Have you told anyone else? No. Then why are you telling me now? Her voice cracked, her usual control slipping. Her eyes, usually so composed, burned with disbelief and fury. If you hadn't told me, then it wouldn't have changed anything, Yukino. Haru forced a bitter smile. Yukino froze. She understood him too well. And she understood what he meant. When it came to love, he would never deceive her. And because she understood that, she let out a quiet, almost mocking laugh. A sentimental scumbag? She murmured. Amamiya Haru, when did you become this kind of person? It wasn't just a question for him, it was a question for herself. She was searching for an answer. Searching for an excuse. Anything to smooth over what had happened tonight. But no matter how hard she looked, she found nothing. Haru. She called his name softly. But before he could respond, she turned away. And without another word, she walked into the guest room, closing the door behind her. After a while, she appeared in Haru's sight once more. She had changed out of her nightgown and into a tracksuit, carrying a bag in her hand. Without saying a word, she walked past Haru and headed toward the door. Just as she passed by him, her wrist was suddenly grabbed. If you're thinking of lying to me now, I can only tell you it's already too late. Her voice was devoid of emotion, as if telling him, I already gave you a chance to lie to me. Haru didn't try to argue. Instead, he spoke in a low voice, with everything that's happened because of me lately, it's not safe for you to go out alone at night. Stay for the night and leave in the morning. Yukino remained silent. She understood what he meant. With the growing fame of Hooded Hero, there were plenty of opportunistic streamers and people with bad intentions prowling the streets at night, looking for trouble. "Let go of me," she said. "I insist." Haru didn't release his grip. Another moment of silence passed. In the end, Yukino gave in. Only then did Haru let go. She walked to the guest room door, pausing to give him a complicated look. She was waiting. Just like when they were kids, whenever he made her angry, he would always come over, apologize, and find a way to make her smile again. Then, they would make up like nothing had happened. Even as she pushed the door open, she still thought that if he chose to lie to her now, she might just forgive him. But the words never came. Yukino withdrew her gaze and stepped inside. With a soft thud, the door closed behind her. Haru turned off the TV, walked out to the balcony, and pulled out his phone. He dialed Officer Yuki's personal number. "Sorry, I'm guessing I need to go to the station to make a statement about that incident. I can come now." "Oh, no big deal. I took over the case myself. Those kids cooperated easily. They spilled everything before I even asked." "What about the blonde guy? The one who pulled a knife? I might have hit him a little hard. He's in the hospital. 2 broken ribs. It's a bit serious, but nothing I can't handle." "Don't worry." "Thanks." "Haha, no need for that between us. Besides, I'm counting on you and the Yukinoshita family to help with my promotion. I've been stuck in this position for years, you know." Officer Yuki always made it clear he was desperate for a promotion. Haru was about to end the call when Yuki suddenly lowered his voice. "By the way, there's something your parents might need to step in for." Noticing the shift in his tone, Haru frowned. "What is it?" "Thanks to you, Hisata has confessed. Just as we expected, his family isn't taking it lightly. They've been pulling strings these past few days, but my superior and I have been blocking them. However," Yuki's tone grew serious, "I don't know what's going on in Hisata's son's head, but after seeing photos of the wreckage on the cruise ship, he's convinced the Hooded Hero was behind it. Now, he's trying to dig up information on you." Haru's expression remained unchanged. "Has he found anything?" "No. I've already taken care of the surveillance footage from those areas. But he's stirring things up online, and more people are starting to suspect the Hooded Hero's connection to the incident. My superiors are feeling the pressure and want to launch a full investigation." "I see." After a pause, Haru suddenly asked, "What if I go to them first?" "Don't even think about it. Hisata's son isn't in a good state of mind, and a lot of his family members legally own firearms. I don't want anything happening to you. I wouldn't even know how to explain it to your parents. Relax. I know what I'm doing. I'm not that reckless." "True. You do tend to be pretty hardcore." Haru chuckled. "I'll reach out in a few days. I'll take care of it." "All right. Just stay safe." After hanging up, Haru gazed at the bustling street in the distance, his eyes flickering with thought. At 5 in the morning, he was already up. After what happened last night, he knew Yukino probably didn't sleep well. Given her anger and disappointment in him, she would undoubtedly leave as early as possible. When he finished making breakfast, he saw her stepping out of her room just in time. "Good morning. Eat something first. I've already called a driver to take you home," Haru said. Yukino responded with a single syllable. They ate breakfast in silence. It wasn't until she stood by the car, luggage in hand, that she turned to him. "I thought you'd put up more of a fight to stop me. I guess your guilt got the better of you, and now you don't even have the nerve to be shameless about it?" "I'm sorry." That was all he could say. Yukino took a deep breath, then looked away. Without another word, she got into the car. Haru gave the driver a look, silently asking him to keep an eye on her mood. The driver nodded in understanding. As the car disappeared from view, Haru returned to the house and sat in the living room, lost in thought. Meanwhile, in the car, the driver glanced at the rearview mirror to check on the silent girl in the back seat. Just as he was about to say something, Yukino suddenly spoke. "You don't need to worry about me. I'm fine. Just a little tired." Caught off guard, the driver awkwardly nodded. He hadn't expected her to be so perceptive. Still, as a married man, he could tell at a glance that his boss had fought with his girlfriend. So, pretending to recall something, he said, "I used to argue with my wife a lot too. But in the end, we always made up. After knowing someone for so many years, the feelings don't just disappear. Please just focus on driving." Yukino interrupted him curtly. The driver's mouth twitched. He sighed inwardly. "Boss, it's not that I don't want to help, but your girlfriend is just too hard to talk to." "Thank you." When the car stopped at her house, Yukino thanked the driver, grabbed her bag, and walked inside. She unlocked the door, changed her shoes, and stepped into the living room. Without a care, she dropped the bag full of clothes on the floor and flopped onto the couch. She didn't bother maintaining her usual grace or composure. Lying there, she stared blankly at the ceiling before curling up on the sofa. The bright morning light cast her solitary figure in stark contrast against the empty room. Alone again. She closed her eyes, her heart aching. Even though it was warm outside, she felt like all the warmth had been drained from her body. Such a half-hearted response. How boring. Oh well, since I'm your big sister, I suppose I have to take care of you too. I'll head over to Yukino's place in a bit. Thanks. Saying thanks won't cut it. Just remember to treat me to a fancy meal. After hanging up, Haru sank back into his seat. He had never intended to give up on Yukino, nor would he ever. And he certainly wasn't about to sulk at home like some tragic character in a melodrama. That would be stupid. Right now, Yukino was undoubtedly in a terrible state. As much as he worried about her, Haruno was the better person to handle the situation for now. As he sat there and thought, his phone vibrated. He glanced at the screen. A message from Yutaha, you should be awake by now, Haru. Haru, I've been up for a while. Yutaha, then let's meet up. I'll pick the place. No refusing me. Haru blinked at the message, momentarily surprised. She must have figured something out. And he was right. Last night, Yutaha had gone home and enjoyed a sweet, peaceful sleep. But the moment she woke up this morning, something clicked in her mind, something she had overlooked. He must have told Yukino the truth. Having spent enough time with Yukino, Yutaha considered herself one of the few people who truly understood her. If Haru had been honest, there was no doubt in her mind that he and Yukino would have argued, and that their relationship would now be on shaky ground. And she was the reason why. But instead of feeling satisfied, Yutaha found herself anxious. She had always known she was the third party in this equation. That knowledge alone had been enough to make her feel awkward at times. Now that her feelings had finally been acknowledged, it had thrown Haru into turmoil. She couldn't just sit back and do nothing. Yukino must be furious right now. She probably won't even look at Haru, let alone answer his calls. That means the only person who can speak on his behalf is me. With that thought, Yutaha steeled herself for the bold and risky move she was about to make. Meanwhile, on the other side of town, Haruno arrived at her sister's apartment. She pressed the doorbell and then, just for good measure, knocked firmly on the door. Open up, Yukino. I know you're in there. There was the sound of footsteps before the door swung open, revealing Yukino's cold, impassive face. What are you doing here? She asked flatly. Haruno grinned as usual. Take a guess. Yukino's eyes narrowed. Did he ask you to come? Haruno let out a short laugh. Congratulations, you guessed wrong. Yukino remained silent. Yukino stared at her sister with suspicion, scrutinizing her face for any sign of deception. But no matter how long she stared, she couldn't find a single crack. With no other choice, she stepped aside. Fine. I'll just assume you came on your own. Don't bother testing me. You know me, and I know you even better. Haruno stepped inside with an easy grace, bending down to switch into indoor slippers as if she owned the place. Didn't I mention before? I plan to book out the swimming facility for the photography club so everyone could relax over the holiday. I came today for that. As she finished changing shoes, Snow merely responded with a flat, I don't believe you. Well, believe it or not, I'm here. Haruno smiled brightly, dismissing the matter with her usual playfulness. Without giving Yukino a chance to argue, she took her hand and led her further inside. Under normal circumstances, Yukino would have retorted, unwilling to let her sister's sly remarks get the better of her. At worst, she might have lost the verbal battle but would have at least put up a fight. But today, she didn't resist. She let herself be pulled along in silence. As they entered the living room, Haruno's gaze flickered briefly to the bag carelessly toppled onto the floor. From her angle, she could clearly see the clothes stuffed inside. So it's gotten this bad? Even Yukino moved out? Haruno had already been aware of their cohabitation, but seeing this made her realize she had severely underestimated the depth of this conflict. She recalled something Haru had once said, an old Chinese saying, since we're already here, we might as well make the most of it. That was exactly how she felt now. Since she was already here, she might as well take care of her sister. As for Hasuru's promise of a fancy meal as thanks? Oh, that was nowhere near enough. Haruno's thoughts shifted seamlessly as she sat Yukino down before getting up again. Where's the tea? I'll make us some. Yukino instinctively made a move to stand, but Haruno gently pressed down on her shoulder, her gaze suddenly serious. Until you decide whether or not to tell me what really happened, just stay put. Yukino hesitated, then relented, lowering her eyes. For once, her sister didn't tease or prod her like usual. Instead, she showed concern in her own indirect way. And that only made it worse. She dropped her head, running her fingers through her silky hair, Her usual composed image nowhere to be found. If only he would call right now and apologize. If only last night had been nothing more than a bad dream. Haruno returned with the tea leaves but suddenly paused mid-step. A second later, she resumed as if nothing had happened, carefully preparing the tea with practiced hands. In her mind, Haru had always been waiting for Yukino to make her decision. He had waited for years, as though his patience was limitless, as though Yukino would always be the same girl who had once stood by his side. Stories always romanticized the idea of if only life could always be as it was at first sight, but in reality, no one's life ever remained that simple. Not mine, not yours, not his, not hers. No one's. Chapter 82, Yukino. She had already lost her home before meeting Haru. Yutaha first met up with Kato Megumi. As usual, they arranged to meet at a small, budget-friendly cafe near Yutaha's house. Ever since they became friends, the two would often meet at this cafe whenever they had time to discuss the heroine's script. Megumi assumed that today's meeting was for the same reason. But the moment she saw Yutaha, a different thought crossed her mind. The reason was simple: Yutaha looked stunning. She was dressed far more elegantly than usual. The well-fitted dress not only accentuated her tall figure but also highlighted her slender waist and ample chest. At first, Megumi thought Yutaha might be going out with her parents later, which would explain the extra effort in her appearance. But as they ordered their drinks and got into their usual script discussion, Megumi noticed something else. Yutaha-senpai was in an unusually good mood, far more open and carefree than usual, as if she wasn't carrying her usual burdens. After a while, Megumi casually asked, "Did something good happen to you, senpai?" Yutaha blinked. "Is it that obvious?" Megumi shook her head. "It's probably because we've been meeting so often that I can tell." It was a reasonable answer. Yutaha believed it. She smiled before admitting softly, "Something good did happen. But also something bad." "The kind of thing you can't talk about?" Megumi asked understandingly. Yutaha gave a small, apologetic nod. Megumi didn't press further, but she had already figured it out. Amamiya Haru. If there was anyone who could put Yutaha in such high spirits, it had to be him. Megumi was curious but kept her expression neutral. At this pace, the club's short film should be finished by the end of the month. Yutaha's gaze flickered. With the way Yukinoshita was acting lately, there was no way they'd finish by then. "Have you thought about what comes next, senpai?" Megumi asked. Yutaha frowned slightly. "Next? Well, Yukinoshita-san's short film is actually really interesting, and the story is quite touching. As long as it's properly promoted, I think a lot of people will enjoy it once it's released." That. Yutaha had never thought about it that way. At first, she had only wanted to improve herself. Taking on the role of the film's heroine was just her way of proving to Yukinoshita that she was just as talented and capable. But now, with her mind full of Haru, she hadn't given the film's future any thought. Hearing Megumi mention it, she suddenly realized if the short film gained popularity, the attention she received at school would increase dramatically. How annoying. She muttered, picking up her juice with mild frustration. Megumi nodded in agreement. "You're already quite popular at school, senpai. If this film blows up, even more people will be paying attention to you." Yutaha suddenly said, "It's fine. I plan to work behind the scenes in the future anyway." Behind the scenes? For once, Megumi looked genuinely surprised. Yutaha's expression was serious. "I want to become the best screenwriter." "I see." Megumi thought Yutaha seemed more determined than ever. Did Haru say something to her again? But honestly, aiming to be the best screenwriter. That's quite a challenge. If even I don't believe I can be the best, how can I ever reach that goal? Eh? Megumi blinked. That sounded exactly like something Haru would say. What on earth had those two talked about? For the first time in her life, Megumi's curiosity was about to explode. At around 10 o'clock, they went their separate ways. Back in her bedroom, Yutaha stood in front of the mirror, adjusting her appearance. She touched up her makeup and, satisfied with the result, smiled. She and Haru had planned to meet for lunch. It had taken some serious effort on her part to get him to agree. "Mom, I won't be home for lunch." Before heading out, she tried to suppress the excitement bubbling inside her and casually informed her mother. Her mother watched her daughter's cheerful footsteps with a sigh. 10 minutes later, Yutaha and Haru met in a private room at a restaurant. That was also her request. "You seemed pretty eager to meet. Something important?" Haru looked as composed as ever. Yutaha gazed at his face, her lips curling into a playful smile. "I kind of regret giving away my first kiss so casually." "Well, it's too late for that now." "True." They exchanged light banter while placing their orders. Once the server left, Yutaha spoke again. "How are things between you and Yukinoshita-san now?" Despite her best efforts, A trace of worry and unease slipped into her voice. Haru answered calmly, "You don't need to blame yourself, and you don't need to overthink. This is something I should handle." Utaha understood immediately. After a brief hesitation, she bit her lip and whispered, "I'm sorry. Are you going to start saying dumb things again?" Haru countered. What's done was done. He wasn't about to blame her. The only one at fault here was himself. Seeing his attitude, Utaha deliberately put on a bright smile. "Actually, I have an idea." "What idea?" "You could just put all the blame on me. I get it now. You didn't come here to chat. You came to pick a fight." Haru cut her off. Her eyes twinkled with amusement. "Fine, I won't say it." She could feel his concern for her, and it warmed her heart. But her desire to help him was even stronger. Of course, she wouldn't say that out loud. Instead, she teased, "Want me to help you relax this afternoon? Your acting is getting sloppy." "That's kind of rude, you know." Though she had been joking, after lunch, she still stayed with him for a long time, unwilling to leave. She avoided mentioning Yukino, instead chatting about school life and the rising popularity of the mysterious hooded hero online. Haru listened patiently. And just like that, 2 uneventful days passed. Then, for the first time in a while, Yukino sent a message in the film club's group chat. All swimming and filming activities for the week were postponed. She had something to take care of. No one objected to the postponement. 2 days later, in the afternoon, Haru received a call from Haruno. "Yukino went back to Chiba. She's with our parents now. I was the one who suggested it. You know what that means, right? I'm heading out now. My point is, what about the fancy dinner you owe me? I'll put it on my tab. We'll settle it next time." Haru sincerely thanked Haruno over the phone. The real reason she called wasn't just to inform him that Yukino had gone home. She was sending him a message Yukino was doing much better. Haru called for his driver. Once inside the car, he closed his eyes to rest. He recalled something Yukino had once said to him. "My world is actually very small." And now, she was proving it. She was angry. She was hurt. But she chose to be alone. And precisely because she was alone, she felt even lonelier. That was why she agreed to Haruno's suggestion and returned home for a while. It was Haruno's way of looking out for her. Seeing her little sister like this, she couldn't just let her isolate herself indefinitely. Home was the better option. On the way, the driver asked when Haru planned to return. "Drop me off and head back yourself. I might not be coming back. There's a good chance my 100-something pounds will stay in Chiba for good." The driver shuddered. "Boss, the way you say things is terrifying. If I didn't know better, I'd think you were going to the Yukinoshita house to start a fight. More like to get beaten up." Haru corrected. The driver suddenly remembered the compliment Haru had given him before. So, he put it to use. "You're badass." His pronunciation in Chinese was surprisingly crisp and accurate. Haru couldn't help but laugh. Yukinoshita residence, Chiba. Mr. and Mrs. Yukinoshita were upstairs. Their younger daughter was in her room downstairs. "There's something off about Yukino," her father said. His wife didn't reply immediately. She calmly poured tea and said, "I know Haru's personality well. He's pampered Yukino since they were kids. Occasionally, he'd tease her and make her mad, but..." Her husband hesitated. "But Yukino looks different this time. It's not like before. It's just a couple's quarrel. Besides..." She paused for a moment, still composed and elegant. "Haruno told me Yukino wanted to come home because she was in a bad mood." "So?" Her husband didn't quite follow. Mrs. Yukinoshita took a sip of tea and said flatly, "If Haruno told me, that means she told him too." Right on cue, her phone buzzed on the table. She glanced at the screen and smiled. "See? He's already on his way." Her husband peeked at the message. "Andy, can I crash at your place for dinner? Would that be okay? Didn't Haruno just call you a little while ago? He got here fast. No wonder Yukino got tricked into going out with him." He sighed, feeling a little resentful about his daughter being stolen. His wife smiled knowingly. "I'll see if he needs my help later. What about you?" Her husband chuckled. "I'm not helping him." He sounded so firm. But when Haru arrived, carrying gifts he had hastily bought along the way, he greeted them with a sheepish smile. "Sorry for the sudden visit. I brought some things for you." As he showed them the gifts, Mr. Yukinoshita's eyes lit up. "Haru, you have great taste. I've been eyeing this mechanical watch for a while now but kept forgetting to buy it." Haru grinned. "Well, doesn't this prove we're on the same wavelength? Otherwise, how could I have picked out something that just so happens to match your taste?" "Good point." Watching her husband and Haru chatting so naturally, Mrs. Yukinoshita maintained her gentle smile but didn't bother joining the conversation. "I'm not helping him." She had heard that line too many times before. Compared to her own strong-willed personality, her husband was much more easygoing. Since they had no sons, only 2 daughters, he had taken a liking to Haru from a young age. Haru had always been mature and reliable, earning his admiration. "Andy, this is for you," Haru said, handing over a scarf and some cosmetics. She took a quick glance at the gifts before accepting them. "How convenient," she murmured. Haru played dumb. "What do you mean?" She didn't answer. These were exactly the things she liked. She didn't need to guess. Haru had obviously sought outside help for this. And who was the best person to ask? The answer was obvious. Haruno. "How much did you bribe Haruno?" Mrs. Yukinoshita led Haru inside, her voice gentle. "I didn't. Haruno and I are just good friends, no deals involved," Haru said righteously. Not a single word about his desperate plea for Haruno's advice on the way here. Mrs. Yukinoshita smiled. Then, her expression turned cold. "Should I call Haruno right now and ask?" Haru sighed dramatically. "Andy, please have mercy. Honest kids get rewarded." She patted his head like she used to when he was little. The 3 of them sat in the living room. While her husband happily chatted with Haru, she silently brewed some tea. She was a capable woman. In a way, the Yukinoshita sisters were like her, but a toned-down version. She was truly all-capable. Not an all-capable girl, but an all-capable woman. Naturally, her tea-making skills were impeccable. After handing Haru a cup, she finally spoke. "You'll stay for dinner. As for tonight, it's up to you whether you want to go back or not." Her husband nodded. "If you want to stay, I'll prepare the guest room like before." Haru sipped his tea, feigning shock. "Wait, I'm actually allowed to stay?" Mrs. Yukinoshita gave him a knowing smile. "You weren't planning on leaving, were you? I thought you'd just scold me and kick me out." "Oh, Haruno really wasn't lying about how smart you are." Then, her tone suddenly shifted, sharp and direct. "So? How exactly did you upset Yukino? She's furious this time. I'd like you to confess. That way, maybe I'll go a little easier on you." The abrupt change in tone and topic caught Haru off guard. He chuckled awkwardly. "That's why I'm here to apologize." She studied him for a moment, then smirked. "You? Apologize?" Without another word, she walked to Yukino's room and knocked. 5 seconds later, the door opened. Yukino stood there, her delicate features slightly puzzled. Her mother said nothing. She simply stepped aside, revealing Haru awkwardly sitting on the couch. Yukino blinked. Then, she froze. Her first thought, of course, this shameless guy showed up uninvited. That's just how he is. Her second thought, Haruno was working with him all along. She was still mad. She still hadn't forgiven him yet. But since her mother had personally knocked on her door, there was no way she could just turn around and shut it. Mrs. Yukinoshita took in every shift in her daughter's expression. Then, she cast Haru a meaningful glance. It said, "I liked your gifts, but you weren't honest with me. So, this is as much help as you're getting." The look was blatantly obvious. Yukino, sharp as always, caught it immediately. Her mind blanked for a second. What? Even Mom's in on this? She glanced at her father. Great. Now it's both parents. Yukino was speechless. She hadn't even forgiven him yet. And somehow, she had already lost her home. Chapter 83, What a Mess. In the end, Yukino still came out of her room. Her complexion had improved a lot. She no longer looked as pale as she had that night, nor as absent-minded as she had been when Haruno visited her. Of course, she was still upset. So, the moment she sat down across from Haru, the atmosphere in the living room became noticeably tense. Mrs. Yukinoshita had said she would only help Haru for a little while, and she meant it. Now, she calmly sipped her tea, her expression composed, as if even if the sky were to collapse, she wouldn't bother speaking. Her husband, on the other hand, simply kept his gaze lowered, pretending to be deep in thought. With both of them acting like sages above mortal affairs, Haru had no choice but to break the silence himself. He looked at Yukino and asked, "I saw the notice you posted in the group chat. When's the next shoot scheduled?" "What do you think?" Yukino replied coldly. "You decide. After all, you're the director, and I'm just the cameraman. So, you came all the way here just to ask me this?" "Of course not. I wanted to talk to you about something else too. But I only want to talk about this." Yukino cut him off without hesitation. Mrs. Yukinoshita raised an eyebrow, sensing that the tension between them was unusually high this time. She exchanged a glance with her husband, who immediately understood and stood up with her. Before leaving, she casually said to Haru, "Stay for dinner tonight." "All right," he replied. Haru watched as the couple went upstairs before turning back to Yukino. After a brief silence, she finally spoke, her expression unreadable. Did my sister tip you off? At least she is talking now. Relieved, Haru shook his head. No, I figured it out on my own. No way was he going to sell out Haruno. He thought to himself. Your lying skills are getting worse. Yukino said. That's because I haven't had time to come up with a good excuse. That familiar tone caught Yukino off guard for a second. She lowered her gaze, staring at the steaming cup of tea in her hands. You shouldn't have come. Haru understood what she meant. She didn't want her parents to notice. Softly, he said, I didn't tell them anything. Even though your mother was ready to interrogate me, I held my ground and stayed silent. Yukino couldn't help but glare at him. Can you take this seriously? Of course. Whatever you say. Haru nodded eagerly. For a moment, it felt like the past again. Whenever he made her mad, he would always pull this goofy, bootlicking act. Yukino snapped out of her thoughts and kept her tone indifferent. You came to apologize? Not just that. Then you have something else to say? Yeah. Seeing him answer so simply, Yukino's expression finally shifted. What about Kazekage-senpai? In what way? Haru treaded carefully. She stared at him intently, as if about to say something, but in the end, she just shook her head. Never mind. It doesn't matter anymore. A hint of frustration crept into her voice. You admitted the truth on your own. That means you really care about her. So, why did you have to come find me while I was still upset? Because I was worried about you. Haru said honestly. I haven't seen you in days. Yukino just looked at him. He continued, I actually wanted to see you that day, but I knew that if I showed up then, you wouldn't even let me through the door. You guessed right. Yukino said. That's why I waited a few days. I wanted to make sure you were feeling a little better before I came over. Hearing this, Yukino's fingers curled slightly into a fist on her lap. What exactly do you mean by that? Haru met her gaze head on. I mean that I won't give up. Yukino fell silent for a second. Then she asked, Are you sure you don't want to hear my opinion? I'm not sure. Haru answered without hesitation. But I still won't give up. Yukino stared at him for a moment before looking away. She muttered under her breath, Scumbag. Silence returned to the living room. Upstairs, Mrs. Yukinoshita was arranging flowers, looking calm and composed. Her husband stood near the staircase for a few seconds before turning to her and whispering, It's quiet down there now. Neither of them had eavesdropped on a conversation. That means they're still at a standoff? Mrs. Yukinoshita saw through the situation immediately. What were they fighting about this time? Her husband mumbled to himself, but she didn't seem to hear him. Instead, she thought to herself these two had known each other for years. To others, Yukino might seem difficult to get along with, but to Haru, she was actually easy to coax. If even he couldn't smooth things over, then this time, it must be something serious. Mrs. Yukinoshita pondered for a moment before calling down to them. There's still time before dinner. If you two want to go out for a walk, just make sure to be back on time. She had considered calling Haruno to ask, but then thought better of it. If Haruno had gone out of her way to tip Haru off, she probably wouldn't tell her anything yet. Or perhaps, even Haruno hadn't figured out the whole story. Whatever the case, she decided to let the kids handle it themselves. Downstairs. Hearing that voice from earlier, Haru turned to Yukino. Do you want to go out? To his surprise, she actually agreed. However, she called for her mother's driver first, and after receiving her mother's permission, the two of them got into a Toyota sedan. As the car pulled out of the residential area, both Haru and Yukino sat in the back. After a while, as if disliking the heavy silence, Yukino suddenly asked, Aren't you curious about what I'm thinking right now? If you're willing to tell me, I'm willing to listen. Haru's response was utterly spineless. Yukino gazed at the passing scenery outside, her pale face reflected in the window. Are you too afraid to ask? Yes. That's not like you. Since when were you such a coward? My bravery is flexible. It adapts to the situation. Yukino seemed to lose interest in talking to him. At one point, the car stopped at her request. Haru followed her out and watched as she bought a few daily necessities. When they got back in, the car continued driving, going even farther this time. Where are we going? Haru noticed that Yukino was busy on her phone, typing away. You'll find out soon enough. She replied. But even after a while, he still had no idea. Eventually, the car pulled up in front of an old, abandoned residential area. Haru leaned forward, taking a good look. He recognized this place. Most of the residents had already moved out, leaving the yards overgrown with weeds and the buildings in disrepair. Get out. Yukino's sudden command caught him off guard. What's she bringing me here for? Surely she's not so upset that she wants to go ghost hunting like those kids at school? Without much thought, he stepped out of the car. Then click. A crisp locking sound rang out. The door had been locked. So that's what she was messaging the driver about. Still in shock, Haru turned to the now lowered car window, where Yukino met his gaze. I've spent the past few days adjusting my emotions. I do feel a little better now, she said calmly. But that doesn't mean I'm not still angry. Hey, isn't this a bit childish? Haru pointed at the completely deserted surroundings. Yukino ignored him and continued, her melodious voice carrying a hint of amusement. Didn't you just say my mother was interrogating you? Well, if you don't make it back in time for dinner, you'll get to enjoy another one of your favorite interrogation sessions. She chuckled softly. I look forward to seeing your unyielding spirit. With that, the car window rolled up, and the engine revved. The sedan drove off, leaving Haru stranded in the middle of the abandoned residential area. The driver, showing some concern, remarked, there aren't any taxis around here. If he tries walking back, it'll take at least an hour. Yukino glanced at her phone, where a new message from Haru had popped up. This is pure cruelty. The corners of her lips lifted slightly, but she quickly suppressed her smile. He's not that dumb, she murmured. There's no way he's walking back on foot. Stranded in an abandoned neighborhood, Haru let out a breath. And yet, he felt oddly relieved. Because if Yukino had the energy to pull a childish stunt like this, it meant she was willing to forgive him. TCH. This little distance? Not even a warm-up for me. Rolling up his bent legs, he prepared to run. A stray dog scurried out from a patch of weeds nearby. Haru suddenly called out, hey. Do you think my luck's about to turn around? The dog flinched in terror, tucking its tail between its legs and barking furiously, woof. 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 Thanks for the encouragement, buddy. Without another word, Haru took off at full speed. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared. The stray dog, still mid-bark, stood frozen in shock. As it turned out, with his steel-like endurance, this distance was nothing. Yukino probably thought that even if he could run back, his legs would be too sore to move afterward. Yet, Haru didn't even feel tired. He steadily controlled his breathing and pace, treating the whole thing as a workout. Only when he reached the city did he finally slow down just to avoid looking like some kind of superhuman. By the time Haru returned to the Yukinoshita residence, sweat dripped from his forehead, but his breathing remained steady and controlled. Just as he expected, Yukino was waiting at the door. Already? Her eyes were filled with unconcealed astonishment. She quickly glanced at the time to make sure she wasn't imagining things. A journey that should have taken over an hour, he had finished it in less than 20 minutes. And judging by the way he wasn't even out of breath, his stamina was still going strong. Lowering her phone in disbelief, Yukino asked, you really ran all the way back? Haru hesitated for a moment. Do you want me to do it again? Isn't that a little much? She knew he was just putting on an act and shot him a habitual glare before pulling out a handkerchief and handing it over. Wipe your sweat, then go take a shower. Dinner will be ready soon. Haru accepted the warm handkerchief. I don't have any spare clothes. Turning away, Yukino smirked. You can wear mine. I've already made it clear cross-dressing is absolutely out of the question. Not even for the sweet and lovely Yukino. His tone was firm. And there you go, exposing your perverted nature again. Yukino sighed, exasperated. Taking advantage of the moment, Haru reached forward under the pretense of returning the handkerchief, gently taking hold of her soft hand. For an instant, she tensed. Then, she relaxed. Let go. Do you remember what I told you before? His voice was steady. I won't let go. So this was what he had been waiting for. Yukino was momentarily stunned. Looking at his sweat-drenched hair, she sighed. I really don't know what to do with you. Take your time figuring it out. That way, I get to hold your hand a little longer. Yukino. She barely resisted the urge to curse at him. Instead, she sighed again, this time in resignation. After all these years, she really did like him. Otherwise, she would have kicked him out today. Too bad he's a jerk. Inside the house, Mrs. Yukinoshita watched the two walk in hand in hand. She discreetly exchanged a glance with her husband. The look said, see? We should let the kids sort things out themselves. Mr. Yukinoshita, right. At dinner, while helping to bring out the dishes, Yukino heard her mother ask, so, have you two made up? She froze, unsure how to respond. Honey? She was still angry about the whole Kazekage situation. But she also wanted to forgive him. After a brief pause, Yukino pressed her lips together and gave an honest shake of her head. I don't know either. Mrs. Yukinoshita didn't press further. Back in the living room, Haru, now dressed in an old-fashioned set of pajamas, was chatting animatedly with Mr. Yukinoshita. Uncle, I have to say, you have an impeccable sense of style. This outfit. Absolutely top tier. The design, the color scheme flawless. Yukino bought that. I knew it. Only Yukino could have such refined taste. Wait, weren't you just complimenting me a second ago? But Yukino does have great taste. Mrs. Yukinoshita, for once, chuckled warmly. She turned to her daughter and said, he's probably the only one who dares to talk to an elder like that. Yukino had no response. She thought back to the message Haru had sent her earlier, this is pure cruelty. And suddenly, she felt like she should send that same message herself. Because once again, she was on the verge of forgiving him. Her resolve was wavering. Chapter 84, still under review. Dinner passed uneventfully. Yukino and her mother barely spoke, while Haru chatted with Mr. Yukinoshita. Haruno didn't return, as she was out having dinner with her classmates. After the meal, Haru had wanted to help with the dishes, but the Yukinoshita couple politely refused. And so, the living room was once again left with just him and Yukino. As always, she sat inside the coffee table area, while he sat outside. On the table were snacks, fruit, and some rather expensive tea. You really ran all the way back earlier? After watching TV for a while, Yukino suddenly asked. Haru nodded. You're still thinking about that? Expressionless, Yukino replied, because it's not very scientific. This is the result of years of disciplined training. Just like when I made you a workout plan, you improved noticeably, didn't you? That's true. Hearing the word stamina, Yukino's mood worsened. She was well aware that, even with regular training, her physical endurance wasn't at the top tier among girls her age. But it should still be decent. And yet, every time they did that, she always lost far too quickly. Now, seeing how he had run all the way back without even breaking a sweat, she realized her boyfriend. No, this guy's physical capabilities were practically inhuman. There was even a time when a ridiculous thought crossed her mind: if she alone couldn't satisfy him, would that mean she'd have to let him have someone else on the side? That absurd idea lasted only a second before she threw it away. Because she knew very well that her personality would never allow a third party to step in. And yet, here she was now watching her once unthinkable thought become a reality. Yukino felt a deep discomfort. Just then, she noticed a hand extending toward her, holding a strawberry skewered on a toothpick. Want some? I tried it earlier. It's really good, no wonder it's so expensive. Haru said. Fruits like these are never cheap. Yukino parted her lips and gently bit into the strawberry. Just like that, he slipped back into his usual rhythm of feeding her. Like feeding a cat. Yukino sat there quietly elegant, beautiful, and carrying a distant air, just like a cold and aloof feline. Haru continued, knowing she was still upset. She wasn't just angry, she was frustrated because she liked him. And worst of all, that frustration carried a sense of grievance. She might never say it outright, never show it on the surface, but deep down, she felt wronged. Sorry. His voice rang out in the quiet living room. Yukino's eyes trembled slightly. She refused the next piece he offered. I don't want any more. All right. Haru complied without hesitation. Yukino no longer focused on the television. She turned her chair around, her bare face looking directly into his. I'm starting to doubt my own judgment now. For example? What kind of girls do you even like? Huh? Where did that come from all of a sudden? Yukino gazed at him, her expression complicated. I'll admit, senpai is very beautiful. But did you really turn yourself into a jerk just because of her? Was it just for her chest? Haru almost choked. This was bad. This was really bad. They say love makes people dumber, and Yukino had never shown any signs of that before. But now, she was putting her own intelligence to the test. Noticing his expression, Yukino subconsciously tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. Clearly, she had also realized what a foolish question she had just asked. If he were really that shallow, he would have gone after her sister from the start. Forget what I just said. Yukino forced herself to maintain a stern expression. Haru nodded swiftly. Got it. Already forgotten. The atmosphere grew a little awkward. Yukino turned away, her cheeks tinged red. If you had just lied to me that night, you wouldn't even need to apologize right now. Haru spoke seriously. I couldn't, and I wouldn't, ever lie to you when it comes to feelings. That same answer. Yukino felt a whirlwind of emotions. Should she be happy? At the very least, he didn't try to hide it, didn't turn into a complete scumbag without an ounce of responsibility. Or should she be angry? After all, her boyfriend had gone and gotten entangled with another girl. Her thoughts were a mess. At that moment, she noticed Haru checking the time. Without thinking, she asked, You're not planning to stay? No. You're still mad at me, so it's probably better if I head back tonight. A tightness rose in Yukino's chest. Wasn't this guy supposed to be smart? How could he be this dense and cowardly now? If I really didn't want to see you, would I have waited for you at the door after leaving you behind? She kept a cold face and was about to say something, but then he added, "I'll come back tomorrow." Just like that, the little bit of momentum she had gathered collapsed instantly. Yukino felt like he was doing this on purpose. Seeing him deliberately avoid her sharp gaze and stuff a strawberry into his mouth only confirmed her suspicion. He was doing this on purpose. Yukino rubbed her temples. "You know I'm mad, yet you're still trying to irritate me? Haru, your courage is surprisingly flexible." Haru put on a shy act. "I have no choice. If I weren't a little flexible, you'd think I wasn't smart. Idiot." This time, she didn't hold back, her insult crisp and direct. Then, she stood up and walked off. "I threw your clothes in the washer. They should be dry by now." A moment later, she returned with his clothes. Haru thanked her and went to the bathroom to change back into them. "I'll walk you out." Yukino looked at his side profile and spoke up first. "All right." By the time they stepped outside, the sky had already darkened, and the temperature had dropped considerably. A cool night breeze swept past them, ruffling their hair. Yukino accompanied him to the main gate, when suddenly, something occurred to her. "Wait, why isn't your driver here?" Her eyes filled with surprise as she continued, "Don't tell me. You actually ran all the way to Chiba today?" Haru let out a helpless chuckle. "Do you really think I'm that reckless? If we hadn't traveled to Hokkaido together last time, would you have assumed I swam across the sea to get there?" Yukino crossed her arms, her tone indifferent. "So, you just had your driver wait somewhere else?" "Yeah." "Where?" "At his own house." This time, it was Yukino's turn to be speechless. She knew full well that he was teasing her, and suddenly, she felt a headache coming on. My intolerance for stupidity is flaring up again. I'll shut up. Haru grinned sheepishly. Yukino stood beside him, her eyes following the flow of traffic in the distance. "How are you planning to get home?" she asked. "I'll take the subway." Haru replied matter-of-factly. Yukino nodded, satisfied that she hadn't heard something as dumb as "I'll just run back." Then, as if recalling something important, Haru spoke in a low voice. "The guy you mentioned before, the one who had bad luck on the cruise, Hisada, did you hear about him from your mother?" Yukino paused for a moment. "Yeah. They've met a few times because they move in the same circles, but she never really interacted with him. I got word from the police. His son has been acting strangely. He's been secretly stirring up public opinion online, trying to turn people against the hooded vigilante. Looks like he wants revenge for his father." "What?" Yukino's face instantly turned serious. "Is he investigating you?" "Not yet. The police are helping me cover my tracks, so he shouldn't be able to trace anything back to me." Even though Haru spoke calmly, Yukino frowned, deep in thought. After a moment, she couldn't help but ask, "Should we talk to my mother about this?" "No need. It's just a small issue. I've already looked into the Hisada family." Haru didn't mention that this family had legal access to firearms. Yukino stared at him intently, her concern obvious. "What are you planning to do? If he doesn't come looking for trouble, I won't go after him." "Don't worry, I can handle it." Haru smiled. Yukino found herself momentarily dazed. She had always liked this side of him, the way he stayed calm no matter what, always confident that he could resolve any situation. And yet, it never felt like arrogance. It was because she was by his side. Because he wanted to reassure her, he always made sure to show this unwavering reliability. Suddenly, Yukino wanted him to stay. But in the end, she didn't say it out loud. She was still mad. And, in truth, she felt wronged. After he left, she remained standing at the entrance. Only when his figure completely disappeared from sight did she turn around and go back inside. When she entered the living room, she saw her mother sipping tea leisurely. Mrs. Yukinoshita glanced at her. "So, you two made up?" Yukino replied softly, still under review. To be able to answer so decisively instead of looking lost like before. "He really is good at coaxing you." Mrs. Yukinoshita's casual remark made Yukino feel a little embarrassed. But she didn't press the topic further. Instead, she gestured for Yukino to sit beside her. "There's something I forgot to mention," she said. "Back in Hokkaido, he had a conflict with the heir of the Asai family." Yukino's eyes widened. "You mean the guy who was chasing after my sister?" Mrs. Yukinoshita nodded. "Yes. He mistook him for your suitor and stepped in aggressively, even getting into a fight with the bodyguards." "Was he hurt?" This time, Yukino was genuinely worried. The bodyguards on that cruise had to be top-tier professionals. They weren't people an average karate club member could take on. "He was fine." Mrs. Yukinoshita's eyes held a trace of surprise. "Honestly, I was shocked. His physical abilities and combat skills far exceeded what I knew about him." Yukino, however, wasn't particularly surprised. "He's been good at fighting since elementary school." Recalling the time he fought off bullies for her, wielding a mop against multiple opponents, she couldn't help but smile. Seeing this, Mrs. Yukinoshita chose not to say anything else. She had originally intended to tell Yukino that the massive damage to the cruise ship might have been Haru's doing. It was something she had suspected for a while, but with no evidence, she couldn't say it outright. Not even to her husband. But seeing Yukino's current expression, she lost interest in bringing it up. I could probably take down the entire karate club by myself. On the subway, Haru was on a call with his senior, Oyama. That sounds like an exaggeration. No, wait. Considering your monstrous strength, I feel like you might actually pull it off. Want to learn? I can teach you. Yeah, no thanks. Your so-called resilience training is just self-inflicted torture. Oyama still remembered the excuse Haru had once used to justify his absurd training methods. After ending the call, Haru casually brushed off a few bold-looking girls trying to strike up a conversation with him before getting off the train at Shinjuku. The recent online chatter had been on his mind. If the rumors were spreading that fast, there was a chance something was happening in real life, too. Sure enough, after wandering around for just a few minutes, he stumbled upon an unusual scene. A large crowd, dressed in all sorts of styles, had gathered around a young man who was addressing them with enthusiasm. 3 imposing bodyguards stood nearby, clearly there to prevent anything from going wrong in such a lively district. Haru lingered at the back of the crowd, listening. The message was crystal clear. Since the hooded hero had often been spotted in Kabukicho, there was now a substantial cash reward for anyone who could provide information on his whereabouts. The mention of money had already attracted a swarm of eager participants. As the crowd began to disperse, the young man's gaze landed on Haru. His eyes flickered with recognition, and he paused. Amamiya? You are? Although Haru had already obtained information on the guy, he pretended not to know him. It's not surprising you don't recognize me. I'm Keisuke Hisada. I met your parents a while back. They mentioned you, so I got curious and did a little digging. With a friendly smile, Keisuke stepped closer. What brings you here? Haru put on the kind of knowing look only men understood. I wanted to see what Kabukicho is really like. Keisuke burst into laughter. Well, you're in for a disappointment. A minor like you won't be getting into any paid attractions around here. That so? What a shame. With that topic settled, Keisuke's expression turned serious. I've heard about you at school. You're impressive. If you're willing to do me a favor, I can make it worth your while. What kind of favor? You've got influence at school, right? Don't deny it. I heard all about your exploits in the karate club. If you can get your classmates to help track down that hooded hero who's been all over the internet, I'll pay handsomely. No matter how many people you involve, I'll make sure they're rewarded. That's pretty generous of you, but I'm not interested in internet celebrities. Internet celebrities? No, you misunderstand. The hooded hero isn't just some online sensation. He's a recognized hero. Even the police acknowledge him, and he's got a massive fan base. Sounds like a social media star to me. Not interested. Haru waved dismissively, completely uninterested, and walked away. Keisuke's smile vanished instantly. As he watched Haru disappear into the crowd, his expression darkened. So, that guy's really that arrogant, huh? What the hell do the Yukinoshita family see in him? Chapter 85, the so-called main heroine Yukinoshita. Yukino. The next morning, after breakfast, Yukino returned to her apartment. Before leaving, however, she took a moment to ask her mother about the Hisada family. At the time, Mrs. Yukinoshita was flipping through her schedule and casually responded. Ever since Mr. Hisada confessed to his crimes, their family has been in complete disarray. Especially their youngest son, Keisuke Hisada. He was already unstable from fighting his brother over the inheritance, and lately, his mental condition has worsened. Yukino took note of everything carefully. On the way back to her apartment, she messaged Haru, informing him of her return and relaying her mother's words. Although Haru had previously told her he was already investigating the Hisada family, she preferred to be thorough. There was no harm in sending the information again. Not long after, Haru replied, "So I don't have to go to Chiba today?" Yukino, do you like Chiba that much? Haru, not really. I was just wondering, without your parents as my safety net, if I visit you today, would you throw me out? Yukino, why don't you test that theory yourself? Haru, good point. I suddenly feel like I've leveled up. Yukino set down her phone, resting her chin on her hand as she gazed out the window, lost in thought. After returning to her apartment, she pulled her hair back into a high ponytail with a hairband, rolled up her sleeves, and meticulously cleaned the entire place. Even as she tidied the guest room, she kept thinking if that guy wanted to stay over, she would definitely refuse. But then again, knowing how well he understood her, he probably wouldn't even bother asking at a time like this. Yukino moved to her bedroom to organize her wardrobe. When she noticed the neatly arranged collection of stockings in various styles and the boxes of little umbrellas in the drawer, she couldn't help but blush. Her legs and waist had always fascinated him, and during that particular period, she had half-heartedly resisted, leading to some memories that still made her face burn. But she had to admit she was greedy for his warmth. With that thought, Yukino pushed the little umbrellas to the bottom of the drawer. Not like I'll be needing those anytime soon, she thought. Right now, they were still in the trial period. Forget using those, she wouldn't even let him touch her legs. Scumbag. Yukino muttered under her breath before making sure everything was in place and heading for a shower. By the time she came out, her phone was vibrating non-stop on the table. That's when she remembered she had put it on silent last night to avoid being disturbed by that guy. Drying her damp hair with a towel, she picked up the phone, expecting a call from Haru. But when she saw the caller ID, she was taken aback. Kazekage-senpai. Yukino frowned, her expression immediately darkening. There were 2 missed calls, both from the same person. After adjusting her mood slightly, she put down the towel and answered in a cold tone, "What do you want?" She made no effort to hide her indifference. On the other end, Yutaha didn't seem surprised at all. She remained unfazed as she said, "I do have something to discuss with you." "Then talk." "There are 2 things. First, regarding the filming, I recently came up with some new ideas that could perfect the details of the short film. Second." She paused briefly. "I want to talk to you about him." "You're sure you want to talk to me about that?" Even as she asked, Yukino wasn't entirely sure how she felt about it. Yutaha's voice remained calm. "If you have the time, that is. 2:30 p.m. You pick the place. Alright, then I won't disturb you any further." After hanging up, Yukino resumed drying her hair, but her mind was no longer at peace. With the existence of the film club and her temporary role as director, meeting Yutaha was inevitable. So she didn't refuse. She wasn't afraid to face her. If anything, she was calmly analyzing Yutaha's intentions. Did she want to apologize? Or was she here to plead for Haru? Or perhaps she just wanted to have a completely honest conversation with me? Holding the towel in her hands, Yukino found herself without an answer. Around noon, Haru messaged her, "Anything you feel like eating?" "I'm thinking of making an actual Chinese meal today." Yukino paused for a moment. Cooking was supposed to be my specialty. And his cooking skills? Well, she had taught him. But Chinese cuisine? That was one area she had little knowledge of. After a brief moment of thought, she replied, "Make whatever you want, just don't add too much chili." She had tried the Szechuan dishes Haru had hyped up before. They were delicious, but the spice level had been a bit too much for her to handle. Haru responded with a panda meme, giving an okay gesture. Yukino immediately felt a headache coming on. That stupid panda meme. Her phone's panda sticker collection had been his doing. She actually liked those adorable stickers. But the one he sent just now. Yukino rubbed her temples. If she remembered correctly, this was one of those ridiculous meme pandas he had laughed about before. "Do you even know what you've turned pandas into?" Without hesitation, she deleted the offending sticker from the chat. But Haru's message reminded her of something important. Kazekage had reached out to her without telling Haru. She's keeping this from him? Looks like this is something serious. Yukino let out a quiet chuckle before standing up to change. That long-lost main heroine aura. At that moment, it returned to her completely. At 2:15 p.m., Yukino arrived at the cafe Yutaha had chosen. To her surprise, Yutaha was already there. The moment she stepped inside, she spotted the curvaceous figure waving her over. Yukino kept her expression indifferent as she approached, taking a seat across from her. She immediately refused the approaching waiter, signaling that she wasn't ordering anything. Yutaha, on the other hand, ordered a latte. "Say what you need to say. Don't waste time. You should know that I have no desire to meet with you one-on-one right now." Yukino wasn't in the mood for small talk. Yutaha remained composed. "Should we start with the film club, or Haru?" Yukino cut her off. Yutaha nodded. "Alright, let's start with him." Yukino studied her calm demeanor and warned coldly, "If you're here to plead on his behalf, I suggest you abandon that idea now." What she didn't expect was for Yutaha to respond with something completely unexpected. "I'm here to declare victory." For a moment, Yukino froze. She almost thought she had misheard. Her gaze instinctively locked onto the busty, long-legged senpai sitting across from her. Declare victory? It took Yukino 2 full seconds to process that absurd statement. Yutaha remained unfazed. "That's right. The reason I asked you here today is to inform you of my victory." Yukino's face remained expressionless. "Did you hit your head on something this morning, or did you just not get enough sleep?" Yutaha smirked. "I knew you'd say that. Yukinoshita, Let me guess, he probably only told you about me, but didn't go into detail about what actually happened, did he? She straightened her posture, puffing out her chest as if she had already won. Yukino narrowed her eyes and let out a cold chuckle. Oh? So you're here to show off? Not boasting, proclaiming. Yutaha corrected her. She tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, a deep, enigmatic smile forming on her lips. He rejected me so many times. To be honest, it hurt. Every refusal reminded me that I was nowhere near as important to him as you were. Yukino remained unfazed. And then? And then? What else? Every time I saw his eyes filled only with you, I felt unwilling, no, frustrated. I always thought I was beautiful, that my looks alone were enough to make most guys fall for me. But with him, I had to go to great lengths just to make him glance at me. Yutaha tilted her chin slightly, exuding the pride and confidence she usually displayed among her peers. Because of that, I did everything I could. Even seducing him. Seducing? Yukino blinked, momentarily caught off guard. Yutaha let out a quiet chuckle. But in the end, I won. Is that what you think? Yukino's hand, resting on her lap, clenched into a fist before slowly relaxing only to clench again. She repeated the motion several times, trying to suppress the anger rising inside her. Her rational mind kept reminding her, Yutaha likes Haru. That's why she's trying to shoulder all the responsibility alone. She's provoking me on purpose, just to redirect all my anger onto herself. But she was angry. Truly, deeply angry. Even if she suspected this was all an act, it didn't lessen her fury in the slightest. Yutaha straightened her posture, her expression calm, even playful. Now, can we finally discuss the photography club? Silence. A long, heavy silence. A faint unease crept into Yutaha's heart. Had she failed? Had Yukino seen through her? Her mind raced, but she dared not let it show on her face. For nearly 10 seconds, neither of them spoke. Then, without warning, Yukino raised her hand and called the waiter over. Yutaha watched, bewildered. Ignoring Yutaha's gaze, Yukino turned to the waiter. I'll pay for this meal. How much is it? Yutaha immediately protested. I can pay for myself. Yukino didn't acknowledge her. After settling the bill, she took a slow, deep breath. Her face was as cold as ice. I remember you once told me. Yukino said evenly, that you no longer cared about winning. My judgment is rarely wrong, and back then, I could tell you weren't lying. Beneath the table, her long legs gracefully crossed. She brushed aside a stray lock of hair from her forehead. A signal. A signal that she was about to go on the offensive. Yet today, you say you're here to proclaim your victory. So tell me, what happened in the past month to make you change your mind so drastically? Yutaha's heart pounded violently. I don't believe my judgment was wrong back then. Yukino continued, her voice steady. And I don't think you're the kind of woman who spins lies so easily. Because if you were, Haru, unless he was blind, would never have been drawn to you. She stated it so matter-of-factly, like it was an undeniable truth. Yutaha bit her lip, her face growing pale. Yukino leaned back in her chair, crossing her arms. I don't care what you think, she said, voice quiet but sharp as a blade. As far as I'm concerned, he's already a scumbag. Even he admits that. And yes, I'm furious about it. Beneath the table, Yutaha's hands curled into tight fists. Her entire train of thought had been completely derailed. Yukino studied her, unhurried and composed. I've always acknowledged your talent, she admitted. And I admire your determination. But it seems you overestimate yourself in certain ways. She let out a soft, almost dismissive sigh. You have no idea, she said, voice laced with quiet dominance, that no matter how outstanding a girl may be, she can never be my opponent. Yutaha felt an invisible pressure bearing down on her. Smart, ambitious girls? Yukino continued. I've encountered plenty since middle school. But unfortunately at this moment, Yukino, like a lone winter plum standing resilient against the frost, finally revealed the full extent of her chilling intensity. Their skills, their schemes, yours included, I've already seen them all, countless times before. In my sister. Yutaha found herself utterly speechless. Yukino stood up and walked away. Her cold voice lingered in the air. This meal is on me. As for your new ideas for the script's characters, send them to me when you get home. Oh, and your acting was decent, but you're still far from my sister's level. A sheer veil. The aura of a true queen was on full display in Yukino. Yutaha's tense body finally relaxed as she slumped back into her chair, unwillingness and frustration written all over her face. She had spent days coming up with this plan only for Yukino to cut through it without hesitation. It was out of guilt, for interfering where she shouldn't have. It was out of responsibility, for the rift between Haru and Yukino. That was why she had wanted to take all the blame upon herself, to redirect the anger. At the very least, the guy she liked would have an easier time. But now, looking at the result, she realized she was still far from being a true contender. Just then, a fair and delicate hand extended from the side, offering her a handkerchief. "Here, senpai. Wipe your sweat first." This voice? Yutaha's head shot up in shock, her gaze landing on the girl in front of her. "When did you get here?" Kato Megumi tilted her head slightly, her tone carrying a hint of disappointment. "You really didn't notice me, did you?" she continued, her voice calm as ever. "I walked past you both about 5 minutes ago specifically to get your attention." Yutaha. A moment later, she stiffened slightly. "You didn't hear my conversation with Yukinoshita just now, did you?" "I didn't eavesdrop." Megumi reassured her, voice light and gentle. "But judging by your reactions, it's pretty obvious you two had a fight. And senpai lost. Badly." Megumi left that part unsaid. Awkwardly, Yutaha accepted the handkerchief, her expression unnatural. "What are you even doing here? My house is just up ahead. I made plans with Hashimoto and the others to go out today. Well, actually, they insisted on dragging me along." Megumi tilted her head slightly, her voice carrying a touch of cuteness. "They wanted to introduce me to Kamen Rider. Apparently, since Amamiya-kun, our club president, loves it so much, as his friends, we have to follow the photography club's laws." What kind of club lore requires knowing about Kamen Rider? Yutaha was too drained to even comment. The battle earlier had left her utterly defeated. Megumi sat down across from her, her gaze gentle yet observant. "You don't look too great. Is there anything I can do to help?" "No need." Yutaha muttered. "I have my own way to restore my energy." "Restore energy?" "MHMM. Think of it like a gaming term, recovering stamina." At that moment, Yutaha thought of Haru. Right now, the only person who could help her recover was him. At least, no matter how rational Yukino was, she hadn't come out of this completely unaffected. At the very least, Yutaha had successfully drawn Yukino's anger toward herself. It just hurt a little too much to handle. Chapter 86, Forgiven. "For now, what will you do next, Yutaha-senpai?" Since Kato's friends hadn't arrived yet, and Yutaha seemed to have taken quite the hit, she decided to shift the topic at least to help the other girl regain some composure. "I should probably go home and study." "No, I must study." Halfway through her sentence, Yutaha suddenly firmed her resolve, her voice carrying a trace of gritted determination. Kato blinked. "Even during the holidays?" As expected of senpai. But Yutaha didn't smile. Instead, she held her head in her hands and slowly leaned forward, pressing her chest against the table. "I just realized how big the gap between me and Yukinoshita really is." Recalling the scene where she was so effortlessly outplayed, her cheeks burned with humiliation. Her pride had taken a serious blow. Even now, it still felt surreal. "I'm older than her by a year, one should have more experience. So why is the gap between us so huge?" Then, it hit her what Yukinoshita had mentioned earlier. "My sister. Could that be the reason?" At that moment, Kato's voice pulled her back. "Have you ever considered that Yukinoshita is so exceptional because she's always had Amamiya-kun by her side?" Yutaha froze. Seeing that she had her attention, Kato continued, "Amamiya-kun is eloquent, always polite and generous to everyone. He's been with Yukinoshita since they were kids. If you think she never learned from him, that would be impossible." Yutaha frowned slightly, scrutinizing the girl across from her. "Eloquent? Polite to everyone? That sounds like you." Kato let out a small "eh?" before blinking in surprise. "Wow, senpai, you think that highly of me?" Yutaha wasn't sure how to respond. She thought back to Kato's words and behavior. Now that she really considered it, there was something about her. She had that same enigmatic presence as a mysterious NPC in a game, the kind where, until their mask was pulled away, you'd never know whether they were an ally or a villain. Under Yutaha's scrutinizing gaze, Kato remained unfazed. As if to say, if I ever lose my composure for even a second, then I wouldn't be Kato Megumi. "You're right. Yukinoshita grew up with Haru, and she also had an older sister who was probably just as exceptional," Yutaha admitted, steering the conversation back. Kato nodded. That was exactly her point. Though they hadn't interacted much with Yukinoshita's older sister, both of them had a feeling if Yukinoshita was this strong, then her sister must be even more formidable. In a cultivation novel, Yukinoshita would already be at the half-step grandmaster level. Yutaha let out a deep sigh. This is tough. It was hard to tell whether she was lamenting her gap with Yukinoshita or worrying about her own future. Yukinoshita's presence today had been unshakable. Not a single crack in her composure. Yutaha had seen her words had angered Yukinoshita. The plan had worked. And yet, Yukinoshita had forced herself to regain control. She had suppressed her emotions through sheer rationality, restoring her usual unflappable aura. That was something Utaha simply couldn't do. Kato lowered her gaze slightly, observing the girl in front of her through the corner of her eyes. She really hadn't eavesdropped on a conversation. But when she passed by earlier, she had overheard a few words. And from those alone, she had made a new discovery: Utaha was now involved with Amamiya-kun. Her eyes flickered for a brief moment. She should probably thank her senpai. After all, Utaha had just proven something very important, that winning over Amamiya-kun with sincerity was possible. Utaha remained oblivious to Kato's thoughts. Meanwhile, after leaving the cafe, Yukinoshita headed straight home. The entire way, she replayed her conversation with Utaha in her mind. She really went that far for Haru. I underestimated her. Her expression was calm, but deep down, a flicker of irritation remained. She wouldn't deny it, Utaha's plan had worked. Because she was angry. And she could imagine it now, how Utaha must have felt when Haru rejected her again and again. How frustrated, how unwilling she must have been to accept it. The thought made her mood even worse. She needed to pet a cat. So, she changed course and headed straight for Haru's place. When she rang the doorbell, it didn't take long before the door opened, revealing a surprised Haru. "You? What are you doing here?" "I wanted to see him." She looked past him toward the plump orange cat slowly making its way over. "Then come in. I'm in the middle of cooking, so I won't entertain you," he said casually. Yukino changed into indoor slippers and immediately went over to scoop up the fat cat. Meow. Recognizing her scent, the cat settled comfortably in her arms without resistance. Haru returned to the kitchen. "You are currently cooking." "Cooking, proficiency plus 73, your cooking skill has leveled up. Current level, level 7. Yukino walked over to the kitchen doorway, her nose catching the rich aroma in the air. "Smells good. Not too much chili, either." Glancing into the pan, she asked, "What are you making?" "Tilapia. Just a little chili," Haru replied, expertly flipping the fish onto a plate. "And what else?" "Sweet and sour pork ribs, beef and potatoes, stir-fried cabbage. Just one more soup left." "That much? I know you don't eat a lot, but I do." She watched him move around the kitchen, then hesitated for a moment before finally setting the cat down. Meow. The orange cat, clearly drawn by the delicious scent, attempted to scurry into the kitchen. Yukino bent down and pressed a hand on its head. "You can't go in there." Then, she looked up at Haru's back. "Give me an apron." Haru turned around, raising an eyebrow. "You're joining in?" Yukino's tone was calm. "Didn't you say before that you wanted me to guide you in cooking? With the esteemed Miss Yukinoshita personally guiding me, it's truly an honor. Hey, fat cat, get out. There's no place for you here." Watching as Haru picked up the lazy orange cat and set it outside, then handed her an apron, Yukino's mood lightened considerably. At the very least, she wouldn't have to think about Utaha for a while. With Yukino's help, the last dish was finished in no time. As Haru packed everything into insulated containers, he casually suggested, "Why don't you just stay for dinner? That way, I don't have to carry these all the way to your place." Yukino glanced at the large food container, then suddenly smirked. "I'd actually love to see you walking down the street carrying that thing." Haru nodded as if seriously considering it. "If that's what you want, I can do it. Oh, I could even write something on the box: 'This is a special meal for my dear Yukinoshita Yukino.' That way, everyone can witness my deep feelings for you." Yukino's smirk disappeared. "You can shut up now." Without hesitation, she turned and walked into the living room. Knowing Haru, if he said he'd do something, he would do it. He might not mind the embarrassment, but I definitely would. Just the thought of him parading around town with a box labeled with her name, proudly showing it off to passers-by, made her head ache. The two settled in the living room, with Yukino claiming the orange cat for herself. She glanced at Haru, who was seated across from her. "I just realized something. You only invited me to stay for dinner, not to stay over? If you want to stay, I'd be delighted." Haru smiled awkwardly, then admitted, "But I know you're still mad at me." "I wouldn't push my luck." Yukino stared at him for a few seconds before sighing. "Sometimes I think that if you didn't understand me so well, my life would be easier." Haru responded matter-of-factly, "It's divine will. No one can go against it." "You actually believe in that?" "Of course. Why not? There's an old saying, if it doesn't cost anything, you might as well believe a little." "Where exactly is this old saying from?" "I've never heard of it. I found it online." Yukino gave him a deadpan look. "How fitting. That suits your idiocy perfectly." Leaning back, she stretched out her long legs, her body language unmistakably relaxed. Haru's gaze flickered toward them for a second before he quickly looked away. Yukino's pretended not to notice, focusing on petting the cat instead. For a while, silence stretched between them, filled only by the cat's soft purring. Eventually, she broke it. I can't accept sharing you with someone else. Haru listened attentively. But I also know I can't live without you. Haru responded immediately, that's why I told you I'll never let go. For the first time that night, Yukino met his gaze directly. Her lightly made-up face carried an unreadable expression. Have you ever considered what will happen if my parents or your parents find out about Kazekage? Haru didn't hesitate. Whatever happens, happens. That sounds exactly like something you'd say. Yukino sighed, shaking her head. Then, looking down at the sleepy orange cat in her lap, she said, it's impossible to keep this hidden forever. Even if I don't say anything, my sister, my mother, your mother. Sooner or later, they'll figure it out. Haru stared at her, momentarily speechless. Because he understood what she really meant. She was telling him I'm forgiving you, for now. No probation period. No conditions. Just forgiveness. Haru exhaled, then hesitated. And you and Kazekage. You catch on quick. Yukino sounded almost amused. Then, without hiding anything, she calmly stated, we've already met. Haru fell silent, wisely choosing not to ask more. Yukino seemed pleased by this. She gently stroked the cat's head and then said, come sit over here. Haru got up and moved to her side. Slowly, Yukino leaned against his shoulder, closed her eyes, and murmured, let's go swimming tomorrow. All right. She had forgiven him. At least, for now. The next day that morning, Yukino sent a message to their group chat, let's go swimming this afternoon. Bring your own swimsuits. If you don't want to come, that's fine. No one declined. After all, swimming was perfect for a hot summer day. Especially since someone had booked the entire place. Yukino chose a one-piece dress-style swimsuit from Milo Swim. She hadn't stayed over at Haru's house last night, but she had stayed until after 8 p.m. when he called for a driver to pick her up. She casually mentioned that it would be better not to wear her school swimsuit, it wouldn't look as nice. Haru had agreed immediately. True. But you could look even better. So she chose a different one. Yukino's sister, Haruno, had already sent her the address for the pool. She also messaged that she had spoken with the owner, and until they left, no one else would be allowed in. Not even lifeguards. But that wasn't an issue. Yukino was an expert swimmer. And even if she weren't, she had her monster boyfriend. Recalling the way Haru had sprinted back home that day, the memory still left her a little shaken. Maybe I should run some tests on him sometime. She was genuinely curious about his speed and endurance. By the time everyone gathered at the pool, the photography club was already buzzing with energy. Yukino acknowledged Utaha with a slight nod, a simple greeting. Her calm demeanor made Utaha feel that gap between them all over again. But at least today was a day for fun. Surrounded by everyone's laughter, Utaha slowly relaxed. The girls went to the changing room while Haru, as the only guy, had a much simpler process: toss off his shirt, put on swim trunks, done. Meanwhile, inside the girls' changing room, wow! Kazekage-senpai's chest is huge. Seriously. I wish mine were that big. The exclamations of surprise echoed as Hashimoto openly admired the view. Other girls turned to look as well. Only Yukino remained unfazed, calmly changing into her swimsuit. She had already assessed Utaha's size long ago. Most of the girls opted for one-piece swimsuits, some with short bottoms, some with skirts. No one chose a two-piece. Maybe because Haru was there. Or maybe because they had indulged in too much food lately and didn't want to expose their stomachs. When the group finally emerged from the changing room, Utaha naturally stole the spotlight. Her black dress-style swimsuit, meant to be casual, somehow ended up looking like sensual sleepwear on her. Meanwhile, by the poolside president, why are you just lying there like a dead fish? Hashimoto frowned at the sight of Haru lying flat on the ground. Because it's cool and comfortable. He lazily patted the smooth tile beside him. You're the photography club president, not the president of the idiot club. Don't be a bad influence. Utaha approached. Haru instinctively opened his eyes, and from his angle, he saw everything. Standing just ahead, Utaha's long, slender legs and notable assets filled his field of vision. This is dangerous. Chapter 87, Why Do I Deserve a Reward? Haru had no choice but to get up. If he stayed lying down any longer, no matter how strong his self-control was, as long as he continued talking to Utaha, his perspective would remain problematic. For example, due to the angle, he'd end up looking like Doraemon. But the moment he stood up, every girl present turned their gaze toward him in unison. Thanks to his years of training and his nearly level 2 steel body, his tall and well-built physique was defined, each muscle exuding the raw appeal of masculinity: youthful, powerful, and undeniably striking. Even Yutaha found herself momentarily stunned. You and the others blushed, yet they couldn't bring themselves to look away. Only Yukino and Kato Megumi remained unfazed. The former had long since grown accustomed to it, while the latter simply wasn't the type to show her thoughts on her face. The atmosphere at the swimming pool shifted slightly. However, Haru remained perfectly composed. He struck a ridiculous Popeye pose and joked, "Since we're all members of the photography club, I'll allow you all to enjoy the view for free for 1 minute. After that, I'll have to start charging PFFT, as if anyone wants to look at you. I wouldn't mind paying, though." Hashimoto, stop saying weird stuff. Didn't you see the look in Yukinoshita's eyes just now? With Haru's playful interruption, the mood lightened once again. The most energetic ones were, unsurprisingly, Hashimoto and another girl, followed closely by a still blushing Yue. Because of Yukino's overwhelming presence, Yue had long since given up on any romantic thoughts about Haru. But stealing a few glances? That should be fine. By the poolside, a neatly arranged collection of colorful float rings had been prepared in advance. Upon Haru's reminder, the girls eagerly picked out their favorite colors and hopped into the water. The only one still on land were Yuu, who had zero motivation to move, and 2 others, Yutaha and Yukino, who sat leisurely by the edge, dipping their legs into the pool. "You two aren't getting in?" Haru asked. Haru straightened his posture the moment he saw the scene unfold. A battlefield of jealousy? That shouldn't be the case. Right? I'll get in the water a bit later. Yutaha remained unhurried, resting her hands on the edge of the pool. Her well-developed upper body leaned forward slightly, an undeniably alluring and elegant posture. Yukino, however, was much more direct. "Rather than swimming myself, I'd rather watch you swim." Haru deliberately smirked. "Could it be that you've already found out about my reputation as the greatest swimmer in Shinjuku?" "Why Shinjuku?" Yutaha raised an eyebrow in curiosity. Haru put on a serious face. "It's called modesty. If I claimed to be the best in the entire city, you'd both gang up on me." "How stupid." Both girls spoke at the same time. They instinctively glanced at each other before turning away, completely natural, without a hint of awkwardness. Yutaha, however, suddenly recalled her previous loss to Yukino. To prevent herself from dwelling on it, she changed the topic. "So, you're actually good at swimming?" Haru puffed out his chest. "Whether it's butterfly, freestyle, breaststroke, even dog paddle, I excel at them all." Yukino gave a faint smile. "Dog paddle sounds exactly like the kind of technique you'd specialize in." "Was that a personal attack?" "I was merely making an objective observation." After that, Yukino turned to Yutaha for the first time that day. "Senpai, do you not enjoy swimming?" "No, I was just thinking about something." Yutaha shook her head. Yukino understood immediately. "The suggestions you sent me the other night were interesting. I also think that adding more details, as you proposed, would enhance the film. But even now, while we're out here relaxing, you're still focused on your script? It seems you've found a new direction." Yutaha sighed inwardly. She had been telling herself to forget about that night, yet Yukino brought it up again. But then again, she knew Yukino wasn't the type to keep bringing up the same topic just to rub it in. She had already won that time. And she had won beautifully. From what Yutaha knew of her, Yukino probably did find her suggestions useful. "Are we really going to talk business while we're supposed to be having fun?" Haru stepped in. He knew getting these two to shake hands was nearly impossible, but at the very least, he wanted to be the buffer and make sure they didn't start arguing. "I care about other things more than swimming," Yutaha admitted. Haru turned to Yukino. "You too?" Yukino lifted her fair chin slightly. "Have you developed memory issues?" "I just said I'd rather watch you swim. So should I take that as a challenge?" "If you insist, then yes." "All right then. As a newcomer, I shall humbly accept this challenge from the great Yukinoshita's second daughter." With that, Haru stood up and began stretching. Yukino did the same. Her pale skin reflected off the glossy floor tiles as she moved through her warm-up routine, methodical and composed, her grace reminiscent of a swan. Seeing them both getting serious, Yutaha blinked in surprise. "Wait, you two are really doing this?" "Well, since he's so eager, I don't mind entertaining him." Yukino's tone was calm and indifferent. In truth, she simply wanted to observe Haru's physical condition up close. But there was no need to say that out loud. After all, he was the one who challenged her first. "Should I be the referee, then?" Yutaha asked as she stood up. "That would be fine." Yukino had no objections. As long as Yutaha didn't do anything to annoy her, she had no reason to be unkind to this defeated senpai. Word of their match spread quickly, and the other girls soon gathered around, pausing their own fun to watch. After all, who wouldn't love a good show at this age? especially when it was a showdown between their president and vice president. Good luck, Yukinoshita-san. Vice President, we believe in you. Amidst the cheerful voices of the girls, Haru sighed in exasperation. Why is no one cheering for me? Because you're a guy. You already have a physical advantage, why should we root for you? Their logic was flawless. Meanwhile, Kato Megumi, floating on a swim ring, approached Yutaha and whispered, "What's going on?" "I'm not entirely sure either," Yutaha admitted. They were just talking, and somehow it turned into a competition. She was even more confused than Megumi. In her impression, Yukino wasn't the type to act impulsively. Is there some reason I don't know that made her want to compete against Haru? Her gaze shifted between the two. With no clear answer, she simply chose to appreciate Haru's physique instead. His body was well built. His abdominal muscles were defined. Based on that night in the park, he definitely had the strength to lift me effortlessly. Yutaha's thoughts began to drift, and a faint blush colored her cheeks. By the time Haru and Yukino finished warming up, they each took their positions at the starting line. Yutaha stood between them, while the other girls sat or lounged at the edge of the pool, ready to enjoy the show. The race will be from here to the other side and back. Alright, now that the rules are set, get ready. 3, 2, 1, go. At Yutaha's signal, Haru and Yukino both dove into the water simultaneously. Haru had always been a proficient swimmer. Back when they were kids, he had gone to the pool with Yukino countless times and had even taught her how to swim properly. As two splashes broke the surface, shimmering droplets scattered through the air. Both swimmers moved with remarkable speed and precision. But this side-by-side competition only lasted for about 4 seconds. After 4 seconds, Haru stopped holding back. He picked up his pace just slightly. And that small burst of speed was all it took to leave Yukino behind. Gasps and murmurs erupted from the crowd. Whoa, he's fast. By the time Haru reached the far end of the pool and started heading back, everyone watching noticed something unusual. He's not coming up for air? Kato Megumi asked, unable to hide her surprise. Yutaha, equally shocked, furrowed her brows. If I remember correctly, he hasn't lifted his head even once since he dove in, has he? Yeah, he's been swimming underwater the whole time. Yua chimed in. Yutaha tapped her forehead, trying to recall her knowledge on the subject. The world record for holding one's breath underwater is 24 minutes and 3 seconds, set by a Spanish free diver named Alex Segura. But that was under completely different conditions. Megumi nodded thoughtfully. Haru isn't just holding his breath, he is maintaining that state while moving at high speed. As they discussed, Haru had already returned. Since this was just a casual competition, no one had thought to time him. A few moments later, Yukino finally finished her swim as well. She stood up in the water, droplets sliding down her delicate face, her beauty undiminished. This is what they call the power of a swimming prodigy, Haru said smugly. Unexpectedly, Yukino didn't shoot back at him. Instead, she appeared deep in thought. I see. Your physical abilities are almost on par with a professional athlete. And that was with him holding back. Yutaha, standing nearby, added, he never came up for air. Yukino blinked, surprise flashing in her eyes. I thought he was sneaking in breaths somewhere. He really didn't. Everyone nodded in confirmation. For a moment, all eyes were on Haru. Anticipating their reaction, he simply grinned and pointed at the pool. How about I jump in right now and hold my breath? You guys can come back tomorrow to check on me. His joke was met with a chorus of eye rolls. Clearly, no one was taking him seriously. After climbing out of the pool, Yukino sat down beside him, using a towel to dry herself off. The average person can hold their breath for over 30 seconds. With proper training, it can be extended significantly. Yutaha nodded in agreement. She was well versed in such knowledge. Then, in perfect sync, both girls turned to stare at Haru, their gazes brimming with curiosity. Could you two stop looking at me like that? Haru said, throwing her own usual words right back at Yukino. Yutaha glanced at Yukino. With how well you know him, you don't happen to have actual data on his lung capacity, do you? Yukino's response was clinical. Breath-holding ability is related to lung capacity, but it's not a direct measurement. Yutaha kept her eyes locked on Haru. That makes sense. Without formally testing it, we can't get accurate data just from today's race. Hold up. Haru had to cut them off. Why did it sound like they were planning to dissect him? The two of them might be rivals, but when it came to something that piqued their interest, they were surprisingly in sync. Yukino looked at him with patient eyes. Do you have something to add? Haru raised his hand as if calling for order. I think we should drop this topic. We came here to have fun, not to conduct scientific research. Then, smoothly steering the conversation elsewhere, he smirked. If you two are so interested in competition, why don't you race each other instead? I refuse. Yukino declined without hesitation. Utaha smiled sweetly at him. Both Yukino and I have a competitive streak. If we really were to race, we'd have to do it properly, following professional standards. And clearly, none of us came prepared for that today. Yukino had a different take. It's not just about equipment or venue. The biggest issue is that we don't have a qualified referee. I can be the referee. Haru volunteered enthusiastically. After all, he had no complaints about watching two beautiful girls swim. Utaha's smile didn't waver. Are you sure you wouldn't be biased toward Yukinoshita? Before Haru could even respond, Yukino spoke first, her tone cool and unwavering. I don't need his bias. I can win on my own. Then, as if to reinforce her point, she added, the members of the photography club aren't suitable as referees either. Given their connections to us, they wouldn't want to offend anyone. I could serve as an impartial referee. Kato Megami's voice suddenly chimed in. When did she get here? X2 Both Yukino and Utaha turned their heads in surprise. Sitting quietly to their right, Megami hugged her knees, her expression calm and composed, looking as cute as ever. Haru, ever the considerate one, offered an explanation. She arrived about 10 seconds ago. You saw her? Yukino and Utaha exchanged another look of disbelief. Haru nodded confidently. Of course. My perception has always been exceptional. Everything relied solely on his own ability. It had absolutely nothing to do with auto-aim level 6. Megami cast a glance at Haru, seemingly pleased. As someone who was often overlooked, it felt nice to finally be noticed. Utaha crossed her arms, the motion accentuating her already stunning figure. I just realized. Rather than competing against Yukinoshita in swimming, something else has caught my attention even more. Yukino, too, was now staring at Haru. Her gaze clearly said, how did you do that? Haru simply flashed a smug smile. My grandma once told me, listen with your heart, understand with your soul. It's obvious neither of you were paying attention. A textbook example of how to offend two beautiful girls in a single sentence. Utaha shot him a glare. And which grandma told you that? Yukino responded just as flatly, he's just being his usual idiot self. Haru raised both hands to his chest, then slowly spread them apart. A stance reminiscent of a legendary dust release technique. And right in front of both girls, he had the audacity to declare, if you're bad at something, just practice more. If you can't handle losing, don't play. Two pairs of beautiful eyes instantly turned deadly. And then Yukino kicked him straight into the pool. Utaha let out a dramatic sigh. What a shame. You beat me to it. Resurfacing from the water, Haru showed absolutely no remorse. Instead, he grinned and asked, why are you rewarding me? Yukino and Utaha. Meanwhile, Megami rested her chin on her hands, studying Haru with admiration. You're really brave, Amamiya-kun. Chapter 88, Kato Megami is reliable. Thanks to Haru's brilliant self-sabotage, he successfully redirected all of Yukino and Utaha's firepower onto himself. At the very least, these two beautiful girls were no longer arguing with each other. Satisfied, the group left the swimming pool before dinner. 2 days passed, and soon enough, the postponed filming day that Yukino had scheduled finally arrived. However, to Haru's surprise, Yukino had called upon Aoyama Nanami, who had been waiting to be summoned all this time. Previously, Yukino had mentioned that if Nanami felt the need to return the favor, she could come help move equipment one day. Until now, Yukino had never actually called her. Partly because the photography club didn't lack manpower, and partly because she didn't want to disrupt Nanami's routine. But things were different now. Haru's relationship with Utaha had changed. She needed a female member she could actually talk to. Although Yu and Hashimoto could also chat with her, they were members of the photography club insiders in this little circle. Wow, so this is what filming is like? Nanami had been overjoyed to receive Yukino's invitation. Her boundless energy and bright smile injected the set with a refreshing atmosphere. No one disliked her positive, hard-working attitude. At the same time, she satisfied her own curiosity. During a break, she excitedly muttered to Haru, is Yukinoshita-san always this amazing? In what way? Haru handed her a bottle of water. This girl had been running around helping all day, so much so that she hadn't even taken a sip of water, and now she was drenched in sweat. Thanks. I mean her leadership skills. During the shoot, whenever she pointed out an issue, everyone immediately corrected it according to her standards, and the results actually turned out even better. Nanami's eyes sparkled as she looked at Yukino, who was currently discussing audio equipment with Hashimoto. Oh, that? Haru chuckled, unfazed. She's always been like that. Yukino had been outstanding since childhood. Even though she was often ostracized, those who shunned her still had to grudgingly admire her talent. Back in middle school, Yukino already had quite a few admirers. Of course, thanks to his presence as her knight in shining armor. Most of those young suitors never dared to take action. And it wasn't just the boys, many girls also looked up to her. So she's been amazing since she was little? Nanami blinked in admiration. Haru smirked. What's this? Has she become your idol now? And no. I just admire her, that's all. Nanami's face flushed, and she quickly waved her hands in denial. Then why are you blushing just because I said she's your idol? Because I'm afraid Yukinoshita-san might misunderstand. Oh. Haru nodded in understanding. Nanami gave an embarrassed chuckle. You and Yukinoshita-san are dating, right? I wouldn't want her to think I'm using admiration as an excuse to get close to you. That'd be trouble. Relax, Yukino's way too sharp for that. With that little brain of yours, there's no way she'd misunderstand. Amamiya-kun, you're so annoying. They laughed and chatted for a while longer before Nanami suddenly lowered her voice and asked, lately, the hooded hero is getting even more attention online. Has it affected you? Nope. Nothing has changed for me. Haru felt a warmth in his heart despite being exhausted from running around all day. Nanami still remembered to check on him. Hearing that, she finally relaxed. I've never told anyone your secret, don't worry. I'm a very trustworthy person. Haru played along, nodding solemnly. Understood. I shall bestow upon you the title of secret-keeping sage. That sounds awful. As Nanami pouted in protest, Utaha approached, eyeing the two of them with curiosity. What are you two talking about? Nothing, just everyday stuff. Nanami quickly shook her head, keeping her promise to keep the secret. Utaha gave her a skeptical glance before chuckling. Are you doing okay, Nanami? You've been so busy, I was worried you'd collapse from exhaustion. I'm used to this kind of hectic life. Don't worry, Utaha. Nanami responded with a bright smile. Haru, however, raised an eyebrow. Wait, since when are you two on a first-name basis? He was genuinely curious. Utaha merely smiled without explaining. Nanami, on the other hand, happily provided an answer. Ever since I ran into Utaha and Megumi while out shopping the other day, we became friends. Haru finally understood. No wonder Megumi had accompanied Nanami that night. As soon as Nanami noticed a messy table set up for the next scene, she immediately ran over to tidy it up. Taking the chance, Utaha leaned in slightly and murmured, I may not be as exceptional as Yukinoshita, so I have to find other ways to expand my team. Haru paused, then shook his head with a chuckle. Making friends? That's not like you at all. Utaha's eyes gleamed. That's why I told you really am changing. Haru was taken aback. She was growing, making an effort to change. And it was all because of him. A sudden thought struck Haru. Wait, so Megumi is part of your team too? She's an extremely reliable ally. Utaha's smile deepened as she spoke about Megumi. Haru's expression turned strange. Megumi, huh? Even I struggle to deal with her. Are you sure you really know her? Thinking back to Megumi's subtly restrained side and then looking at Utaha's relaxed, confident smile, Haru found himself at a loss for words. After the afternoon shoot, Yukino first thanked Nanami, who was about to leave, before calling over the two lead actresses Utaha and Megumi. Do you have time? I'd like to discuss the final part of the script with you both. No problem, I'll call home first. Sure. Both girls gave the same response. Only then did Yukino turn to Haru, who had been waiting for her. You go home first. I need to finalize the story's ending. Alright. Since both Yukino and Utaha were well-known figures at school, they didn't want to be interrupted by classmates and chose a dessert cafe further away. Once the three girls sat down, Yukino handed them the menu. Order whatever you want. Utaha took the menu, raising an eyebrow. So, you've had some new ideas recently? Yukino remained ambiguous. You could say that. But it's not something I came up with just now. In other words, she had planned this for a while? Utaha felt a tinge of envy toward Yukino's creative talent but kept it to herself. Meanwhile, Megumi was quietly focused on her phone. Yukino instinctively glanced at her. What are you doing? Reviewing my notes and annotations. Kato Megumi raised her phone and showed the screen. It was her notepad app, filled with notes. Yukino scanned through them quickly. Every entry was Megumi's personal thoughts on the script's heroine. Impressed, Yukino praised her openly, choosing you as the lead was the right decision. Your dedication is exceptional, even among our peers. I just saw everyone working so hard, so I wanted to contribute to the club too. Megumi replied modestly. With that, the three of them began discussing the script's ending. In Yukino's original plan, the heroine, who existed in a spiritual form, would quietly fade away. There would be no final goodbye to her friend, just a silent departure after watching her move on and embrace a brighter future. Utaha, however, had a different opinion. I think a farewell is absolutely necessary, she argued. Yukino looked at her. And your reason? It would make the story feel more complete and emotionally fulfilling. So you're saying we should end it with a tearjerker moment? That's too cliché. But clichés work. People love them. That's why so many blockbuster films use them. And so, the debate between the two beautiful girls began. Neither was willing to back down. Eventually, both turned to the quiet Megumi, who had been calmly listening. What do you think? They asked in unison. Megumi tilted her head slightly, then asked curiously, why not just film two endings? That way, both of your ideas are included, and it would also spark discussion among the audience. Yukino and Utaha froze for a moment. Megumi, as composed as ever, continued, it's actually pretty common for movies to have alternate endings. I've seen a few like that before. That makes sense. I overlooked that option, Yukino admitted. Utaha glanced at Megumi in surprise. Is this one of those cases where outsiders see things more clearly than those involved? Megumi shook her head lightly. I'm a member of the photography club too, so strictly speaking, I'm not an outsider. Utaha had no comeback for that. And so, their argument came to an end. Although filming two endings would take more time, both Yukino and Utaha liked the idea. As Megumi had pointed out, alternate endings would make the short film more engaging and give the audience something to talk about. At the moment, all three girls were focused on their work. Neither Yukino nor Utaha mentioned Haru, despite their rivalry over him. When it came to serious matters, both shared the same mindset: the short film must be done properly. Which means, Amamiya-kun is the only unnecessary one here. A rare childish thought crossed Megumi's mind. But she quickly dismissed it. After all, without Haru, she would fade into the background again, just like before. He was the only one who always noticed her presence right away, who cared enough to understand her thoughts. The three girls continued eating as they worked out the final details of the story. Both Yukino and Utaha had notebooks with them, firmly believing that the faintest ink is better than the best memory. As they took notes, Yukino found herself glancing at a stunning upperclassman across from her. With her talent, if she hadn't met me, no one at Sobuhai could rival her. Then, she shifted her gaze slightly to Megumi. No. Megumi is an exception. It was almost the end of August. School would be starting soon, and yet Yukino still couldn't quite grasp Megumi's depth. Of course, she knew the reason why Megumi's strangely elusive presence. Not just her, Utaha, too, often overlooked Megumi. She was always there, quietly blending in, a seemingly ordinary girl who was easy to forget. How does Haru do it? Yukino pondered. Ever since Megumi joined the club, Haru had never once failed to notice her. Could it be because she's important to him? Coincidentally, Utaha was having similar thoughts. Megumi always manages to give the best advice at the right moment. Today was just another example, just like when she comforted me before. The girl who seemed the most unremarkable was, in reality, the most enigmatic. Or perhaps, she had never hidden anything. They had just failed to see it. And as the two pondered in silence, Megumi, who was quietly scrolling through her phone, suddenly noticed something strange. They were both staring at her. Did I do something? She asked, tilting her head in confusion. That innocent and harmless expression made Yukino and Utaha freeze. She looks way too harmless. At that moment, they both had a flash of realization, like detectives piecing together a crucial clue. But before either could speak, a voice interrupted their thoughts. Miss Yukinoshita? What a coincidence. I thought I saw you when I passed by earlier, and it turns out I was right. The three girls turned around in unison. Standing before them was a young man in a well-tailored suit. Behind him were two tall men, presumably bodyguards. Yukino glanced at the man's features similar to those of Hisada Junjin. She had a guess about his identity, but still asked, and you are? Hisada Keisuke. You might not know me, but you should recognize my father's name. I see. Mr. Hisada. Yukino said calmly. As the two exchanged pleasantries, Utaha and Megumi exchanged a glance. They both thought of the recent news about the luxury cruise ship incident. Yukino's tone remained indifferent. So, what business do you have with me? Keisuke's gaze shifted briefly to Utaha, his eyes lighting up in admiration. With a seemingly friendly smile, he said, I should have expected no less from Miss Yukinoshita's friend so stunning. You're even more beautiful than the women I've seen at social events. Thank you. Utaha replied flatly. Yukino, who had just been ignored, spoke in an icy tone. Mr. Hisada? Oh, my apologies. Keisuke smiled, then got to the point. To be frank, I need you to ask Amamiya Haru to gather some students to help me find someone. Of course, I'll pay handsomely. Yukino remained silent. Unfazed, Keisuke continued, I've looked into it. Amamiya has a lot of influence at your school. Students are the most curious about the hooded vigilante, and they have more free time than working adults. They'd be perfect for the job. I'm not interested. Yukino said curtly. And I doubt Haru would be either. Keisuke frowned slightly but maintained a polite tone. Our families have known each other for a long time. You, Amamiya, and I, we're all part of the same circle. We'll be seeing each other often, so isn't it better to get along? It'd be a shame to create unnecessary conflict over something so trivial. On the surface, it sounded like he was being reasonable. But in reality, it was a threat. Yukino's eyes turned cold. Mother was right. This man lost his mind over inheritance. Chapter 89, Too late at this moment, both Utaha and Megumi could sense the tension in the air. Compared to Hisada Keisuke's carefully crafted facade of sincerity, the anger in Yukino's eyes was unmistakable. Excuse me, Mr. Hisada, was it? I'm sorry, but I need to interrupt for a moment. Utaha suddenly spoke up. Hisada turned to her. Yes. What is it, beautiful lady? Utaha slightly raised her voice, smiling. The three of us came out today specifically to discuss our club activities. We're at a crucial point in our conversation, so if possible, could you wait until we're finished before asking Yukinoshita for a favor? Her tone wasn't loud, but it was just enough for the other patrons nearby to hear. Yukino and Utaha had already caught the attention of many male customers in the cafe. Now, as Utaha spoke with clear reasoning, the situation became evident to everyone. Hey, buddy, these high school girls finally found time to discuss their club activities. Don't bother them. Yeah, club activities are serious business. Back in my high school days, my baseball club was aiming for Kashian 1. High school clubs hold the dreams of youth. A few male customers, already mesmerized by Yukino and Utaha's beauty, eagerly joined in. Even if they couldn't strike up a conversation with the girls, the chance to look good in front of them was too good to pass up. At that moment, the cafe manager also approached. Seeing that Hisada wasn't sitting with the girls but was instead standing nearby with two tall, imposing men, the manager assumed there was a conflict. He immediately put on a polite smile. Sir, I'm the manager of this cafe. Is there anything I can help you with? Hisada glanced around. Now that a few customers had spoken up, the entire cafe was watching him. After a brief pause, he chuckled. I see. My apologies for interrupting. Then, he glanced at Utaha with a smirk. You're quite the clever young lady. Thank you for the compliment. Utaha maintained her polite smile. Hisada didn't push the matter further. Instead, he turned to Yukino and left her with a parting remark. I'll come back to visit once you have some free time, Miss Yukinoshita. With that, he and his men exited the cafe. Utaha first thanked the customers who had spoken up, then reassured the manager before he returned to work. Yukino had been watching the entire exchange and found herself a little surprised. She was well aware that Utaha had just helped her, but she hadn't expected her to handle it in such a manner. Thank you, senpai. Yukino sincerely expressed her gratitude. Utaha waved it off. It was nothing. Besides, it was obvious you didn't like him. Yukino didn't deny it but instead asked curiously, I remember that you weren't always this good at handling these kinds of situations, senpai. Megumi also looked up, intrigued. Utaha sighed. That's true. Did you deliberately learn how to? Your approach was really clever and effective. Yukino didn't hold back her praise. Utaha looked even more exasperated. It's because my latest novel sold too well. Oh. Yukino understood immediately. With a best-selling novel, Utaha had likely found herself in far more social situations. Since she hadn't yet reached a level where she could pick and choose which events to attend, it made sense that she had to sharpen her social skills. New novel? Megumi hadn't heard about this yet. After a moment of thought, Utaha decided that Megumi was reliable enough to know. Without hesitation, she revealed her pen name Kazumi Utako. Haru's involvement in promoting Utaha's book remained a secret. No wonder you're always so busy, Utaha-senpai. But no matter how busy you are, your health should come first. Megumi Kato took a sip of her juice as she spoke. I know. Utaha replied. A short while later, Utaha excused herself and headed to the restroom. Yukino glanced at her departing figure, admiring how much she had changed. She was undeniably growing into a more capable person. In the restroom gone was Utaha's relaxed demeanor from earlier. Her expression had turned serious. That Hisada guy. When he left, his eyes looked dangerous. And wasn't he threatening Yukinoshita just now? Utaha pulled out her phone from her bag and quickly dialed Haru's number. She could already guess that Yukino wouldn't tell Haru about this. In a way, reporting the good news but not the bad was a universal habit. But she couldn't ignore it. Even though she and Yukino were technically rivals in love, Utaha wouldn't just stand by and watch her get into trouble. Elsewhere, Haru had just finished grocery shopping when he got the call. His driver was with him. The driver had mentioned earlier that his wife had come up with 2 new dishes, and they tasted pretty good, so he recommended them to Haru. Since neither of them had anything else to do, they decided to pick out the ingredients together at the supermarket. Just as Haru got into the car and sat down, he noticed the caller ID and was a little puzzled. Utaha? Calling me at dinner time? Don't tell me your family wants to invite me over for a meal again? He joked as he answered. Haru, this is important. Her tone was unusually serious. Haru immediately dropped his playful attitude. Alright, go ahead. By the time Utaha had finished explaining everything, the smile had completely disappeared from Haru's face. His voice, however, remained calm. So it's the youngest son of the Hisata family? I've met him before. Not an easy person to deal with. What about Yukinoshita? No need to tell her. I'll take care of it. What exactly are you planning to do? Utaha didn't seem entirely convinced and hesitated before agreeing. What else? It's just a minor issue. We'll sit down, have some tea, and talk things out if talking works. That's good, then. I won't mention this to Yukinoshita. Enjoy your evening. I need to head home and cook dinner. If you have time, can I visit your place? Of course. But another day. After hanging up, Haru looked at the driver. Take me home first. You're having dinner with me tonight. After that, I'll change clothes, and you'll drive me to Shinjuku. The driver silently adjusted the car's direction. Haru closed his eyes, deep in thought. Back when he handed Hisata Jungen to the police, he had taken precautions and gathered information on the entire Hisata family. He had been aware that Hisata Keisuke had been trying to track him down, both online and in real life, but he hadn't cared much. After all, on the surface, there was no direct conflict between them. Worst-case scenario, it would just escalate to the point where their families had to meet, sit down, and have a civilized discussion. But now that the guy had set his sights on Yukino, things were different. After dinner, as the sky darkened, Haru got back into the car, now dressed differently. He put on his mask and told the driver, this time, park somewhere without surveillance cameras. Understood. Haru already knew where Hisata Keisuke's villa was, along with his other residences. But he didn't want to waste time searching each location one by one. Since Hisata was so desperate to catch the hooded vigilante, he had likely stationed people in Kabukicho, where Haru had been spotted several times before. It was the easiest way for him to receive intel from informants. In Kabukicho, after arriving at his destination, Haru heightened his focus. With auto-aim level 6, locating surveillance cameras and identifying blind spots was effortless. He purposely wandered the streets for a while, quickly drawing attention. However, because of his high profile, plenty of people had cosplayed as him in the past, casually roaming the streets. This made the bystanders hesitant, unsure if he was the real deal or just another imitator. You've spotted me, haven't you? Why aren't you calling for the reward? Haru stopped in his tracks and turned to face the hesitant crowd behind him, his voice low and deep. Are you the real hooded vigilante or just a cosplayer? The bystanders weren't sure. Of course, I'm real. As soon as they heard that, some people became visibly excited and quickly pulled out their phones to make a call. It didn't take long for 4 large men to rush over. Just as Haru expected, Hisata Keisuke had stationed people nearby. The 4 men stared at Haru for a few seconds, their expressions cautious and doubtful. You're not another fake, are you? We've already run into 3 imposters in the past 2 days. Where is Hisata Keisuke right now? I need to see him immediately. The moment Haru said those words, the expressions of the 4 men instantly changed. They had only asked the public to help find the hooded vigilante, they had never mentioned their boss's name. It's really him. One of them quickly gestured to his companions, signaling for them to go pay the informants while he stayed behind to handle the situation. 2 of his comrades immediately understood and left to make the payment. The remaining man, still wary, kept his eyes locked on Haru. Our boss wants to meet you. We hope you'll cooperate and come with us. Am I actually meeting Hisata Keisuke, or are you planning to take me somewhere isolated? Haru asked. The man didn't answer. Haru nodded slightly. So it's not to meet Hisata Keisuke? Then I have no reason to go with you. Hearing this, the man shot a look at his companions who had just finished paying. The 2 figures swiftly closed in on Haru from behind. There were countless reports online about the hooded vigilante's incredible combat skills. They clearly didn't want to face him head-on. The man in front of Haru had planned to start a conversation to distract him, but before he could say a word, Haru suddenly lowered his stance and dodged at lightning speed. The 2 men lunging at him from behind completely missed their mark. Watch out! The leader instinctively shouted. But it was already too late. Haru swung his arm casually, his movements appearing effortless. Yet when the back of his hand struck the man on the left in the chest, the impact sent him flying sideways. He crashed onto the ground with a muffled groan of pain before losing consciousness. The man on the right, terrified, immediately backed away, trying to put some distance between them. Haru didn't chase after him. He simply observed the remaining three. A few $100 a month. Are you really willing to risk your lives for that? The three men stiffened, unsure how to respond. Especially now, as more and more onlookers gathered around, some even excitedly pulling out their phones to record. Get him together. The leader clenched his teeth and rushed toward Haru first. He was fast. But he flew even faster. With a single kick, Haru sent him soaring through the air. The second man tried to use the moment to launch his own attack, but Haru easily caught his incoming fist. With what seemed like a casual flick of his wrist crack. The sound of bone snapping echoed sharply. The man screamed in agony, clutching his arm as he collapsed onto the ground. The last man was utterly paralyzed with fear. He stood frozen for 5 whole seconds but still couldn't summon the courage to attack. That was amazing. The internet wasn't exaggerating. Hooded Vigilante is insanely strong. Go, Hooded Vigilante. They may have paid us, but we're still rooting for you. Boring. I want to see some real bloodshed. The crowd erupted into cheers, shouts, and laughter. Yet despite all this commotion, no one called the police. Seeing that even more people were gathering to watch, Haru swiftly grabbed the only man who hadn't attacked him. Like lifting a helpless kitten, he picked him up and dashed away. Chase him. Some of the onlookers tried to follow. But Haru's speed was unreal. Even while carrying a fully grown man, he moved so fast that within mere seconds, he had vanished completely from sight. A few moments later, Haru landed effortlessly onto a rooftop, still holding the pale-faced man by the collar. Why, you're not going to throw me off, are you? The man trembled violently, his voice barely more than a whisper. He had just witnessed Haru leap twice, kicking off midair to propel himself even higher until he landed on the rooftop of a 4-story building. Was this guy even human? Regret flooded his mind. 1 month's pay for risking my life. He was right. I should have run when I had the chance. Faced with this terrifying reality, the man immediately spilled everything about Hisata Keisuke's whereabouts without hesitation. Since he was so cooperative, Haru didn't make things any harder for him. Just as he was about to leave, the man's phone suddenly rang. Haru, ever polite, reminded him, you should answer that. I don't dare. No. You do. Shaking, the man pulled out his phone and glanced at the caller ID, his face turning even more nervous. It's Mrs. Hisata. Haru nodded. Pick up. The man looked utterly miserable but obediently pressed the speakerphone button. The moment the call connected, an irritated female voice burst through. What the hell are you guys doing? You know Keisuke hasn't been acting normal lately, so why the hell are you following him in his nonsense? Mrs. Hisata, where is he? Tell that idiot to get his ass home. And stop trying to track down that hooded vigilante. I did my research, the guy isn't normal. Even the police are covering up information about him. You'll never find him. Mrs. Hisata. Actually, I'm with a hooded vigilante right now. Silence. Haru could hear the woman's sharp intake of breath. Followed by a long pause, then a quick, composed exhale. Put him on. Haru took the phone. Hello. Hearing the unfamiliar voice, the woman spoke quickly, yet with clear articulation. You're the hooded man, correct? I sincerely apologize for my son's reckless actions. Rest assured, I will ensure he stops bothering you immediately. Let's put an end to this matter. Of course, if you feel uncomfortable about this, we can arrange a meeting. Whatever concerns you have, feel free to bring them up. Who knows? We might even become friends. Haru glanced at the trembling man beside him and replied calmly, it's too late. What? The woman's voice carried a trace of confusion. It's already too late. Make sure to send your son to the hospital later. With that, he ended the call. Without hesitation, Haru casually tossed the phone off the rooftop. The device shattered upon impact. Chapter 90, I'll cure your insomnia. At 6:30 in the evening, inside the security booth of a luxurious mansion in Satagaya, 2 security guards stared in stunned silence at the front gate. Under the bright floodlights, a figure in a hooded sweatshirt and a swirling pattern mask effortlessly vaulted over the 2-meter-high gate. No, to be precise, it wasn't a normal jump. It was as if he had stepped on thin air itself, propelling himself upward for a second leap midair. The 2 guards stood there, slack-jawed, before finally snapping back to their senses and rushing out to intercept him. They never got the chance. Before they could even speak, they were knocked unconscious in an instant. Just take a nap. You'll dream of everything you need. Stepping into the security booth, Haru rolled up his sleeves and drove his fist straight into the monitor screen. Electric sparks crackled, glass fragments sprayed outward, and a few sharp shards even grazed his arm. He slowly pulled back his arm completely unscathed. Not even a scratch. Without breaking stride, he made his way into the brightly lit first-floor hall. The space was empty, but voices drifted down from upstairs, accompanied by the muffled thump of music. Upon reaching the second floor, he found a spacious lounge filled with young men and women, chatting and laughing over drinks. Empty bottles lay scattered across tables, coffee stands, and even the floor. The music blaring from the speakers was a classic dance hit from the 90s. Some were drinking, others were flirting, and a few were glued to their phones completely oblivious to the hooded figure standing at the top of the stairs. Haru had always been polite. Since he was here, it was only natural to introduce himself. He picked up an empty Asahi beer bottle by his foot and flung it toward the speakers. Crash. The bottle exploded on impact, shards of glass scattering across the floor. Several people jumped in shock. Who the hell threw that? Someone shouted in irritation. It sounded just like that famous line from Kung Fu Hustle, who threw that firecracker? Everyone turned toward the source of the disturbance. And when they saw the hooded sweatshirt and swirling mask, they froze. It's the hooded man. A few people, oblivious to the situation, let out excited whistles. Meanwhile, at the center of the room, Hisata Keisuke's face darkened as he stood up. You came for me? He gestured for someone to turn off the speakers. Haru shook his head. You were looking for me. So, I came. Hisata let out a short laugh. That's right. I was looking for you. Thanks for saving me the trouble. Someone nearby raised a curious eyebrow. Hisata, you know the hooded man? Is he tonight's mystery guest? Hisata subtly gestured toward his bodyguards, signaling them to move in. Before he could speak, Haru said, That's right. I am tonight's mystery guest. Several people stood up, looking genuinely excited. They assumed these two actually knew each other. But in the next moment, their excitement turned into stunned silence as Haru calmly added, Hisata Keisuke, I'm here to cure your insomnia. Insomnia? The word left everyone confused. Hisata let out a cold chuckle and was just about to speak when bang. A deafening crash echoed through the room. Haru had casually picked up a heavy wooden chair and hurled it straight at them. One of Hisata's bodyguards, who had just finished rolling up his sleeves, had no time to react. The chair struck him full force. Not even a grunt escaped his lips before he crumpled backward. The impact sent the chair bouncing upward, colliding with a wall-mounted clock. More debris rained down as gears and shattered glass scattered across the floor. The young partygoers, who had moments ago assumed this was all part of the night's entertainment, stared in shock, mouths agape, too stunned to make a sound. You should all leave now. Haru helpfully suggested. That snapped them out of their daze. This wasn't a friendly visit. This was trouble. Recalling all the ruthless rumors about the hooded man online, their faces went pale. Screaming, they scrambled toward the staircase, tripping over themselves in their panic to escape. Within moments, only 3 people remained in the room, Hisata Keisuke and his 2 remaining bodyguards. Haru took a step forward. Are you ready? Hisata frowned. Ready for what? For your insomnia to be cured. Before Hisata could respond, the bodyguard on the right suddenly grabbed a katana from the display rack and charged forward without hesitation. Clearly, Hisata hadn't planned to run, he had come prepared. The blade gleamed under the crystal chandelier's light. From his fluid footwork to his precise downward slash aimed at Haru's arm, it was evident he was no amateur. But Haru didn't even flinch. He simply raised his right arm and blocked the strike head-on. A sharp, metallic clang rang out. Then snap. The blade shattered. The top half of the katana spun through the air before embedding itself into the couch with a soft thunk. The bodyguard staggered back, his hands numb from the impact, barely holding onto the broken hilt. But that wasn't what scared him the most. It was the fact that Haru's arm was completely unscathed. Not even a single drop of blood. You've got to be kidding me. Hisata Keisuke's triumphant smirk vanished, his face going pale. For a brief moment, he wondered if his eyes were playing tricks on him. How could a human arm withstand a katana? As the 3 of them stood frozen in shock, Haru's still raised right arm suddenly clenched into a fist and he struck. The bodyguard barely had time to react. Realizing he couldn't dodge, he instinctively raised his arms to block. Crack. The sickening sound of bone snapping filled the room. His arm bent at an unnatural angle, the limb rendered useless in an instant. The force sent him stumbling backward before he finally collapsed to the floor, writhing in agony. His arm. The katana. Both had shattered like fragile glass. Haru didn't even spare him a glance. His gaze was locked onto Hisata Keisuke as he took another step forward. Shoot him. Shoot him now. Panic surged in Hisata's voice as he barked orders at his last remaining guard. The bodyguard hesitated for a second. But as Haru drew closer, he gritted his teeth and pulled out a handgun from his waist. A handgun, huh? Haru's voice remained indifferent. Legally, Japan only allowed hunting rifles and air guns. Handguns were strictly prohibited. But for a family like Hisata's, getting their hands on one wasn't the problem, it was keeping it a secret. Haru shifted his stance, bracing himself. Like an arrow released from its bow, Haru shot toward the gun-wielding bodyguard. The sheer speed of his sudden burst of movement made the bodyguard hesitate for just a split second, then he made his decision. He raised a gun. Took aim. Pulled the trigger. Bang. The first shot rang out, but Haru twisted his body, slipping past it with ease. Too slow. The second shot came. He ducked, letting the bullet sail over him. Before the third shot could even be fired, a sickening crack echoed through the room. The bodyguard's gun flew into the air, flipping end over end. His wrist had been snapped cleanly out of place. Before he could react, a fist crashed into his chin. His consciousness flickered out instantly as his body crumpled to the floor. "Are you kidding me?" For the second time, Keisuke blurted out those words in disbelief. Without hesitation, he turned on his heel and bolted toward an inner room. Haru followed, watching as Keisuke dove inside and slammed the door shut. He could hear frantic footsteps scurrying away inside. He raised a fist and slammed it straight into the wall. A deafening explosion of force erupted as the front-facing wall shattered. His fist punched clean through the crumbling plaster, sending a cloud of dust and debris blasting outward. On the other side, Keisuke had just reached the window, his hands fumbling to open it only to freeze in horror. Haru's fist was hovering mere inches from his face, stopping just short of shattering his skull. With a thump, Keisuke's legs gave out beneath him. He collapsed to the floor, trembling violently. If blocking a blade with his bare arm had already shaken him to his core, then dodging bullets and punching through walls had shattered his sense of reality entirely. Haru withdrew his hand, stepped back, and kicked open the door, casually dusting himself off as he strode inside. When he stopped in front of Keisuke, the man was completely paralyzed with fear, his eyes flicking back and forth between the gaping hole in the wall and the figure standing over him. "Don't look so surprised," Haru murmured, his voice still low and hoarse from being deliberately altered. The Baki production team must have wandered onto the wrong set. Keisuke flinched. "And no, please. Please, I'm begging you. I swear I won't investigate you anymore." At last, he had a reaction. At last, his fear had broken him. Haru's reply was calm and even, too late. The same words he'd told Keisuke's mother earlier. "I don't like being investigated." Then, with a sharp movement, he stomped down. A sickening crack echoed through the room as Keisuke's right leg snapped beneath his foot. I was wrong. I was really wrong. I also don't like being threatened." With another brutal stomp, Haru shattered Keisuke's left leg. "I've been playing by the rules. I just wanted to be a law-abiding citizen, go out and do some good once in a while, be the so-called hero of justice. But why did you have to push me?" Grabbing Keisuke, who was now sobbing uncontrollably, Haru slowly dragged him toward the balcony. At that moment, there was movement at the front door. A well-dressed woman, adorned in jewelry, stormed inside with a group of people in tow. They froze the moment they saw the figure on the balcony, Haru, holding Keisuke. Keisuke saw them too. His pale, blood-drained face twisted into a pathetic grimace as he choked out a desperate plea. "Save me." The woman snapped back to her senses. Shock turned to fury as she screamed, "Put him down. Stop this right now." Haru ignored her. Stepping up onto the balcony railing, he balanced effortlessly. "You bastard. I swear, if you don't stop, I'll kill you. I'll absolutely kill you." Her voice, once poised and elegant, was now filled with unrestrained rage. Haru tilted his head, murmuring as if to himself, another one of those empty threats. Then, he let go. Keisuke's scream tore through the night air as he plummeted, his body crashing onto the sleek blue convertible parked below. Though the second-floor drop wasn't that high, the impact was enough to cave in the luxury car's hood on impact. A deafening crash rang out as shards of shattered glass burst into the air, scattering like glittering stars under the streetlights. The people below stood there, frozen in shock. Arrogant? Reckless? None of those words seemed sufficient to describe what they had just witnessed. Even those standing beside the woman, people who had seen their fair share of chaos, found themselves struggling to process the scene before them. But Haru? He simply chuckled. "Relax, he won't die. I just cured his insomnia." His voice was light, almost as if he were making casual small talk with an old friend. "He'll be sleeping well for a long time. No more restless nights." With that, Haru turned and stepped back into the room. "Get him." The woman finally snapped out of her daze, screaming as she rushed toward her son. The others scrambled to call an ambulance, while a few hurried toward the staircase leading to the second floor. Yet, as they reached the top, they all stopped in unison. A strange, silent understanding passed between them as they glanced at one another. No one dared to go any further, because they had seen the bullet holes in the floor. Gunfire? And yet, the hooded man had walked away unscathed. Had he dodged the bullets? Or had the shooters simply missed? Recalling the way Keisuke had been effortlessly tossed off the balcony, they felt the former was far more likely. Should we at least take a look? If things go south, we can always run. Someone whispered. A cowardly suggestion, but one that everyone quickly agreed to. They moved cautiously, step by step, toward the room. The sight that greeted them sent chills down their spines. A wrecked living room. A bodyguard sprawled unconscious on the floor. A broken blade embedded in the couch. Fresh bullet holes decorating the walls. And then, they saw it. A gaping hole in the wall. For a moment, the entire second floor fell eerily silent. This hole. Could it have been made with a fist? Someone stammered. The others wanted to dismiss the idea until that same person hesitantly raised an arm and slid it through the opening. Not a single word of protest followed. A monster. No one knew who whispered it first. But everyone nodded. Even their legs were shaking as they moved. They searched the room, trying to find a tool or weapon that could have created such a hole. They found nothing. There was only one explanation: the hooded man had punched through solid concrete with his bare hand. At least he's gone now. Yeah. Thank God for that. Later that night on a quiet balcony, Yukino furrowed her brows. For some time now, the wailing sirens of police cars had filled the streets, one after another, blaring endlessly. The commotion had drawn the attention of curious bystanders, disrupting the final scene she had been planning to shoot. Frowning, she picked up her phone and tapped on Haru's chat. Did you see the police cars? Something happen over there? His reply came almost instantly. No idea. Inside a car heading home, Haru set his phone down. His vision was unusually sharp tonight. Every detail, every movement outside the window was clear as day. Because right in front of him, a notification hovered in his mind. Your skill Steel Body has leveled up. Steel Body, level 2, raw, untamed power surged through his veins. Clenching and unclenching his fist, Haru exhaled slowly. He turned his gaze toward the cityscape beyond the car window. For the first time, he had a feeling if he wanted to, he could probably tear down an entire building with his bare hands. Chapter 91, Yukino. She had a lesson to teach him. For many, this night was destined to be a sleepless one. Take the police, for example. They were already overwhelmed. Bullet holes in the floor and walls. We found a Smith & Wesson 915 at the scene. Strange, that's not a common model for the Hisata family to own. And this hole in the wall. It almost looks like someone punched through it. The break on this katana is unnatural too. The police had arrived just in time. Mrs. Hisata had barely managed to get her son and the bodyguard onto an ambulance before they were caught red-handed. Luckily, her status and influence were significant. Given how severe her son and the bodyguard's injuries were, the officers simply assigned a unit to follow them to the hospital. At that moment, in the second-floor hall, Officer Yuki stood to the side, along with two colleagues from the Metropolitan Police Department who were already aware of the hooded hero's true identity. Senpai, don't you think he went a little overboard this time? Honestly, he's starting to feel more and more like a real superhero. The other guy even had a gun, and he still walked away unscathed. How do you know he wasn't injured? I asked Hisata's assistant. The hooded hero left right in front of them, looking perfectly fine. Officer Yuki exhaled lightly. I checked the city's surveillance footage. Apart from the cameras in Kabukicho catching a glimpse of him, he managed to avoid every other security feed. He lowered his voice as he continued. Not just the cameras, he didn't leave a single fingerprint behind either. As for footprints, his shoes were 2 sizes bigger than what he usually wears. His colleagues exchanged looks. He came prepared. Yuki lit a cigarette. The higher-ups are definitely going to push for a full investigation. But this might actually be an opportunity for us. He exhaled a thin stream of smoke. I need to make a call. Keep an eye on things while I'm gone. Got it. Meanwhile, at the Yukinoshita residence, Mrs. Yukinoshita had been resting at home when her phone rang. Upon hearing what Officer Yuki had to say, she immediately got to her feet. She quickly called her husband, who was out meeting a friend, telling him to come home at once. Then, she reached out to the Amamiya family, arranging for them to gather at her place. Once everyone had arrived, she got straight to the point. I just received news the hooded hero, who's been making waves online, has struck again. This time, his target was the Hisata family. Their youngest son has 2 broken legs and is in critical condition. He has been rushed to the hospital for emergency treatment. The room fell into stunned silence. Her husband frowned. You mean Hisata Keisuke? Wasn't he kind of a lunatic? That's him. She nodded. Haru's mother, however, was focused on something else. Wait. So the hooded hero is real? Mrs. Yukinoshita gave her a puzzled look. Why would you think otherwise? Haru's mother chuckled. My son, Haru, is always telling me about these things. He says that whenever someone suddenly becomes famous online, it's either a stroke of luck or there's someone pulling strings behind the scenes. So I just assumed the hooded hero was another internet gimmick and didn't pay much attention. Mrs. Yukinoshita couldn't help but smile at that though, deep down, she felt something more complex. Of the 4 people sitting in that room, she was the only one who knew the truth. Amamiya Haru was the hooded hero. She also understood why he hadn't told his parents. It wasn't out of mistrust, he simply didn't want them to worry. Looking at Haru's mother, she couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration. Even though she had reached the age of a mature woman, she still retained a youthful innocence in the way she saw the world. That innocence, Mrs. Yukinoshita realized, was because she had been shielded from reality. She thought back to the past. Back then, the Amamiya family had been well off, but they were nowhere near the level of wealthy elites. Then, as time passed, their business grew at an astonishing rate. Curious, she had looked into it only to realize she had misjudged the real key player in the family. It wasn't Amamiya Haru's parents who had built this empire. It was Amamiya Haru himself. From that moment on, Mrs. Yukinoshita had started paying closer attention to him. She had watched firsthand as the Amamiya family rose to power. Haru keeps telling me to retire early and enjoy life. Haru's mother was saying now, laughing softly. But I just can't sit around all day doing nothing. I get too bored. I have to keep myself busy with something. Mrs. Yukinoshita listened, her expression unreadable. She could see it clearly now. The reason Haru's mother could afford to live so carefree, so unaware of the darker side of the world, was because her son had protected her from it. Mrs. Yukinoshita sighed inwardly. Looks like I'll have to handle this myself. Without hesitation, she said, the Hisata family must be in complete disarray right now. The youngest son, the one competing for inheritance, is in the hospital, and the eldest? He's unlikely to sit still. This is our chance. Mr. Amamiya, always the sharp one, immediately caught on. You're planning to take action against the Hisata family? Do you have a personal grudge against them? Of course not. I'm just cleaning up after your wonderful son. Mrs. Yukinoshita thought to herself. At this point, she was certain the incident on the luxury cruise ship had also been Amamiya Haru's doing. And with that realization, she felt an even stronger conviction: her daughter's boyfriend might actually be a superhero. A little superhero. If you've already made up your mind, then of course we'll support you. Mrs. Amamiya said with a smile. Mr. Amamiya nodded in agreement. Mrs. Yukinoshita's gaze softened. These two weren't just powerful allies, they were some of the few people in her life she could genuinely call friends. If it's for my future son-in-law, then I suppose I can be a little reckless this time. A plan was already forming in her mind. With the combined influence and resources of their two families, completely eradicating the Hisata family might be unrealistic but severely crippling them. That was well within reach. Then, another name came to mind. The principal of Sobu High School. Yukino had once mentioned that the old man deeply admired Amamiya Haru. He must have some valuable connections. He could be a useful ally in this. Without wasting time, she laid out her strategy. Elsewhere. At that very moment, the principal of Sobu High School was watching TV with his granddaughter when his phone rang. He took the call, then returned to his seat, smiling as if nothing had happened. Holding his teacup, he stared at the screen, watching Godzilla roar in the middle of Tokyo. Finally. Things are about to get interesting. At the hospital. Officer Yuki had just gotten off a call with Mrs. Yukinoshita. He was thrilled. Under normal circumstances, his rank wouldn't have allowed him much say in a case of this scale. But now, with the full backing of the Amamiya and Yukinoshita families, his options had expanded dramatically. He wasted no time. Mrs. Hisata, may I have a word? About your son. And about the hooded hero. Officer Yuki, flanked by his two colleagues, entered the hospital room. Mrs. Hisata, who had been too preoccupied with her son's condition to bother with the police, was about to dismiss them until she heard that name. Her expression darkened immediately. She rose to her feet. Fine. The four of them moved to a quiet corner. Mrs. Hisata didn't bother with pleasantries. Do you have any leads on that bastard? I want him dead. Officer Yuki had anticipated this reaction. I understand you're angry. And I completely understand why. But we've known each other for 3 years now, haven't we? Let me offer you some advice. Drop this. For your own sake. Mrs. Hisata's voice turned sharp with fury. What the hell are you saying? Yuki remained calm, Did you know that your son illegally purchased a handgun? Based on the crime scene, it's clear that he went there tonight with the intent to kill. But he just came out of the ICU. He's still unconscious. And that bastard, he walked away without a scratch. Which is exactly why you should listen to me. She froze. Think about it. Yuki continued, raising his right hand and clenching it into a fist. What do you think the odds are of an ordinary human punching clean through the walls of your son's mansion? Mrs. Hista face twisted in shock. She had been too focused on rushing her son to the hospital to inspect the upstairs crime scene. And another thing. Yuki pressed on. No matter how fast a person's reflexes are. Do you really think they can outrun a bullet? Mrs. Hisata didn't respond. Let me spell it out for you. Your son picked a fight with a superhero or, if you prefer a different term, a monster. He smirked. Bullets clearly don't work on him. And as for hiring professional bodyguards or mercenaries? He chuckled. It doesn't matter how many you hire. None of them stand a chance. Yuki's voice took on a knowing edge. Think about it, if he really wanted you dead, he had the perfect opportunity tonight. But he didn't take it. That means this was a personal matter between him and your son. He has no interest in harming anyone else. Silence. Mrs. Hisata's face paled. The officer had laid it all out. If she still refused to understand, then she was a fool. 5 long seconds passed. Then, barely above a whisper, she muttered, her voice trembling with disbelief. This kind of thing. It shouldn't be possible. Officer Yuki's tone was matter of fact. We thought so too. And yet, here we are. Superhumans are real. He looked at her meaningfully. I'd rather not be back here next year for your funeral. So think this through carefully. At least your son is still alive. With that, he and his colleagues turned and left. In the car. As they drove away from the hospital, the younger officer in the backseat asked curiously, Senpai, how is the Yukinoshita family planning to handle this? Simple. They're buying out the trending topics, burying the hooded hero's news. They'll also be working things out with our higher-ups. The truth about this case is far too bizarre, it's not something that can never go public. Makes sense. The junior officer nodded. Dodging bullets and everything. Feels like something straight out of a sci-fi movie. Then he smirked. But you have to admit, he really picked the perfect costume. Because against a Bido Akaya, bullets are useless too. This guy is literally untouchable. The other 2 officers exchanged helpless smiles. The next morning. The sun shone brightly. Yukino, Utaha, and Kato Megumi had all developed a habit of checking the news first thing in the morning thanks to the ongoing hooded hero craze. But today, the moment they opened the news feed, their screens were filled with something unexpected. Front and center was a picture of Koji, the live streamer dressed in ridiculous attire, mid-dance. Accompanied, of course, by a video. Their expressions darkened instantly. More related news articles below showcased his various outfits and dance moves. With an expressionless face, Yukino casually clicked on a video. Sure enough, the familiar melody played, the dim streetlights failed to illuminate the entire road. The dance was incredibly alluring, with a certain inexplicable charm. Every movement was precise, nothing unnecessary. Not watching made one feel uneasy. Watching left one uneasy for an entire day. A never-ending stream of similar videos formed a locked cage, clearly telling every viewer who clicked in, now that you're here, don't even think about leaving. This guy is officially famous. Yukino turned off her phone and rubbed her temples, which had started throbbing. The video content was too abstract. She couldn't handle it. Just then, her phone vibrated. A message from Haru. Curious, she opened it. It was just one simple line, "Good morning." A smile tugged at her lips as she typed a reply. Yukino, you finished your morning run? Haru, yeah, I'm about to take a shower. Thought you'd be up by now, so I came to say hi. Yukino, you even need to announce when you're showering? What weird things are you thinking about this time? Haru, I was just saying good morning. Stop filling your head with those kinds of thoughts. Yukino's face darkened. Decision made, she was skipping her piano practice this morning. Instead, she was going to his place to mess with him. Standing in front of the mirror, she studied herself. Her eyes gleamed with mischief. She switched to twin tails. Before heading out, she hesitated for a moment, her cheeks reddening as she grabbed a box of little umbrellas and slipped it into her bag. Gotta be prepared. Arriving at Amamiya's house, she rang the doorbell. When the door swung open, Haru stood there wearing nothing but a pair of white athletic shorts. Yukino coolly admired the definition of his upper body. Not even bothering with a shirt? I saw it was you through the peephole. Haru grinned, his gaze lingering on her twin tails. You changed your hairstyle. Felt like it. Yukino said nonchalantly, bending down to change into indoor slippers. From beside her, Haru clicked his tongue in disapproval. You actually wore nude stockings? What a mistake. A mistake? Yukino's expression chilled. She had put on these stockings deliberately. Before Haru had requested it, she had never even considered wearing them. With utmost seriousness, he explained. Your legs are already pale. Nude stockings do nothing to enhance their charm. Of course, you'd be thinking about something perverted first thing in the morning. Hey. What are you doing? Before she could finish speaking, she suddenly felt weightless. Haru had scooped her up effortlessly, cradling her in his arms. Their eyes met. He smiled brightly. Looks like this sinner has finally received the forgiveness of the gracious Miss Yukinoshita. A soft flush spread across Yukino's porcelain cheeks. Have you really turned into a full-blown pervert? Haru chuckled. You won't deny it, but you won't admit it either. That kind of Yukino is really cute. Hearing his teasing tone, her blush deepened. But she was never the type to back down. Instead, she stared at him boldly, eyes shimmering with a mix of defiance and something more elusive, something delicate, something enchanting. Her long lashes trembled slightly, betraying a hint of shyness. Their breaths mingled in the narrow space between them, warmth curling through the air. A faint fragrance unique to her skin lingered between them. Haru casually shut the door behind them. You changed to a cute hairstyle, put on stockings you're not used to wearing. I'd say that means you've forgiven me. Yukino bit her lip. Put me down first. Why? This position is weird. But I like it. Yukino's face burned hotter. She could feel the steady heat of his chest, the rhythm of his breathing. Her heartbeat pounded even harder. Just a little while ago, she had come here with confidence, intending to tease him, even entertain herself with a little payback. Yet now, the moment they met, he had turned the tables on her effortlessly. Yukino wasn't smirking anymore. Her lips, as red as delicate petals, parted slightly. You really won't put me down? Not a chance. They stared at each other. 3 seconds later, Yukino looked away. Her voice trembled slightly. Take me to your room. She had a lesson to teach him. Chapter 92, Mrs. Yukinoshita has always been good at investing. Yukino had always been strong-willed, and her resilience was remarkable. Whether it was mental toughness or physical flexibility, she was at the top tier. She had plenty of past experiences proving that no matter how determined she was, the outcome would always be the same: she'd end up losing, and fast. Yet today, she was still full of courage. Though, in the end, the result remained unchanged. Another swift defeat. Another one of her loss. This time, a twin-tail defeat. Now, her face was burning red as she curled up completely under the thin blanket. From beside her, Haru's voice drifted over, calm and composed. You don't have any filming today, right? Then you should take the chance to rest properly. Yukino stared at him in disbelief, biting her lip. You're not tired? I'm actually exhausted, but I'm forcing myself to act cool. It's more impressive that way. You're a terrible liar. That obvious? Yukino clutched the blanket tighter, slowly pulling it over her flushed face. She had no idea how to respond anymore. Messing around with him in broad daylight was already bad enough. The real tragedy? Her performance was just as humiliating as before. What was the point of all my training if this is how things turn out? For the first time, Yukino began doubting herself. She and Haru had always believed in one fundamental rule: books and exercise will never betray you. Yet now, despite growing more and more skilled in certain things, she found no improvement in herself whatsoever. No, wait. Maybe the problem wasn't her. Maybe it was him. His stamina had improved at such an absurd rate that he had left her in the dust. The thought alone made her feel even more defeated. Unaware of her inner turmoil, Haru spoke gently beside her. I'll make lunch. You just rest. Yukino's face grew even hotter. I'm not that weak. I know. I just mean you should take it easy. I can still fight. Huh? Yukino, refusing to admit defeat, once again displayed her courage and determination. This time, she lost even faster. In the end, she gave up entirely and burrowed under the covers, refusing to come out. Adorable. A certain someone laughed beside her. Yukino had no strength left to argue. She had almost begged for mercy just now. And yet, he still looked completely fine. Just how do you train? Her muffled voice came from beneath the blanket. I already told you, didn't I? Last time, I made it clear I'm invincible now. Ha. Still so full of yourself. Yukino scoffed, unwilling to believe him. Ha. Still so stubborn. Haru mimicked her tone perfectly. She was instantly speechless. This time, she was truly exhausted. Even sitting up felt impossible. The worst part? She had actually enjoyed it. Get some rest for now. Oh, right, you didn't bring a change of clothes, did you? Want me to go to your place and grab some? Haru offered, ever thoughtful. He still has the energy to fetch my clothes? No need. Yukino muttered, defeated. I'll just wear a bathrobe after I shower. For now, she would retreat. No, more accurately, she had no choice but to retreat. Alright then, rest up. Later, if you're interested, I can give you a massage. Massage? Yeah. I recently learned a new technique. It'll help relieve your fatigue. Okay. Yukino didn't even bother to ask whether it was a proper massage. She was too exhausted to care. Besides, knowing him, he wouldn't tease her when she was this drained. At the very least, he'd wait until she had recovered. That was her last thought before she suddenly felt the blanket being lifted. Before she could react, Haru pulled her into his arms. Just for a little while, he murmured. Yukino closed her eyes, shifting slightly until she found a comfortable position, resting her head against his chest. She couldn't deny it, she had grown quite fond of the warmth that followed their moments together. After resting for over half an hour, Yukino finally felt somewhat recovered and got up to head to the bathroom. She had always been particular about cleanliness, and after sweating more than once, the discomfort on her skin was unbearable. By the time she stepped out of the shower, Haru had already changed into fresh clothes and was waiting for her in the living room, blow dryer in hand. Freshly bathed, Yukino's fragrance was more pronounced than usual, delicate yet cool and refreshing. Her skin was as smooth as jade, and a glimpse of her collarbone peeking out from the bathrobe was like a crystal-clear spring, captivating enough to steal one's breath. There was no need for words between them, their understanding was instinctive. Yukino sat down naturally, and Haru took his place behind her, carefully running his fingers through her damp hair. You really didn't hear the police sirens last night? She wasn't eager to continue their previous conversation, so she took the initiative to change the subject. I think I did, but I didn't really pay attention. Haru's response was half truth, half lie. He had indeed heard the sirens on his way home, but he hadn't given them much thought. There were a lot of police cars out last night, something big must have happened. But I searched the news this morning and didn't find anything worth noting. At that, a faint trace of doubt appeared on Yukino's bare face. You must have seen the news about Koji, right? Haru asked with a smirk. Yukino's eyelids twitched, clearly reluctant to discuss it. Yeah. Haru could already guess what she was thinking. Those videos were quite something. But at least he's famous now. I think he bought the trending spot himself. Yukino said coolly. Of course, he's already built up a decent following online. It's not surprising that he'd go viral. Haru chuckled, but he didn't mention the message he had received that morning from Mrs. Yukinoshita. She was the one who made it trending. According to her, since she knew about Haru's collaboration with Koji, she decided to use his popularity to divert attention from the hooded man incident. The timing was simply convenient. Once Yukino's hair was dry, they moved to the living room. She sat on the couch, one hand gently cradling an orange cat while the other tapped away on the laptop resting on the coffee table. The laptop belonged to Haru, but she had borrowed it to organize her thoughts, making notes to later post on her social media. Haru's gaze drifted to her bare legs beneath the bathrobe, smooth and fair. After a moment of observation, he commented, I was right, after all. What? Yukino glanced at him in confusion. Your legs are already so pale. Wearing skin-colored stockings actually takes away from their appeal. You've been sitting quietly all this time, and all you were doing was staring at my legs? It's not just staring, it's appreciating. Well, thank you for your appreciation. Now kindly restrain yourself. With that, Yukino refocused on her screen, typing occasionally, pausing now and then to think. Haru took the hint and didn't interrupt her. A little while later, Yukino finished her work. She shifted the cat to her other arm and turned to Haru. I recall that Kazekage-senpai has pretty nice legs too. You never sneaked a look? Why are you asking this all of a sudden? Haru knew this was a trap, a surefire way to get himself into trouble. Yukino gave him a knowing smirk. Your survival instincts are kicking in already? I barely started questioning you, and you're too afraid to answer? Haru laughed awkwardly. Let's talk about something else. Yukino didn't press the issue. Instead, she turned to stare at the blank television screen and murmured, I do get jealous, you know. Haru opened his mouth to respond, but before he could speak, she cut him off. If you're about to apologize, don't bother. She ran her fingers through the cat's fur a couple of times before setting it down beside her. Her voice was calm, yet tinged with complexity. I've already made my choice and my decision. There's no need for you to keep apologizing. Haru had no rebuttal. Yukino met his gaze again. Have you figured out how to deal with my parents yet? And yours? Not really. He admitted with an awkward shake of his head. She let out a soft toe before chuckling. So you're still the same as before. What was it you said back then? Do as you wish, I accept my fate? Her laughter was laced with amusement. Should I call you brave? Save the compliments for later. Let me give you a massage first. Why is that always on your mind? Yukino sighed, but her resistance was half-hearted. As if resigning herself to his whims, she swept her hair aside and asked, should I lie down? Yeah, lie down over here. I'll start with your head. Haru gestured toward the side of the couch, where the orange cat was curled up. You get off. The cat let out a confused meow. Haru waved his hand. This time, the cat seemed to understand and lazily hopped down. Yukino watched the interaction in mild surprise. Now that I think about it, it knows how to use the litter box on its own, and it never scratches the couch or bed. Did you train it? Do you want me to tell you that I am a beast tamer? Great, this conversation is over. She refused to give him any chance to make a fool of himself. Haru wasn't joking, though. He had actually used his teaching skill to train the cat. But cats, unlike dogs, weren't naturally obedient. He could only teach it basic things. Having it follow complex commands like a well-trained dog? Even he couldn't pull that off. Draped in nothing but a bathrobe, Yukino lay down on the sofa, instinctively pressing her hands against the hem of the robe. Haru couldn't help but chuckle. Why are you even covering up? It's not like I haven't seen. Okay, I won't make any dirty jokes. Don't glare at me like that. Yukino flushed red and shot him a sharp look. At this angle, their eyes met easily. However, as Haru's fingers gently massaged her temples, she soon lost the will to stay angry. It felt so good, so soothing. Like soaking in a hot spring, allowing every muscle to relax completely. Unconsciously, Yukino closed her eyes, resting the back of her head against his lap, surrendering to the comfort. You really did learn this properly. She murmured lazily. I'd even say that not even the best masseuse in Tokyo could match my skills. Oh? Yukino responded half-heartedly, assuming he was joking. But Haru wasn't. His auto-aim level 6 ability wasn't just for combat, it let him pinpoint the exact spots that melted away tension. Now that I'm done with your head, let's move on to your shoulders. Haru said, sounding like a professional. Yukino instinctively opened her eyes, a bit suspicious. You're not about to tell me I need to take off my robe, are you? Geez, can you stop having such dirty thoughts? I'm just massaging your shoulders. You just need to lower it a little. Watching him sigh in exaggerated exasperation, Yukino huffed and shut her eyes again. With a slight tug, she pulled the bathrobe down, exposing her smooth, fair shoulders. The moment Haru's hands touched her skin, warmth spread through her body, sinking deeper than before. Yukino bit her lip. That strange yet familiar feeling rippled through her, bouncing back and forth in her heart like doing sit-ups, each wave of sensation making her mind a little fuzzier. This guy. He's seriously too good at this. Her whole body relaxed, and at some point, her hands had abandoned the hem of her bathrobe, resting naturally at her sides. Next up, your legs and waist. Haru's voice reached her ears. Yukino's face burned even redder. When she opened her eyes again, they were misty and damp. She bit her lip, her gaze somewhere between embarrassment and irritation. Because she knew she had lost. Another defeat unlocked. She thought bitterly. As the days passed, online discussions about the hooded hero started to fade. With no new updates, people's attention gradually waned. The incident at the Hisada household never made the news, not even a single report. 2 days before the holiday break ended, Haru received an invitation to dinner from Mrs. Yukinoshita. That night, Officer Yuki joined them as well. Haru naturally expressed his gratitude for their help. At 8 p.m., after a hearty meal, Officer Yuki tactfully excused himself, leaving only Haru and Mrs. Yukinoshita in the private dining room. Well, now that we're alone, she said, wearing a poised smile that was anything but friendly, isn't it time for you to come clean? Haru nodded solemnly. Fine. I'll admit it, I'm the incarnation of Homelander. Mrs. Yukinoshita frowned. Homelander? It was clear she had never seen that show. In simpler terms, I'm already invincible. She let out an unimpressed laugh. Try coming up with a more believable excuse. Though she had entertained the idea that her daughter's boyfriend might be superhuman, she never seriously considered it. Alright, let me think. Haru pretended to hesitate. Take your time, she said, smoothly shifting topics. Aside from the hooded hero, there are quite a few things you've kept from your parents, aren't there? Haru blinked. What makes you think that? Because every time I meet your mother, she gives me the impression that she's still very young. Haha, well, she does have a young mindset. No, it's because you've been doing a lot for them behind the scenes, protecting them. So you already knew? Haru feigned surprise. Mrs. Yukinoshita ignored his act entirely. Crossing her arms, she smiled. As my daughter's boyfriend, don't you think you should help me out as well? So that's what this is about. Everything before was just a pretext. You catch on quick. So? What kind of help do you need? You're quite skilled at screenwriting, aren't you? Don't even try to deny it. Your parents' company has produced several hit films. Wait, hold on. Haru raised a hand. If he wasn't mistaken, his future mother-in-law was planning to step into the entertainment industry. Mrs. Yukinoshita read his thoughts effortlessly. That's right. I want to start a production company. Are you sure you'll have the time for that? Haru didn't mind helping. She had taken care of him over the years, and this time, she had done him a big favor. He was just curious if she could juggle everything. I won't be handling it myself. I'll have Haruno take charge, she said, clearly having planned everything in advance. Yukino has grown so much under his guidance. With his help, Haruno, who is even more capable, will become even more remarkable. That was her belief. She had always excelled in making smart investments. And just like that, the decision was made. For his future mother-in-law, Haru was more than willing to lend a hand. After parting ways, Haru headed home, only to receive a message from Yutaha. I'd like to learn screenwriting from you. Is that okay? Haru glanced at the time. This late at night? Still, he agreed. She had mentioned this before but had hesitated until now, likely struggling with her own thoughts. Or maybe Yukino's presence made her feel guilty and conflicted. Didn't expect senpai to have such a shy side. Haru mused with a chuckle. Just then, his phone vibrated again. Another message from Yutaha. Haru opened it only to be greeted by a photo. A picture of her legs. It seemed she was sitting on her bed. Her legs were long, fair, and smooth, looking almost flawless under the soft lighting. Even without nail polish, her delicate toes were like sculpted jade, their natural pink hue resembling spring blossoms in full bloom. Haru silently saved the image. Then he read the text that followed. Do you like them? Haru stared at his screen for a second before sighing. I take back what I said. That was my mistake. He had seriously misjudged her. Chapter 93, True Worth. For the first time, Yutaha was visiting Haru's home. As the host, it was only natural for him to go downstairs and meet her. Just as he checked his phone and saw Yutaha's message, I'm almost there, he suddenly heard a series of hurried footsteps behind him. At this time of day, hearing people going up and down the stairs wasn't unusual. The streets were bustling, after all. But what surprised Haru was that his ears picked up on the details hidden in the footsteps. They were unsteady, slightly rushed, and completely uncoordinated, definitely not an adult's stride. By the time he processed this, his mind had already reached a conclusion. The footsteps belonged to Sakura, the little girl from the neighbor's house. Turning around, he found that his deduction was spot on. So this is what Steel Body Level 2 does. Haru mused. It's not just about enhancing my strength and speed, it's sharpening my senses and thought process, too. While he pondered this, he casually greeted the elementary schooler. Haruana-chan, are you waiting for someone? Sakura beamed up at him, her tiny face full of energy. She fished a brightly wrapped candy out of her pocket and handed it to him. Here, this is really good. Haru accepted it with a smile, glancing at the wrapper. Lemon flavored? You sure this is good? Yep. It's sour and sweet, really delicious. Alright, I'll take your word for it. As they chatted, Haru learned that she was waiting for her dad to get off work. Then, all of a sudden, Sakura let out a surprised exclamation. Wow! That big sister is so pretty. She's just as gorgeous as Yukino. Haru didn't turn around immediately. Instead, he focused, using his sense of smell to pick up on the familiar fragrance in the air. Sure enough, he caught a trace of Yutaha's scent. I swear, my abilities are getting ridiculous. Even martial arts masters wouldn't be able to do this. Finally, he turned and saw her approaching. Yutaha had clearly dressed up for the occasion. Her usual school uniform already did a great job of highlighting her figure, but in private, her fashion choices were even more striking. Tonight, she wore a deep-colored silk dress that elegantly draped over her body. The delicate folds at the neckline were stretched by the fullness of her chest, creating soft layers of fabric. A slender scarf cinched around her waist accentuated her already impressive curves. The hem of the dress barely covered her knees, leaving her smooth, pale calves exposed to the evening air. A pair of black Mary Jane heels completed the look, making her figure appear even more alluring. You actually came downstairs to pick me up? Yutaha smiled, her expression warm and delighted. Well, it's your first time visiting. Haru replied. Hearing that, her smile deepened. Yutaha lowered her gaze to the little girl staring at her in awe, her eyes wide with surprise. Hello. She greeted gently. Huh? Oh hello, pretty big sister. Sakura finally snapped out of her daze. Being complimented by a child, especially one who clearly knew Haru, made Yutaha even happier. You're really beautiful. Sakura said earnestly. Other than Yukino, you're the second prettiest girl I've ever seen. Utaha smiled and thanked her before casting a questioning look at Haru. Who is this child? You can just call her Sakura. Haru explained. She's my neighbor's kid, an elementary schooler with boundless energy. Are you complimenting me, Haru? Yes, I'm saying you have way too much energy and love causing trouble everywhere. I do not. Don't bother denying it. If I say you do, then you do. Watching the two of them bicker, Utaha's smile faded slightly as a thought crossed her mind. Did I fall for the wrong person? In some ways, she and Yukino actually had a lot in common. For example, they both had to deal with Haru, who had no problem arguing with an elementary schooler. Just watching them gave her a headache. Haru wasn't about to leave a kid alone outside waiting, so as he led Utaha upstairs, he decided to bring Sakura along as well. At the door to his apartment, just as they were about to part ways, Sakura blinked up at him with curiosity. Haru, so Kazekage Aizen is your girlfriend? Waving her off, Haru replied, go home already, or I won't buy you any more figurines. Sakura immediately scrambled inside but not before sticking her tongue out at him. Utaha chuckled. She must be close to Yukinoshita. Unlocking the door and pulling out some slippers for her, Haru smirked. You figured that out? Yukino met her early on because of me. I see. As Utaha bent down to slip on the slippers, she couldn't help but recall what the little girl had said earlier. So Kazekage Aizen is your girlfriend? She wouldn't admit it out loud, but deep down, the thought delighted her. Entering the living room, Utaha instinctively began surveying the space. So this is his home. She took in every detail, mentally committing it to memory. That's the cat Yukinoshita mentioned before? She had noticed the orange tabby sprawled lazily on the floor. Yeah. His name is Jelly. When I first adopted him, he was really scrawny. Haru walked in with a tray of fruit and tea. Jelly remained where he was, though his ears twitched at the presence of a stranger. But unlike a stray cat, he had long grown accustomed to humans. So when Utaha walked over and crouched down in front of him, carefully holding down the hem of her dress, the cat didn't bolt. He's really fat. She pressed her hand against the cat's body. After returning to her seat, Haru finally voiced his question. So why exactly did you decide to come study with me at this hour? Utaha took a sip of her tea, her expression natural. In gaming terms, I want to level up. Got it. You're too eager to improve. That's one way to put it. Then here's my question, what was up with that photo you sent earlier? I thought you might like it, so I sent it. Utaha sipped her tea, her eyes gleaming with playful mischief. Haru kept a straight face. Don't send pictures like that again. It could seriously distract us from studying. Oh? Really? No. I knew it. Utaha wasn't the least bit surprised. She set down her cup, straightened her back, and locked eyes with him. Amamiya-sensei, please teach me how to write a script. That formal, huh? Haru chuckled. But if she was serious about learning, he was more than happy to teach. Grabbing his laptop, he pulled out the materials he had prepared earlier. And so, the lesson began. Utaha learned quickly. She was focused, absorbing every bit of information at an impressive pace. Haru's system notifications kept popping up one after another, teaching, hypnosis, EXP plus 199. As more notifications filled his vision, he realized something: she must have a natural talent for this. For the next half hour, Haru found himself multitasking, teaching while also marveling at an unexpected truth. She actually came here just to study? The timing wasn't great, but it seemed he had misjudged her intentions. Just as that thought crossed his mind, he suddenly felt something brush against his leg. He glanced down. A small foot, clad in a short sock, was pressed against his calf. Her slipper lay abandoned on the floor. Haru looked up, exasperated, only to meet Utaha's amused gaze. In the dim evening light, her smile took on a teasing, almost provocative edge. No distractions while studying. He said seriously. This isn't a distraction. I've been paying attention the whole time. She replied smoothly. No messing around either. Her lips curved. Messing around? What do you mean? Haru opened his mouth to explain, but before he could, she leaned in. The amusement in her eyes deepened into something warmer, something smoldering. Then, her arm slid around his neck, her soft lips parting slightly as she whispered, I've been thinking about you these past few days. That single sentence unraveled all restraint, laying bare her true feelings. Haru knew the lesson wasn't going to continue. He kept his hand still, but his voice remained light. Honestly, I thought you'd come up with an excuse much sooner to visit me again. I did consider it. She didn't bother denying it. The face she had thought of countless times both in daylight and in the quiet hours of the night was now right in front of her. She inched closer, her breath warm. I just didn't want to run into Yukinoshita. She murmured. If she happened to come over too, That would be quite the dilemma for you, wouldn't it? Haru blinked, about to respond, but she cut him off. I know what you're going to say, but I don't want to hear it right now. There's only one thing I want to do. To finally let all these pent-up feelings unfold. And with that, she kissed him. It was her second kiss. But compared to the first, this one burned. I love you. She whispered against his lips. Her arms tightened around his neck, her affection and longing pouring out like flames, as if she wanted nothing more than to melt into his warmth. Haru held her slender waist, feeling the intensity of her emotions the way she surrendered completely in this moment. You don't have to hold back so much, she murmured. At some point, she had climbed onto his lap, her eyes hazy yet full of bold mischief. Then, she smirked, a flush creeping up her cheeks. I'm not like Yukinoshita, she whispered. Not in personality, and definitely not in figure. So this is how she tests me. Haru sighed internally. She really was different. Brazen. Unapologetic. Her desire to take the lead was undeniable. Her actions were just as fearless. But she was still in control. She knew the timing wasn't right, that staying overnight wasn't an option. So even as she clung to him, basking in the warmth of their closeness, she made herself stop. She didn't even bother fixing her disheveled collar or the undone buttons that had come loose at some point. Instead, she smiled flushed, a little reckless, but still composed. I've always been a fast learner, she said softly. Haru raised a brow. Why the sudden talk about studying? And then he understood. Utaha wasn't just a quick learner academically. In other things too. She picked things up frighteningly fast. 9 p.m. Utaha arrived home. Only her mother was in the living room. Her father was in the shower. The moment she walked in, the woman on the couch gave her a pointed look. So, you finally decided to come home? Utaha hesitated. You figured it out? She had told her parents she was meeting a classmate to discuss club activities before leaving earlier. Her mother sighed, exasperated. You might be able to fool your father, but not me. She studied her daughter's glowing face, practically radiating happiness, and after a brief hesitation, asked with a hint of concern, how far did things go? Utaha's cheeks reddened slightly, but her voice remained calm. Like good friends. Her mother snorted. A dry, skeptical laugh. Utaha's face burned hotter, but her composure held. She had long since trained herself not to break so easily. Well, if there's nothing else, I'll head back to my room. Oh, and thanks for keeping this a secret. With that heartfelt expression of gratitude, she turned and retreated to her bedroom. Left alone in the living room, her mother let out another sigh. Inside her room, Utaha lay on her bed, staring up at the ceiling. The memory of her own bold actions replayed vividly in her mind, making her heart pound. Then, she recalled the things she had read online, the knowledge she had secretly gathered. And how, in private, she had even used certain tools to practice. A deep flush spread across her beautiful face, turning it burning red. Chapter 94, Kato Megumi comes to visit the last day of vacation before the new semester. That afternoon, Haru received a call from Furukawa and the others. Got time? Wanna hit the internet cafe and game for a bit? At first, Haru was a little surprised by the invitation. They had talked about gaming together back at school, but he hadn't expected them to suggest meeting at an internet cafe. Despite living in this area for over a decade, Haru had only been to an internet cafe twice. The ones here were well-equipped, not just gaming stations, but also manga magazines, hot water showers, and even laundry services. Some people who didn't want to rent an apartment would just live in these cafes. Of course, the prices weren't exactly cheap. I've got time right now. Who else is coming? Just me and Yoshino. Alright. Pick a place, and I'll meet you there. After a moment's thought, Haru decided not to turn them down. After all, these two were among the few classmates he could really talk to. They all loved tokusatsu one shows and had a passion for weird and obscure games. Their expertise in H-games was particularly commendable. That was rare. For example, Haru had once sent Furukawa an image with the following text: choose your route. If you cannot connect or load images, please try switching routes. Route 1 smooth. Route 2 smooth. Route 3 smooth. Route 4 smooth. One Furukawa instantly got the reference and immediately shared his latest good finds.